Close to 1,000 kilometers behind the armies were groups of metamorphosis-stage demonic cultivators and high-grade devilish beings appraising one another from afar. They didn't participate in the battle, they merely looked on as the battle unfolded before their eyes. In the air above a certain area of the ocean, a burst of black chi that stretched for as far as the eyes could see was currently surging toward a city on a certain massive island. Within the black chi were countless devilish shadows, and it seemed that there was a massive army enshrouded within it. All of a sudden, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted from the seabed near the island, immediately following which howling winds were swept up alongside enormous waves. These waves then parted, and an azure beast that was over 100,000 feet in length emerged from within the ocean. The surface of the beast's head was covered in moss and stones, making it impossible to glean its true appearance. It cast its gaze toward the oncoming black chi with a cold look in its murky eyes, then opened its gargantuan mouth, which resembled a bottomless abyss. A resounding rumbling boom rang out, and the entire surface of the ocean began to tremor. Bursts of blue light erupted out of the creature's enormous mouth in a frenzy, then transformed into blue tornadoes that surged toward the black chi. There were tens of thousands of devilish beasts within the black chi, but they were completely no match for those tornadoes and were quickly swept up by them. Due to the astonishing amount of seawater that had been sucked into the gigantic creature's mouth, the nearby sea level momentarily fell, and after all of the devilish beasts were devoured by the creature, it closed its eyes and slowly sank into the ocean again. Thus, peace and quiet instantly returned to the area, and it was as if that menacing burst of devilish chi had never even appeared here. On another huge island in the distance, there was a tall and broad humanoid figure standing atop a tall tower, appraising everything from afar with a cold look in his eyes. Meanwhile, at Deep Heaven City, Hanli was seated on the top level of a pagoda with his legs crossed. He was making a hand seal, and his eyes were closed. There was a golden gourd and the myriad sword artwork hovering in front of him, and he seemed to be in a special immersive state. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes and switched to a different hand seal before pointing a finger at the golden gourd. The gourd shuddered as spiritual light flashed from its surface, and a series of extremely dazzling five-colored runes appeared. Immediately thereafter, a buzzing sound rang out, and the gourd was opened, following which 5 flying swords flew out from within. The swords were of the colors gold, yellow, azure, red, and blue, and they were each only around an inch in length. However, they were all radiating a dreamy translucent light that gave them a very mysterious appearance. The 5 flying swords emitted a crisp ringing sound at Hanli's behest, then shot up into the air before unleashing their respective abilities. The red flying sword transformed into a fiery snake that was around 10 feet in length amid a dull thump, while the blue flying sword released wisps of vapor that instantly formed a series of clouds, making it very difficult to track the sword. However, the most astonishing ability was displayed by the seemingly most mundane and nondescript yellow flying sword. It elongated to over 100 feet in length in an instant, and spiritual light swirled over its surface before transforming into layers of a hard yellow substance. Looking at the sword from afar, it was as if it had become a giant yellow stone sword, and as it was swung through the air, even the space in its wake began to emit a loud buzzing sound, clearly indicating that this was an astonishingly powerful weapon. As for the golden and azure flying swords, they didn't display much change aside from emitting bursts of dazzling light. The 5 flying swords danced and pursued one another through the air, and they seemed to possess a very high level of spiritual nature. Hanli appraised these flying swords with a calm expression, then made a hand seal shortly thereafter. The 5 swords immediately reverted back to their original forms at his behest before flying back into the golden gourd. Only then did Hanli turn his attention toward the myriad sword artwork, and a slightly solemn look appeared in his eyes. All of a sudden, he raised a hand to cast several incantation seals in quick succession, all of which vanished into the artwork in a flash. The artwork immediately began to emit a series of sharp ringing sounds, following which dazzling golden light erupted from it. The countless swords inscribed on its surface gradually began to move, then multiplied at a rapid rate. All of the swords on the artwork seemed to have sprung to life in the blink of an eye. Hanli let loose a low cry, and a burst of azure spiritual chi was expelled out of his mouth, then vanished into the artwork. A burst of metallic clangs immediately rang out from within the myriad sword artwork, following which countless sword projections erupted out of the artwork in a frenzy. All of a sudden, a burst of bone-chilling sword chi had settled over the entire whole. Black light flashed from Han Li's glabella, and his law destruction eye emerged. Piercing black light swirled within the eye as an enormous burst of spiritual sense erupted forth before vanishing into the myriad sword artwork. Golden light instantly flashed from all of the sword projections in the hall, and they began to slowly revolve around Han Li. Initially, they were only moving at a snail's pace, but after just the span of a few breaths, they were swimming through the air like small sprightly fish. Furthermore, they had formed a sword formation with a tremendous aura. Han Li suddenly switched to a different hand seal as he prepared to activate the enormous magic power within his own body, but right at this moment, the myriad sword artwork shuddered as it let loose a low ringing sound, and the spiritual light radiating from it abruptly faded. The golden sword projections dancing through the hall also became blurry and indistinct before finally blinking out of existence. Almost at the exact same moment, Han Li's law destruction eye also vanished in a flash. His expression changed slightly, and he turned toward the golden gourd and myriad sword artwork with furrowed brows. The golden gourd was something that he had obtained from the vast glacial realm, and due to the fact that it could potentially have belonged to an immortal, he naturally held it in very high regard and had constantly been studying it. Thankfully, he had already mastered beveled silver text and golden seal text. As such, even though the refinement method for this treasure was far different from those used in the human world and spirit realm, and the flying swords in the gourd hadn't yet been completely refined, he was still able to understand some of the intricacies of the treasure. As a result, he made use of his own analysis and expended some precious materials of the 5 elements, and finally managed to just barely completely refine the entire treasure. However, the flying swords in the gourd were originally all of the metal element, but he had refined them to become a set of 5 elemental flying swords. Thus, the treasure definitely wouldn't be as powerful as what its original owner had envisioned, but it was definitely no less powerful than the average spirit treasure. Even so, with Han Li's current enormous wealth, a treasure of this caliber wasn't going to be very useful to him. As such, he was planning to examine the treasure to ensure that there was nothing wrong with it, then pass it down to one of his disciples. As for the phenomenon that had just been conjured up by the myriad sword artwork, that was a result of inspiration that Han Li had derived from a secret technique of a certain foreign race. Using this secret technique, he was able to refine the astonishing sword chi imbued within the artwork using a special method, thereby allowing him to use the artwork as a normal offensive treasure. The sword chi within the artwork had originated in the true immortal realm, so if he could completely harness and control it, it would undoubtedly be immensely powerful. If even a body integration cultivator were to be attacked by all of the sword chi within the artwork, they would be killed for sure. Unfortunately, this refinement method was very time-consuming, and he had spent all of his time improving his own magic power, so this artwork was only halfway refined. Furthermore, due to the fact there was no source or origin to the sword chi within the myriad sword artwork, if the sword chi were to be completely exhausted, then the artwork would be completely ruined. At present, he still hadn't completely gleaned the sword observation art imbued within the artwork, so prior to completely refining this treasure, he wasn't going to use it unless he absolutely had to. Otherwise, if the sword observation art were to be destroyed, he would lose an extremely valuable asset. After failing yet again in his attempt to control the myriad sword artwork, Han Li was just contemplating whether he should try once more when his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he abruptly reached behind himself with one hand. A ball of fire surged through the gates behind him and landed in his grasp in a flash. He closed his fingers around the fireball, and it immediately exploded. At the same time, Hai Yuetian's urgent voice rang out from within the flames. Master, the panel of elders just sent someone to invite you to the Skyview platform. It seems that devilish beings have begun to gather, and there are even high-grade devilish beings among them. Han Li's heart jolted upon hearing this, and a contemplative look appeared on his face as he murmured to himself, high-grade devilish beings, eh? All right, I suppose I should go and take a look. He then swept a sleeve through the air to stow the golden gourd and myriad sword artwork away, then flew away as a streak of golden light. After emerging from the pagoda, he immediately flew toward the border of Deep Heaven City. At his current speed, it only took him less than an hour to reach the city wall. At this moment, the entire sky outside the city wall was filled with devilish chi, and there was not a ray of sunlight to be seen. It seemed that someone had unleashed an extremely powerful technique to completely block out the suns. Beneath the devilish chi, the sound of war drums could be heard, and within Deep Heaven City, there were groups of armor-clad warriors and cultivators rushing out of the giant towers. They were either wielding weapons or treasures, and they flew directly toward their designated posts with extremely solemn looks on their faces. A series of altar-like platforms also slowly emerged from the formations on the giant city wall, and atop these platforms were huge objects such as round discs or giant cones. Around each of the objects stood 7 or 8 cultivators in long robes, and there was also a giant light barrier above Deep Heaven City that was currently radiating dazzling light. A white jade palace that resembled a miniature city had been conjured up high in the air above the city as well, and countless silver runes were revolving around it. Furthermore, countless armored guards could be seen roaming over the palace, and at the tip of the tallest pagod-like building in the palace, there was an antiquated golden mirror with a diameter of around 100 feet. The mirror was currently reflecting dazzling light, and was acting as a replacement for the sun, shining its scintillating golden light down upon most of Deep Heaven City. In the instant that the golden light came into contact with the human warriors and cultivators down below, they were completely reinvigorated and instilled with a sense of indescribable courage that made them a lot more confident to face their enemies. 1. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he cast his gaze toward the white jade palace, then immediately flew directly toward it. Even before he had approached the palace, the guards had already noticed him. A golden-armored heavenly guard immediately led a dozen or so azure-armored guards to carefully approach Han Li. The heavenly guard took a quick glance at Han Li before immediately extending a salute. "May I ask if you're Senior Han? I've been instructed to wait here by the elders for your arrival. Please allow me to accompany you to the Skyview platform." "I am indeed Han Li. Please lead the way," Han Li replied in a calm manner. "Yes. Please come with me, Senior," the heavenly guard said in a respectful voice as he made an inviting hand gesture. The other armored guards also parted for him in a respectful manner and stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. Thus, Han Li flew toward a tall platform in the palace, led by the heavenly guard. On the platform, Buddhist monk Jin Yu and several other Deep Heaven City elders that Han Li had met before were currently looking out at the devilish beings gathered outside Deep Heaven City. As soon as they noticed Han Li's arrival, all of them immediately smiled and extended warm greetings. Buddhist monk Jin Yu was the most familiar with Han Li, and he said in a concerned manner, "You're finally here, fellow Taoist Han. Just as the rumor suggested, this devilish tribulation really is more fierce than the previous ones." Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing this, but his expression remained unchanged as he asked, "How so? Are there a large number of high-grade devilish beasts among their ranks?" "You'll know what the situation is like when you see it, fellow Taoist," Buddhist monk Jin Yu replied as he pointed a finger into the distance. Han Li raised an eyebrow and cast his gaze toward that direction. From such a high vantage point, he was able to see everything outside the city wall. There, he was greeted by the sight of countless sinister-looking devilish beasts, stretching for several tens of kilometers. Just the sheer number of them was enough to make the onlooker's skin crawl, and at the center of this enormous army of devilish beasts were 5 gargantuan devilish beasts with bodies that resembled mountains. They were lying half-sprawled on the ground, looking at Deep Heaven City with a cold light in their eyes. The 5 gigantic beasts consisted of a crimson ape, 2 white snails, a black devilish bird with talons and feathers that looked as if they'd been constructed from steel, and a 3-headed purple python. There was a wide berth around all 5 of these beasts, and it seemed that even their fellow devilish beasts were extremely fearful of them. However, Hanli was more interested in the humanoid figures hovering in the air above these gargantuan beasts. From a distance, they appeared to be completely identical to normal humans, but there was an enormous amount of devilish chi erupting from their bodies. All of them seemed to be at the deity transformation stage or spatial tempering stage, so they comprised quite a formidable force to be reckoned with. What are those people? Hanli asked with his brows furrowed in befuddlement. If I'm not mistaken, those are most likely human cultivators who ascended to the Elder Devil realm from various lower realms. However, they specialized in Devil Dao cultivation arts during their time in the lower worlds, and they've been corrupted by the devilish chi in the Elder Devil realm for so many years, so they can no longer even be considered as humans, the white-robed Elder Gu sighed. Prior to this devilish tribulation, these devilish humans have never appeared. It seems that this devilish tribulation really is different from previous ones. Could it be that the Elder Devil race is going all out in a make-or-break bid to conquer our human race? Fairy Silverlight mused in a grim voice. Hanli appraised these devilish humans for a long while before he suddenly said with furrowed brows, "Those people will indeed be very troublesome to deal with, but compared to them, I'm more interested in where all the high-grade devilish beings currently are. All of the high-grade devilish beings have concealed themselves within the devilish chi. Some of them emerged not long ago, but they've all retreated back into the devilish chi since then. It looks like they're preparing to rest before they attack our city," Buddhist monk Jinyu replied. "Have there been any sacred ancestors sighted yet?" Hanli asked in a grim voice. Buddhist monk Jinyu hesitated momentarily before offering his analysis. "We haven't seen any sacred ancestors for now, but among the high-grade devilish beings that emerged earlier, there were a few body integration stage beings. However, judging from the size of this army, there's a very good chance that sacred ancestors will be lurking within the devilish chi. It's just that the Elder Devil realm is only just beginning to erode our spirit realm, and they're facing immense resistance from the power of our realm. Hence, sacred ancestors are still unable to descend into our spirit realm, and even if they do appear, they'll only be clones. If it's only clones, then our Deep Heaven City should be able to keep them at bay." Hanli's expression eased slightly upon hearing this. "I certainly hope so. What we can see now is only a small portion of the Elder Devil race's forces. These low-grade devilish beasts have only been sent out as cannon fodder. The truly elite devilish beings still haven't appeared yet." Elder Gu had endured the last devilish tribulation, so he was well aware of just how fearsome the Elder Devil race was. All we can do at the moment is to react and adapt to the situation as it unfolds. Our Deep Heaven City is the most powerful force in the human race. If even we're unable to withstand the attack from the Elder Devil race, then all of the other cities are bound to fall as well. Also, according to the reports we received earlier, the Spirit Sovereign City is the main target of the Elder Devil race, and the devilish army that has appeared there is several times larger than this one, Fairy Silverlight said in a concerned voice. "Indeed, fellow Daoist. This devilish tribulation may be far more fearsome than previous ones, but as long as we combine all of our powers, there's a very good chance that we'll be able to transcend it. Setting aside everything else, just the restriction formations and fortresses we set up outside the city wall will be enough to kill most of these devilish beasts," Buddhist monk Jinyu said with an optimistic smile. "That's true." The purple-robed man made a hand seal, then pointed a finger at the small flags, upon which 2 of them instantly vanished into thin air. In the next instant, a stir immediately ran through the 2 hordes of devilish beasts at the very front of the army, and they all let loose thunderous roars as they rushed toward the city with vicious looks in their eyes. Elder Gu's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he hurriedly said, "Those are two-headed devilish lizards and poison devil insects. Tell the people on the front line to take extra caution." "Yes, Elder." The heavenly guard standing nearby immediately accepted the instruction before flying away as a streak of golden light to pass on the message. Two-headed devilish lizards. Are those the devilish beasts that are capable of using fire and wind attribute attacks? If I recall correctly, aren't they one of the Elder Devil Realm's top 10 species of devilish beasts? Buddhist monk Jean Yu asked. That's right. These two-headed devilish lizards are only comparable to chi condensation cultivators, but their numbers are simply astonishing. Apparently, in the Elder Devil Realm, they number in the tens of millions. There's no way that the Elder Devil race will be able to release all of them into our spirit realm, but even just a small proportion of their total population will be very troublesome to deal with. As for those poison devil insects, they're also quite a pain to deal with. Not only is the poisonous liquid that they expel very dangerous to low-grade cultivators, it can also erode city walls, Elder Gu replied in a grim voice. There's no need to be overly concerned, Brother Gu. I'm sure the people down there know how to deal with these types of devilish beasts, Buddhist monk Jean Yu reassured in a calm manner. I certainly hope so. Elder Gu sighed before casting his gaze toward the battlefield in the distance again. There were thousands of massive fortresses that had been erected around Deep Heaven City, and each of them was over 1,000 feet tall, housing over 100 human cultivators. Faint restriction fluctuations could be seen between each fortress, indicating that they clearly weren't going to be easy to bypass, and unless these defenses were completely eradicated, the Elder Devil race wouldn't even be able to directly attack the city wall. This was why the Elder Devil race had brought so many low-grade devilish beasts to be used as cannon fodder. After invading the human race on so many past occasions, they had devised many effective plans to deal with the giant cities that humans had erected. In total, the two species of devilish beasts numbered around 30,000 to 40,000, and more than two-thirds of them were those two-headed lizards. As for the poison devil insects, they resembled giant green silkworms and were twice the size of the two-headed lizards, but they certainly weren't any slower. Behind these two types of beasts, over 100 black-armored high-grade devilish beings had appeared, and they were following along behind the beasts in an unhurried manner, as if they were supervising the beasts in battle. In the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of beasts were less than 10 kilometers away from the human fortresses. All of a sudden, a thunderous roar rang out from among the devilish beasts, and the two-headed devilish lizards immediately sped up to an all-out sprint while their eyes turned bright red. Meanwhile, azure light flashed from the backs of the poison devil insects, and a pair of transparent wings appeared on each of their backs. They then flapped those wings and rose up into the sky, flying along at no slower a speed than the galloping two-headed devilish lizards. The stampede of tens of thousands of devilish beasts created an extremely awe-inspiring and intimidating sight to behold, and it wouldn't be long before they covered the last few kilometers between them and the human fortresses. At the same time, there were high-grade devilish beings in the air conjuring up a burst of black chi, which transformed into a black dragon that descended into the horde of devilish beasts before abruptly exploding. All of the devilish beasts were immediately enshrouded within a vast expanse of murky black chi, and when they were less than 500 meters away from the fortresses, countless fireballs and blades of wind suddenly erupted from within the murky expanse, hurtling directly ahead toward the human fortresses. Even though the fortresses had been reinforced by restrictions, there was definitely no way that they'd be able to withstand these attacks and remain unscathed. Many of the human cultivators within the fortresses were very alarmed to see this, yet right at this moment, heavenly music suddenly began to play from the white jade palace above Deep Heaven City. Immediately thereafter, the golden mirror above the tallest building in the palace suddenly shuddered before blasting forth a pillar of golden light, which transformed into a golden light barrier that appeared in front of all of the fortresses. The countless oncoming fireballs and wind blades struck the layer of golden light like a torrential downpour before exploding in rapid succession, and countless white and red balls of light erupted all over the light barrier. The powers of wind and fire combined to devastating effect, causing the nearby world's origin chi to tremor violently, and it was as if heaven and earth were about to crumble. The high-grade beings from both the human and devil races looked on with grim expressions, and once all of the red and white light faded, the golden light barrier was revealed once again. In spite of how thin and fragile it appeared, it had managed to remain completely unscathed in the wake of that torrential barrage, and many of the high-grade devilish beings in the air were naturally quite surprised to see this. As for the cultivators of Deep Heaven City, they weren't very surprised by this outcome at all. Fairy Silverlight turned to Elder Gu, and chuckled, "Brother Gu, your treasured sunrise mirror is becoming more and more powerful, even though it was only able to unleash such power by drawing upon the enormous spiritual power within the divine treasured palace. It's still very remarkable that just a single light barrier conjured up by the mirror was able to keep all those attacks at bay. It looks like all your efforts to refine it during the past millennium haven't gone to waste. This mirror of mine is quite a high-ranking divine spirit treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll to begin with, so even if I don't put a lot of effort into refining it, it should still be able to withstand this level of attacks with ease. I'm interested to see just how the Elder Devil race plans to break through this mirror's defenses," Elder Gu said with a faint smile. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but glance up at the giant mirror behind him. At this moment, the mirror was still expelling a thick pillar of golden light, which was connected to the golden light barrier it had conjured up in the distance. Just as Han Li was appraising the mirror, all of the human cultivators in the fortresses were looking out at the sea of devilish chi up ahead. At this distance, they could already see the sinister appearances of all of the oncoming devilish beasts, and it was quite a harrowing sight to behold. Right at this moment, a cold male voice suddenly rang out within all of the human fortresses. "Attack!" They then flipped their hands over to reveal a formation plate each, and with the support of this core formation cultivator, they began to chant incantations and inject their magic power into their formation plates in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the core formation cultivator himself made a series of hand seals before slowly closing his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the formations beneath all of the cultivators began to emit a dull buzzing sound, and a ball of silver light emerged at the center of each formation. These balls of light then began to rapidly rotate, while the giant wave of fire and wind unleashed by the two-headed devilish lizards forced back the remaining treasures before crashing into the golden light barrier. At the same time, thousands of jets of green liquid were also hurtling directly toward the light barrier. The golden light barrier was able to remain strong and resolute in the face of the explosions, but they began to flash erratically in response to the corrosion of the green clouds of mist. The process was very slow, but the light barrier's power was definitely being chipped away at a steady rate. However, right at this moment, the formations within the fortresses were finally completely activated, and all of the silver balls of light instantly vanished from the centers of the formations. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in the air several hundred feet above the fortresses, and the silver balls of light emerged before unleashing bolts of silver lightning that intertwined to form a massive lightning net that descended from above. Regardless of whether it was fireballs, wind blades, or green poison mist, everything was instantly vanquished into oblivion upon coming into contact with the lightning net, which then transformed into countless silver snakes that descended into the devilish chi. A thunderous rumbling boom rang out as the devilish chi and silver lightning intertwined before exploding violently. The two types of devilish beasts down below desperately attempted to evade these bolts of silver lightning, but many of them were still instantly reduced to ashes. On top of that, there were just as many devilish beasts that were killed or injured by the shock waves from the explosions of the bolts of silver lightning as those that were actually struck by the lightning, and countless devilish beasts were felled amid strings of agonized howls. Meanwhile, the remaining devilish beasts were still unleashing one wave of attacks after another with single-minded ferocity, but they were unable to destroy the golden light barrier in a short time. To further compound their woes, the silver bolts of lightning being released by the balls of silver light were only becoming more and more powerful, and close to half of this initial wave of devilish beasts were killed in the blink of an eye. A furious look appeared on the purple-armored man's face upon seeing this, and he immediately waved a hand through the air. Two of the small flags hovering before him were instantly drawn into his grasp, and he rubbed them viciously between his hands, reducing them to 2 plumes of smoke. Close to half of the remaining small flags then began to tremor slightly at his behest, and white lights suddenly flashed from the bodies of the 2 giant white snails in the army of devilish beasts. Immediately thereafter, they raised huge feelers to the heavens and let loose a thunderous cry that was akin to the moo of a cow. 2 pillars of white light erupted from their mouths, then struck the golden light barrier with devastating force. The resolute light barrier instantly began to ripple violently, and in the next instant, it shuddered before being completely pierced through by the pillars of light. The dozen or so fortresses behind the light barrier, as well as the human cultivators within them, were all reduced to dust by the pillars of light in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but a stir immediately ran through the enormous devilish army in the distance, and they all let loose bloodthirsty roars as they galloped toward Deep Heaven City. At the same time, spiritual light flashed from the bodies of the devilish beings in the air above, and they also began to advance while releasing balls of black light or clouds of devilish chi, creating a very intimidating sight to behold. Loud drumming rang out from within the devilish chi even higher up in the air, and over 100 glossy black flying carriages flew out. There were several armored high-grade devilish beings standing on each carriage, and all of them were wielding long halberds with vicious looks on their faces. A sharp shrill cry suddenly sounded, and another giant flying carriage that was over 1,000 feet emerged behind these flying carriages. The giant carriage was being drawn by 2 massive purple beasts that bore a strong resemblance to rhinoceroses, but each had a shimmering golden horn. There were hundreds of armored guards standing on the giant carriage, and at its very center stood the purple-armored devilish being and the green-robed elderly man, both of whom wore cold expressions. After throwing a series of jabs, the elder devil race was finally beginning its true attack. All of the elders' brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. The number of elite devilish beings that had appeared was far less than they had anticipated compared to how ferocious the first wave of attacks from previous devilish tribulations had been said to be. These devilish beasts were indeed quite powerful, but they were dreaming if they thought they could conquer Deep Heaven City on their own. In the face of the countless silver lightning snakes descending from the heavens, the army of devilish beasts continued to charge ahead without any regard for the casualties they were suffering. After reaching the golden light barrier, they either unleashed their innate offensive abilities or used their own powerful bodies as battering rams. Meanwhile, the devilish beings up above were busy controlling their devilish treasures, conjuring up all types of devilish clouds to keep as much of the lightning at bay as possible. As for the flying carriages carrying the armored devilish warriors, they stopped close to 10 kilometers away from the light barrier before unleashing attacks with their weapons from afar. Streaks of black light erupted from the flying carriages and hurtled directly toward the golden light barrier as an incessant string of rumbling booms shook the entire heavens. Han Li heaved a faint sigh before turning to Buddhist monk Jin Yu and the others with slightly furrowed brows. Fellow Taoists, it looks like this is just a jab thrown by the elder devil race to test out our city's defenses, so I'm going to go back for now. I'm currently at a critical juncture in the refinement of one of my treasures, and once I complete the process, it should be very helpful in the defense against the elder devil race. Indeed, this first wave of attacks is far less fearsome than we had expected. It seems we overreacted due to the past tales that we had heard. If you have something important you need to attend to, then go ahead, fellow Taoist Han. It looks like the elder devil race is settling in for a prolonged battle, so body integration cultivators like us most likely won't need to do anything in the immediate future, Buddhist monk Jin Yu sighed as he nodded in response. If the elder devil race had attacked our city with everything they had from the beginning, then I would feel less uneasy instead. We'll have to be on our guard in this current situation. We are the most powerful beings in the city, but we all have matters that we need to attend to as well, so we can't just stand around like this. How about this? Unless the elder devil race launches an all-out attack, we'll guard this place two at a time. Fellow Daoist Han, you're not part of the panel of elders, and you're not very familiar with the defenses we've set up in the city, so you won't need to be part of this rotation. However, if the city falls into a truly perilous situation, then I hope you will lend us your assistance, Elder Gu said in a meaningful voice. That's a great idea, Brother Gu. I have no objections to this either. Everyone nodded in agreement with this proposal, including Han Li. Thus, Han Li cupped his fist in a parting salute before flying away as a streak of azure light. Everyone else also departed soon thereafter, leaving only the burly black-robed man and Elder Gu to stand on guard duty. Brother Gu, are we going to just keep standing by and watching like this? Isn't that too passive? It's taking a vast amount of spirit stones to support the treasured sunrise mirror in the face of such fierce attacks, the black-robed man said in a cold voice. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Bao, seeing as these devilish beings are throwing these devilish beasts at us as cannon fodder to test our defenses, then I certainly can't disappoint them. We'll use the 7-star flame essence formation to teach them a lesson, Elder Gu replied as a cold look flashed through his eyes. The black-robed man was quite taken aback by this, and he asked in a hesitant voice, the 7-star flame essence formation. That's one of the city's trump cards. Is it really a good idea to reveal it so early? It's alright, I'll only activate 10% of the formation's power. In doing so, we'll be able to teach those devilish beings a lesson, but still keep the true power of the formation a secret. Perhaps it'll lure the high-grade devilish beings into a false sense of security and benefit us later on, Elder Gu said in a confident manner. After contemplating this notion for a moment, the black-robed man also felt this to be a sound plan, so he nodded in agreement. That does make sense. We'll do as you say, then, Brother Gu. Thus, having reached a consensus, they immediately issued the order without any delay. Within an underground secret chamber beneath a giant crimson tower in Deep Heaven City, there were 7 elderly men in crimson robes seated around a golden formation with their eyes closed. Judging from the fire attribute spiritual chi emanating from their bodies, all 7 of them were fire attribute cultivators, and the spiritual pressure they were releasing suggested that they were all at the spatial tempering stage. The sound of a bell chime suddenly rang out from the body of what appeared to be the eldest member of the group, and he immediately opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson pupils that seemed to have flames surging within them. He flipped a hand over to produce a white disc, then quickly glanced down at it before instructing, activate the formation, but only unleash 10% of its power. The other 6 elderly men immediately opened their eyes, and answered in unison, yes. All 7 of them made hand seals as bright crimson light erupted from their bodies. They then each laid a hand onto the back of their own heads, and 7 crimson nascent souls emerged in quick succession. The 7 nascent souls had facial features that were identical to the 7 men, and they were each holding a shimmering red treasure, which consisted of a ring, a flag, a sword, a saber, a pagoda, a badge, and a bead. There was red light swirling around the surfaces of these treasures, and they were releasing scorching waves of heat, clearly indicating that they were extremely pure fire attribute treasures. The 7 nascent souls began to chant incantations, and the 7 fire attribute treasures quickly swelled to several times their original size, then slowly drifted toward the center of the formation. Han Li was on his way back to his cave abode when he suddenly stopped in his tracks, then turned back to look into the distance with a bewildered expression. In the air above Deep Heaven City, 7 massive crimson stars had suddenly emerged, tainting the entire heavens a fiery crimson color. Even through the layers of restrictions that enshrouded Deep Heaven City, he could still sense wisps of a scorching aura. All of the guards in the city, as well as the normal cultivators who were meditating in their abodes, naturally also rushed out to appraise this phenomenon with astonishment in their eyes. As a body integration cultivator, Hanli was able to sense far more than other cultivators with his spiritual sense, and as he looked into the distance, a rare hint of wariness flashed through his eyes. He could sense that these 7 crimson stars were imbued with enormous powers of laws that were capable of severely wounding or even killing him, so how could he not be alarmed? Right at this moment, red light suddenly swirled over the surfaces of the 7 stars, following which an extremely profound and massive formation emerged in mid-air with the 7 stars at its center. The formation was of a fiery red color and encompassed close to half of Deep Heaven City. Immediately thereafter, the powers of laws of heaven and earth rippled violently, following which all 7 of the stars abruptly blurred before transforming into a massive fire-raven projection that swooped down from the heavens amid a clear cry. An earth-shattering boom erupted, and tremors ran through the entirety of Deep Heaven City. A crimson mushroom cloud then rose up from beyond the city wall, swelling to over 100,000 feet tall. Even from this far away, Hanli could still clearly see the devastating mushroom cloud, and it created quite an awe-inspiring sight to behold. The scorching flames from the mushroom cloud were kept at bay by the golden light barrier, and it was as if 2 different worlds had appeared on either side of the barrier. On one side, everything remained completely unchanged, while the other side had been completely transformed into a sea of flames. The waves of fire surging out from the mushroom cloud stretched for hundreds of kilometers, and all of the devilish beasts swept up by the flames were instantly reduced to ashes without being able to offer any resistance. As for those devilish humans, they were naturally able to resist somewhat with their devilish treasures to protect them, but there wasn't enough time for them to escape an attack that covered such a vast area, and they were also quickly incinerated amid blood-curdling cries of agony. Meanwhile, a layer of dense spiritual light instantly appeared over the bodies of the 5 gargantuan devilish beasts to keep the flames at bay, but it was quite clear that they wouldn't be able to last long in the face of such fearsomely high temperatures either. The giant black devilish bird quickly rose up into the air, and with just a single flap of its wings, it transformed into a ball of black light that flew back to several tens of kilometers away. After just a few more flashes, it had escaped outside the range of the entire sea of flames at an incredible speed. The giant crimson ape stomped both of its feet violently into the ground, propelling itself up into the air like a reverse shooting star. It then transformed into a gust of fierce wind that swept away into the distance, forcibly parting all of the flames in its path. Even though it was slightly slower than the black devilish bird, it wasn't far behind and quickly escaped from the sea of flames as well. As for the 2 white snails and 3-headed purple python, they were clearly far more maladroit and were nowhere near as lucky. I'll see to those 2 in person when they get back. I gathered all of you here to appraise the defenses of this Deep Heaven City, and to devise a strategy to conquer the city as quickly as possible. The other armies have all been mobilized now, and I don't want to fall behind the others, the crimson-robed man said in a cold voice. As long as we can conquer this city as quickly as possible, losing some devilish beasts isn't a big deal. We have countless devilish beasts at our disposal and can replenish our armies at any time. Does anyone have anything to add to the method that Elder Huan Yu proposed? The crimson-robed man asked in a cold voice. Sacred Ancestor, I suggest we send out some elite devilish beings to eradicate some of the smaller human cultivator strongholds in this area while we attack Deep Heaven City. That way, we won't have to worry about watching our backs when we launch the final attack. On top of that, we can use this opportunity to familiarize our elite troops with the way that human cultivators like to do battle, which should minimize our casualties during the final attack, a graceful yellow-robed woman suggested. The crimson-robed man was rather intrigued by this idea, and he asked, roughly how many other large human settlements are there in the nearby area? A high-grade devilish being with the appearance of a fair-skinned young man replied, "We haven't had much time to scout the area yet, but from what we've seen thus far, there are approximately 7 or 8 human settlements nearby. However, none of them are even close to the scale of Deep Heaven City." After a brief pause for contemplation, the crimson-robed man decided, in that case, send the Jaloin War Devils, blood-like crystal guards, and the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers to wipe out those settlements. As for everything else, follow the plan outlined by Elder Huan Yu. What? You're planning to deploy the blood-like crystal guards? There's no problem with deploying the Jaloin War Devils and the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers, but the blood-like crystal guards are your personal guards. It would not be wise to send them away, sacred ancestor. Most of the high-grade devilish beings' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this order, and some of them immediately raised objections. I have my own reason for deploying the blood-like crystal guards. There's no need for any of you to try to dissuade me, the crimson-robed man said in an implacable voice. The high-grade devilish beings present exchanged a few glances upon hearing this and didn't dare to say anything further. Right at this moment, the crimson-robed man raised his head, and he seemed to cast his gaze through the ceiling of the hall toward an extremely distant place. Meanwhile, on a giant mountain near the spirit sovereign city, there was an elegant woman with a pair of pristine white horns on her head standing on a huge rock. She also withdrew her gaze from a certain direction, and a hint of disdain flashed through her eyes. There were 50 to 60 high-grade devilish beings standing behind her, and all of them had their hands hanging by their sides, looking down from the mountain summit with solemn expressions. There was a sea of devilish chi down below, within which there were countless armored devilish warriors and giant flags that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were also many types of unheard of high-grade devilish beasts intermingled among the armored warriors, and they would let loose the occasional vicious snarl. Up ahead, the spirit sovereign city had been completely surrounded by the devilish army. In contrast with what was happening at Deep Heaven City, the devilish army here had deployed all of their troops from the get-go, and it seemed that they were planning to conquer the spirit sovereign city in one fell swoop. In the distance, the spirit sovereign city was enshrouded within layers of green light barriers, and there were rows of human cultivators standing atop the city wall. The remains of tens of thousands of fortresses lay around the spirit sovereign city, and it seemed that they had been destroyed by some type of overwhelming power. "Begin the attack," the horned woman commanded, and the killing intent in her voice completely belied her gorgeous appearance. "I see. I presume you've gathered all of us here to discuss how we should reinforce them, then," the red-faced elder said with a nod. "Indeed. Heavenly City is the only major human settlement near our city, so we have to save it. The city was able to survive the entirety of the last devilish tribulation, and on this occasion, all they actually require are a few high-grade cultivators to replenish the grand elders they've lost," Elder Gu sighed. "So what you're suggesting is that all we need to send out are a few body integration stage cultivators," Buddhist monk Jin Yu mused with a contemplative look in his eyes. "That's exactly what I'm thinking. After all, our Deep Heaven City is the ultimate target for the devilish army. It's necessary for us to save Heavenly City, but at the same time, we have to make sure we don't fall into a trap where too much of our forces are diverted away to reinforce them. Heavenly City isn't lacking in low-grade and mid-grade disciples, and the city itself also possesses powerful defensive prowess. All we have to do is send over 2 or 3 body integration cultivators to reinforce them. That way, we'll be able to help them tide over this perilous situation, while also ensuring that we're not weakening our own forces too much," Elder Gu replied, having clearly thought extensively about this matter in advance. After hearing Elder Gu's proposal, all of the elders naturally began to discuss their options, but in the end, it was decided that Elder Gu's proposed course of action was the most feasible one. However, all of the elders then began to argue about who was going to be sent to reinforce Heavenly City. "You want me and fellow Daoist you to go and reinforce them? I don't think that's a good idea. It's not that I'm unwilling to take the risk, as you know, I'm currently overseeing a very important matter, and I can't leave at a crucial juncture like this, a white-haired middle-aged man said with furrowed brows. Elder Gu had just suggested for him and another elder to go and reinforce Heavenly City, and he had refused without any hesitation. I'm sure you know what I've been up to, Brother Gu. My celestial fragrance pills are also at a crucial stage in their refinement, and if I leave now, all my prior efforts will go to waste. Another elder, presumably Elder Yu, also refused with a shake of his head. Then what about Brother Qin and Brother Lei? Elder Gu turned toward another pair of elders with furrowed brows. Reluctant expressions appeared on both of those elders' faces in response. I'm afraid we've hit a dead end, then. Fellow Daoist Jin Yu, myself, and the others are responsible for overseeing the defense of Deep Heaven City, so we certainly can't leave, Elder Gu said as a displeased look appeared on his face. I'm willing to make the trip, Brother Gu. I'm good friends with Fairy Lin of the Heavenly Sovereign Sect, so I would be happy to lend them my assistance, Fairy Silverlight suddenly said. That would be great. I'm sure you'll be welcomed with open arms there. However, it won't be enough to send you on your own, we have to at least send another person with you. Elder Gu was given a massive pleasant surprise by Fairy Silverlight's decision to volunteer herself, and he reflexively cast his gaze toward Hanli as he spoke. Hanli heaved an internal sigh upon seeing this. He knew that he most likely wouldn't be able to escape this task, so he also volunteered himself. I'm also willing to make a trip to Heavenly City. Ever since I came to Deep Heaven City, I still haven't done anything, and this would be a chance for me to make myself useful. You have my thanks, Brother Han. You're a mid-body integration cultivator, and you once fought on equal footing with a late-body integration cultivator, so I'm sure Heavenly City's troubles will soon be no more with your assistance. Elder Gu was very elated that Hanli had also stepped up to accept the task. We're naturally aware of this, but this devilish tribulation is truly more fierce than we anticipated, and we don't know if the resources in our Deep Heaven City will last, Elder Gu said with a wry smile. Compared to the armies of devilish beasts and the high-grade devilish beings that have already appeared, I'm more concerned about just how many of the elder devil race's sacred ancestors will be able to descend into our realm, Fairy Silverlight said in a grim voice. What do you mean by that, Fairy Silverlight? Hanli asked. In past, once the devilish tribulations have reached approximately the halfway mark, the power of our realm will no longer be able to prevent the true bodies of the sacred ancestors from descending into the spirit realm, but for some reason, only a few of them are able to descend into our realm each devilish tribulation. In the past, we were able to keep these sacred ancestors at bay by joining forces with the other grand ascension stage beings of the nearby foreign races, but seeing as this devilish tribulation is far more perilous than previous ones, the number of sacred ancestors that descend into our realm could quite possibly be increased as well. There doesn't have to be too many. If more than 10 sacred ancestors appear in our realm at once, then our human and demon races will definitely be crushed, Fairy Silverlight explained. Elder Gu wasn't surprised by Fairy Silverlight's words at all. Instead, a cold light flashed through his eyes as he said, Fellow Daoist Jin Yu and I have actually developed theories in the past about why this is the case, but the Holy Island should have set up countermeasures for such a scenario. All we have to do is prepare as best as we can. Fairy Silverlight's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and after a brief pause, she said, That's true. The Holy Island has many individuals of vast wisdom from our two races, seeing as they were able to predict that this devilish tribulation would be different from previous ones. I'm sure they've prepared measures to address the situation. In that case, I'll be taking my leave now so I can prepare for the trip to Heavenly City tomorrow. Elder Gu and the others naturally all agreed to this arrangement. Not long after she left, Hanli also took his leave, citing the same alibi. Less than half a day later, Hanli returned to his cave abode before immediately summoning Hai Yuetian and Qi Lingzi. After bestowing upon them some treasures and pills, and giving them some further instructions, he returned to the top floor to meditate. This trip most likely wasn't going to be a very perilous one for him, but it would naturally still be best for him to ensure that he was in prime condition before setting off. The next morning, Hanley flew toward the hall where Deep Heaven City's teleportation formations were situated. Several hours later, he was greeted by the sight of a white-robed woman wearing a mask standing outside the hall. Hanley landed beside her before cupping his fist in a salute. "Sorry to keep you waiting, fellow Daoist." "Not at all, Brother Han, only just got here as well." "Let's set off," Fairy Silverlight replied in an indifferent manner. Thus, the two of them made their way into the hall, where several guards were already waiting for them. As soon as they entered the hall, the guards immediately extended respectful salutes toward them, and their leader said, "We've already prepared the teleportation formation, and the place you'll be teleported to will be around a month's travel away from Heavenly City. In order to keep that teleportation site a secret, it hasn't been used ever since the commencement of the devilish tribulation, so please do take care in case the teleportation site has already been exposed." "Are you saying we could be teleporting straight into an ambush from the Elder Devil race?" Fairy Silverlight asked in a cold voice as she raised an eyebrow. The guard's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he hurriedly explained, "The location of the teleportation site is extremely secretive, so that shouldn't be the case. I'm only stating a very unlikely hypothetical situation." "There's nothing wrong with the teleportation formation, is there?" Hanley asked in a calm voice. "Definitely not, we've just tested it not too long ago," the guard replied in a confident manner. "As long as the teleportation formation is fine, even if there's an ambush on the other side, fellow Daoist Silverlight and I will be able to take care of ourselves." "Prepare the teleportation formation right away," Hanley instructed. Only then did Hanley sweep a sleeve through the air, and all of the gray threads the giant azure hand vanished on the spot. After that, he turned to Fairy Silverlight and said, "It looks like this place was indeed discovered by the Elder Devil race, but they don't seem to have focused too much attention on this place considering the caliber of the devilish beings they left here to stand on guard. It's not that they don't want to station more powerful beings here. It's just that our human race has set up too many of these secret teleportation sites, so there's no way the Elder Devil race can station powerful beings at every single one. The fact that there was a deity transformation stage devilish being here shows that they've already taken this place very seriously," Fairy Silverlight replied. "I see," Hanley said as he nodded with an enlightened look in his eyes. He then flicked a finger, and a fireball shot forth before transforming into a crimson fire raven in a flash. The fire raven then swooped down onto the ground, reducing all of the bodies of the devilish beings to ashes, leaving behind only a series of storage treasures. In contrast with the storage bracelets of the spirit realm, it seemed that storage belts were much more popular among the Elder Devil race. Hanley swept a sleeve through the air to draw all of these belts into his grasp, then casually swept his spiritual sense through them, upon which his brows furrowed slightly. The storage belts of these devilish beings contained very few items. Aside from some shimmering black crystals, most of the remaining items were comprised of things like formation plates and formation flags. As for those black crystals, they were most likely the devilish crystals that could only be found in the Elder Devil realm. These stones were similar to the spirit stones of the spirit realm, except they contained devilish chi instead. Spiritual light flashed from Hanley's hand as he stowed all of the storage belts away, then made his way out of the hall. He had already inspected the entire surrounding area with his spiritual sense, so he knew that there was no one else around aside from the devilish beings he had just slain. Fairy Silverlight naturally followed along behind him. After emerging from the hall, they discovered that this teleportation formation was situated in an underground cave. Aside from a winding natural path that led upward, there were no other exits. Hanley found it truly remarkable that the Elder Devil race had managed to find such a secluded place. Moments later, two streaks of light, one azure and one white, flew out from under a small mountain, then took a moment to decide on a direction to travel toward before flying away. After flying for less than 100 kilometers, the azure streak of light abruptly flashed a few times before gradually becoming transparent and virtually invisible. As for the accompanying streak of white light, it transformed into a nondescript white cloud amid a dull thump, and it seemed to be drifting quite slowly through the air, but it was actually no slower than the other streak of light. Thus the two of them continued onward and quickly vanished into the distance. No more than half a day after Han Li's duo had left the teleportation formation, a cloud that was formed from devilish chiefs suddenly came sweeping toward the underground cave from the distance. It was moving incredibly quickly and arrived at the mountain that Han Li's duo had just flown out from in the blink of an eye. After that, the devilish chief condensed into a white-armored elderly man. This man had a short horn on his head, and bore a strong resemblance to the deity transformation stage devilish being that Han Li had slain not long ago. He was a body integration stage high-grade devilish being, and as soon as he appeared, he flew into the underground cave with an urgent look on his face. After just the span of a few breaths, a roar of grief and pain erupted from underground. The elderly man then re-emerged on the summit of the mountain amid a flash of white light, and quickly inspected his surroundings with thunderous fury burning within his eyes. "How dare you kill my grandson? I'll hunt you down and tear you into pieces even if I have to chase you to the end of this realm." The white-armored elderly man was then instantly able to determine the direction that Han Li's duo had departed toward, and he let loose a low roar as a black cloud of devilish chi erupted from his body again. "Oh my Buddha, Han Li killed a small fry that's related to someone powerful. What an unexpected twist, that's never happened in the story before, lol." The elderly man then laid a hand onto his belt, and a ball of black light flew out amid a clear cry. Immediately thereafter, the ball of black light transformed into a giant black crane that was around 100 feet in length, and the elderly man leaped onto the crane's back before making a hand seal with a furious expression. Black light swirled around the giant crane's wings, and it suddenly manifested 4 pairs of black wings before flapping them in unison. The giant black crane shot forth through the air like a giant arrow, and at the same time, the devilish chi released by the elderly man expanded drastically to encompass the crane as well, and its speed was instantly doubled. Right at this moment, a gargantuan black staff suddenly extended out of the cloud of black chi before slamming viciously into the small mountain from over 10,000 feet away. An earth-shattering boom rang out as countless shards of rocks flew in all directions, and the giant staff projection vanished in a flash, having reduced the small mountain to half its original height. Meanwhile, the giant crane had already disappeared into the distance. 4 hours later, on a giant mountain that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, there were 2 other high-grade devilish beings discussing something with one another. "Old Man Li has been gone for a long time. Didn't he say he was coming back right after he delivered a couple of protective treasures to his grandson? What's taking him so long? If he delays what we're doing here, we'll have to answer to sacred ancestor Shuaiguang," a high-grade devilish being with blue devilish marks all over his face said in an impatient manner. "There's no need to be so impatient, Lord Lan. Old Man Li is not a man who doesn't know his priorities, and he's most likely already on the way back. That grandson of his is his only direct lineal descendant, so it's only normal that he's giving him a lot of attention," the other high-grade devilish being with several fleshy feelers around his mouth said in a nonchalant manner. "Even so, that place isn't all that far away. He should have been back by now. Could he have encountered some trouble along the way?" Lord Lan murmured as he stroked the devilish patterns on his own face in a contemplative manner. What troubles could he possibly encounter? With his powers, no human cultivator below the body integration stage would dare to mess with him, the other devilish being replied with a shake of his head. "Not necessarily. The humans have some secret treasures that can allow one to punch above their weight. Alternatively, a few late spatial tempering cultivators who are adept in combination techniques can also be very troublesome," Lord Lan said. "All of the human settlements in this area have been surrounded. How could there possibly be such an inconvenient coincidence?" the bald devilish being chuckled in a nonchalant manner. Right as his voice trailed off, a low ringing sound suddenly rang out from his body, and both devilish beings were rather taken aback by this. The bald devilish being immediately waved a hand through the air, and a white formation plate appeared in his hand amid a flash of black light. He pointed a finger toward the formation plate, and a burst of transparent fluctuations immediately rippled through the air, following which white light flashed from the surface of the plate, and the furious face of an elderly man appeared. It was none other than the fellow Daoist Li they had been referring to. "Brother Li, why are you contacting us through this formation plate? And why are you still not back yet?" the bald devilish being asked in a slightly displeased manner. Lord Lan's expression eased slightly upon seeing that the elderly man was alive and well, but a hint of displeasure then appeared in his eyes as well. "We didn't bring along many illusion devil stones for this formation plate to use up, so you'd better have a good reason for contacting us." "Humph, my grandson was killed by human cultivators not long ago, and I'm pursuing the perpetrator now. However, it's very likely that there's a body integration cultivator among their ranks, so I may not be able to exact revenge on my own. I'll need you two to help me. In return, I'm willing to give you half of everything I obtained during this sacred sacrifice," the elderly man said with killing intent flashing through his eyes. "How do you know that a body integration stage human cultivator was involved, Brother Li?" the bald devilish being asked in a surprised manner. "I've already been to the place where my grandson and his subordinates were killed, but there was no lingering aura suggesting that a battle had taken place. There's no way a spatial tempering cultivator could have accomplished this, so there's a very good chance that the perpetrator is a body integration cultivator," the elderly man explained. "I see, that does seem quite plausible. Do you know the exact number of this group of human cultivators, Brother Li?" Lord Lan asked in a solemn voice. "I do. I could sense the residual aura of only 2 humans there," the elderly man replied. "Oh, in that case, the 3 of us should definitely be able to take care of them, but the problem is that we have an important duty on our shoulders. If something goes wrong as we're hunting these people down, then the sacred ancestor won't be happy," the bald devilish being said in a hesitant manner. "Those body integration stage human cultivators are definitely here to oppose our sacred race. If we can kill them and foil their plans, then the sacred ancestor will only reward us for our efforts. Besides, there may only be a single body integration cultivator involved, and the 3 of us can even take on someone at the pinnacle of the body integration stage, so there's virtually no risk involved. How about this? Aside from half of everything I obtained during this sacred sacrifice, I'll also give you that rotten tendril zoisha of mine," the elderly man said through gritted teeth. The crimson cloud then shot forth in pursuit of the arc of lightning amid a flash of red light. The 2 of them vanished into the distance in the blink of an eye, and meanwhile, on the other end, Lord Li had no intention of stopping to wait for them. Instead, he unleashed a secret technique that increased his speed even further. Through his bloodline's secret technique, he would be able to temporarily track the perpetrators, but there was a time limit. On top of that, if the people he was pursuing detected that something was off or used a teleportation formation to teleport straight out of his sensory range, then he would lose his targets. As such, before he caught up to them, he wasn't going to allow any complacency to set in. In any case, he had reinforcements on the way, so even if he found himself unable to kill his targets, he would just have to stall them until his companions arrived. With that in mind, he continued to fly through the air with burning fury in his heart. At this point, Han Li was still traveling toward Heavenly City with fairy silver light, completely oblivious to the fact that he was being pursued. Due to the fact that he wasn't in a battle or fleeing for his life, his speed of flight was naturally far slower than that of the 3 devilish lords pursuing him. As time passed, the distance between the 2 was naturally gradually whittled down. A day and a night later, just as Han Li and Fairy Silverlight were discussing matters regarding the 4 major sects in Heavenly City, Han Li's expression suddenly changed as he swept a sleeve through the air. A short silver ruler immediately emerged before transforming into a giant ruler projection that was over 100 feet in length, then slashing through the air behind him. An enormous black staff instantly appeared out of thin air, and the two treasures clashed amid an earth-shattering boom. A ball of piercing light emerged, and a burst of astonishing fluctuations erupted forth, threatening to cause the entire surrounding space to collapse. Fairy's silver light emerged from her white cloud in a startled manner before turning toward the place where the fluctuations had erupted from with a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he calmly waved a hand through the air, and the short silver ruler pierced through space before reappearing in his grasp. At this moment, all of the fluctuations finally faded, and the horned elderly man appeared in the distance. However, he had swelled to around 50 to 60 feet tall, and he was holding a giant black staff as he appraised Han Li with a vicious look in his eyes. "That's a devilish lord." The alarm in Fairy Silverlight's eyes grew even more pronounced after she swept her spiritual sense toward the elderly man. She then immediately made a hand seal, and a pair of silver hooks emerged from her body. One of the hooks was engraved with the image of a white crescent moon, while the other was engraved with a crimson sun. As soon as the weapons appeared, countless stars emerged in the nearby area in a flash, clearly indicating that this was a pair of extraordinary treasures. Han Li appraised the elderly man and abruptly slammed a palm into his own chest without uttering a single word. A dull thump rang out as golden light erupted from his body, and he opened his mouth to expel a ball of azure chi that was interspersed with black threads. "I see, you must be related to one of the devilish beings I killed earlier, right? Only a bloodline secret technique like this one would have planted a tracking mark on me without my detection. However, your mental state was a little too unstable, and that allowed me to notice your bloodline mark. Otherwise, I may not have been able to detect your presence," Han Li said with a smile as he swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a silver fireball that incinerated the ball of azure chi into nothingness. "At your cultivation base, you must be quite an important figure in the Elder Devil race, right? Tell us your name," Fairy Silverlight said as a hint of killing intent flashed through her eyes. I am Lord Li, a subordinate to Sacred Ancestor Shuaguang. You killed my grandson, so I'm going to tear you into shreds and torture your soul until it disintegrates." Instead of displaying any fear toward the two body integration cultivators he had encountered, Lord Li was glowering at Han Li with fury burning in his eyes instead. "Is that so? Let's see if you have what it takes," Han Li chuckled in a nonchalant manner. At his current cultivation base, a mere early body integration stage devilish being really wasn't all that threatening to him. "You think you can take on both of us on your own? There's no need to waste time with words here, Brother Han. This devilish lord is ripe for the killing," Fairy Silverlight said in a frosty voice, following which the two silver hooks before her transformed into countless silver hook projections that surged forth in a massive wave. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's words upon seeing this. Fairy Silverlight had said exactly what he was thinking, and he raised a hand to wave the silver ruler through the air again. Piercing silver light flashed, and a ruler projection that was several hundred feet in length shot forth again, reaching the elderly man in the blink of an eye before crashing down with devastating force. Lord Li let loose a low roar upon seeing this and abruptly swept his black staff through the air, conjuring up countless black staff projections that formed an impenetrable barrier around himself. The silver ruler projection was repelled by this barrier, then crumbled away under the effect of some kind of peculiar power, completely unable to breach the elderly man's defenses. At this moment, the countless hook projections also arrived, but all of them quickly vanished amid flashes of silver light upon coming into contact with the barrier of staff projections. In the end, the two silver hooks were forced to revert back to their original form, and Fairy Silverlight's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this. She immediately switched to a different hand seal, and the two silver hooks suddenly rose up into the air as two streaks of silver light before vanishing on the spot. In the next instant, violent fluctuations ran through the entire sky, and all of the world's origin chi within a radius of several tens of kilometers was swept up. Countless red and white runes instantly surged out of thin air, then converged to form two gargantuan balls of light, one white and one red, each of which was around an acre in size. The ball of white light was completely silent, while the ball of red light was rumbling incessantly, and they both came crashing down from above. Lord Li was quite alarmed by the sight of these two devastating balls of light, and he swept his staff through the air again, upon which it abruptly transformed into a gust of fierce black wind that swept toward the two balls of light in a frenzy, looking as if he were planning to forcibly tear through them. However, right at this moment, Han Li suddenly rubbed his hands together, and the silver ruler in his grasp abruptly vanished without any premonition. In the next instant, faint silver light flashed behind Lord Li, and the silver ruler emerged silently before hurtling through the air like a bolt of silver lightning. Lord Li was completely caught off guard, his body was instantly enveloped by several layers of silver light. He let loose a roar of fury as black light erupted from his body in an attempt to break through the layers of silver light, but he was clearly unable to accomplish this in a short time. At this moment, the fierce gust of black wind formed by the staff clashed with the balls of light up above, and an earth-shattering boom rang out, causing the entire sky to tremor incessantly. The black wind then suddenly transformed into a pair of identical gargantuan pillars that plunged viciously into the two balls of light. The balls of light dissipated, but a pristine crescent moon and a scorching crimson sun emerged from within them. The two were radiating dazzling light, and they had temporarily trapped the two giant pillars that had been thrust into them. Lord Li was tugging violently on the pillars with his powerful arms, but they refused to budge. It was as if they had taken root in the moon and the sun. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger at Lord Li. The layers of silver light around him immediately began to emit a loud buzzing sound, and a series of silver runes of different sizes emerged, producing a burst of enormous force that compressed violently toward Lord Li, instantly crushing most of the protective black light around his body in the process. The elderly man was clearly quite reluctant to abandon the treasures in his hands, but he was forced to release the two giant pillars. A vicious light then flashed through his eyes as he quickly made a hand seal before letting loose a loud cry. An astonishing scene then ensued. His massive body suddenly began to swell drastically once again, and two balls of flesh bulged from his shoulders. Following a string of harrowing cracks and pops, two more identical heads emerged on his shoulders. At the same time, 4 more balls of flesh bulged out of his back, and they transformed into 2 pairs of arms amid a flash of black light. The elderly man had transformed into a devilish being with 3 heads and 6 arms in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, there was violent black devilish chi erupting from his body, and his aura had swelled to become more than twice as powerful as it had originally been. As such, his early body integration stage powers rose to around the mid-body integration stage. After making this transformation, a vicious look appeared on all 3 of Lord Li's faces. He flipped his 6 hands over, and 6 black devilish swords emerged, then unleashed countless black threads that erupted forth like a giant net. The layers of silver light around him were instantly sliced into countless pieces, and Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this as he immediately waved a hand through the air. Just as Han Li was thinking this, he heard a muffled groan, and he hurriedly cast his gaze toward Fairy Silver Light to find that she was stumbling back a few steps with a hand clasped over her own shoulder. There was a red shield, a flag, and a jade badge hovering in front of her, but the spiritual light radiating from them had dimmed significantly, and it seemed that they had all been severely damaged. Lord Li was extremely alarmed to see this, but he refused to believe that he would lose to Han Li in a contest of strength. As such, all 3 of his heads let loose ferocious roars, and he swept his giant black staff toward the 2 mountains, sending countless staff projections hurtling through the air once again. An earth-shattering boom erupted, and Lord Li's hands instantly went numb as his giant staff was wrenched out of his grasp. At the same time, a burst of tremendous force crashed into his body, sending him flying back as he threw up a mouthful of black blood. The two giant mountains only faltered momentarily in mid-air before crashing down with devastating force again, threatening to crush Lord Li into mincemeat. An expression of shock and fury appeared on Lord Li's face, and his 6 arms suddenly detached from his body on their own, then transformed into a cloud of blood mist around him. Immediately thereafter, the two giant mountains also slammed into the blood mist, but Lord Li was already nowhere to be seen, clearly having escaped using some kind of movement technique. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this before a furious look appeared in his eyes. He thumped his own chest violently as an inky black vertical eye appeared on his glabella, and as soon as it emerged, a pillar of black light that was as thick as a large bowl erupted from it. The pillar of black light then instantly vanished into thin air, and in the next instant, a rumbling boom erupted several thousand feet away. An alarmed roar rang out, and spatial fluctuations erupted as the mountainous Lord Li stumbled out of thin air. Han Li immediately pointed to his 2 mountains in the distance without any hesitation upon seeing this, and the pair of mountains shuddered in response. Silver runes flashed on the surface of one of the mountains as it released a burst of gray light, while the other released scintillating azure light that transformed into countless streaks of invisible sword chi. The two intertwined with one another, and even heaven and earth tremored in the face of Han Li's wrath. Lord Li's faces immediately paled upon seeing this, and he stomped both of his feet onto the space below him without any hesitation. His feet then exploded into 2 bursts of blood mist as well, revealing a pair of silver foot bones. Not only were these foot bones flashing with silver light, there was also a pair of crimson talismans adhered to their surfaces. Lord Li's 3 heads then began to chant a strange incantation in unison, and the 2 crimson talismans spontaneously combusted. A dozen or so large crimson runes were imprinted onto the foot bones in a flash, following which the foot bones transformed into a pair of silver flying wheels amid a flash of spiritual light. Crimson devilish flames erupted over the surface of the flying wheels, and they began to rotate at a rapid speed, transforming the devilish lord into a streak of crimson light that hurtled away into the distance. Lord Li was naturally ecstatic to hear this, and he immediately gave an affirmative response before suddenly changing directions. At this point, the streak of green light was still close to 10 kilometers away, and a vicious look appeared on Lord Li's face as he flew directly toward a cluster of small mountains. This was where the other 2 devilish lords were hiding, and they had also set up an extremely discreet formation there. In Lord Li's mind, all they had to do was use the formation to kill the female human cultivator within the streak of green light, which would leave Han Li on his own, and the 3 of them would definitely be able to take him down together. Fairy Silverlight was naturally completely oblivious to this insidious plot, and she continued to give chase as quickly as she could. Within the span of just a few breaths, the 2 of them were about to enter the cluster of small mountains. Just as Lord Li was about to fly into one of the mountains, however, a rumbling thunderclap suddenly erupted right above him, following which a giant 4-winged bird emerged amid a flash of silver lightning. The bird then flapped its 4 wings and vanished again as an arc of lightning. In the next instant, Lord Li heard a thunderclap erupt right above his head, following which a set of enormous talons came sweeping down from above at such a rapid speed that there was no time for him to take evasive measures. In his shock and fury, he could only pour forth more energy into the protective spiritual light around his body, causing it to swell drastically and form a virtually substantial light barrier. However, the light barrier posed no impediment to the talons and was torn apart with ease. Lord Li let loose a blood-curdling cry as his body plummeted down from above. At the same time, 2 geysers of blood erupted from his shoulders, which had clearly just been pierced through by the giant bird's talons. However, even after being caught off guard and sustaining these wounds, Lord Li was still able to retaliate. The pair of devilish flying wheels beneath him transformed into a pair of head-sized crimson fireballs that shot forth directly toward the giant bird up above, and even before they had come into contact with the bird's body, the entire space had already been set alight. At the same time, Lord Li twisted around and transformed into a streak of crimson light again before continuing to fly toward the small mountain, which was only around half a kilometer away. As long as he could enter the devilish formation that had been set up and unite with his companions, he would no longer have to fear the giant bird he was being pursued by. However, the giant four-winged bird up above merely harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and a layer of five-colored light suddenly erupted from its body as it transformed into an extremely exuberant five-colored peacock. The peacock spread its wings to release balls of five-colored light, which formed 5 giant halos that hurtled directly toward the oncoming fireballs. As for the 5-colored peacock itself, it flapped its wings and disappeared again as a ball of 5-colored light. The 2 crimson fireballs struck these halos amid a string of explosive booms, melting through the first 3 halos, only to be stopped in their tracks by the 4th one. The final 2 halos then swept forth to trap the 2 fireballs, then formed a pair of massive balls of light. Immediately thereafter, the 2 balls of light exploded, and a vast expanse of 5-colored light surged forth in all directions. Lord Li was swept up by this 5-colored light, and his body suddenly felt extremely sluggish. He felt as if he were flying through extremely thick treacle, and his speed was reduced significantly. "Help me." As a devilish lord, Lord Li naturally had far more battle experience than the average cultivator, and he instantly knew that he was in an extremely perilous situation. His desperate cry for help rang out like a resounding thunderclap, and at the same time, he made a hand seal, and a suit of blackish-red armor appeared over his body amid a flash of black light. The entire suit of armor was covered in intricate silver runes, so it was clearly no ordinary treasure. Lord Li had only just had a chance to adopt this defensive measure before 2 giant shimmering golden fists suddenly entered the 5-colored light around him, then hurtled directly toward his chest. Under the restriction of the 5-colored light, there was no way for him to evade this attack, so he could only inject his power into the suit of armor with all his might. Scintillating light immediately erupted from the suit of armor, and it was as if a blackish-red sun had emerged. However, with Han Li's current level of unfathomable powers, his 2 fists were definitely no less powerful than a pair of ordinary spirit treasures. The wince-inducing sound of metal grating on metal rang out, and the first golden fist struck the suit of armor with ferocious might. Shockwaves proliferated outward in all directions in the wake of the collision, but the suit of devilish armor managed to remain intact as the silver runes on its surface flashed violently. However, the other golden fist then also struck the suit of devilish armor, and after receiving such a devastating blow twice in succession, it immediately shattered amid an anguished wail, revealing a layer of glossy black scales. The golden fist then crashed into Lord Li's devilish body without any hesitation, and a dull thump rang out as if the fist had struck a dead tree. Golden and black light intertwined, and Lord Li's body only swayed slightly before the fist was stopped cold in its tracks by that seemingly unremarkable layer of black scales. A sinister smile appeared on Lord Li's face upon seeing this, and he made a grabbing motion with all 6 of his hands. Devilish chi swirled around his fingers, and the vibrant 5-colored light around him twisted and warped violently, looking as if it were going to crumble at any moment. Right at this moment, a long cry rang out from the small mountain, and 2 devilish figures shot forth toward Lord Li as 2 rapid streaks of light. These were none other than the 2 other body integration stage devilish lords. All of a sudden, a string of crackling sounds rang out from the golden fist that was adhered to Lord Li's body, following which countless golden lightning snakes erupted forth in a frenzy, instantly forming a giant lightning net that encompassed his entire body. Lord Li let loose a howl of agony, and his suit of devilish armor was instantly destroyed by the ferocious barrage of golden lightning, and the seemingly indestructible layer of black scales also became completely dull and devoid of luster. The golden fist then opened up into a palm that plunged straight into Lord Li's chest, and the golden lightning erupting from the hand subsided, only to be replaced by a layer of silver flames that completely engulfed his body. No! Lordly only had a chance to let loose one more howl of despair before his body was completely incinerated into ashes by the scorching silver flames. Even his nascent soul hadn't managed to escape. Only then did a golden humanoid figure emerge within the five-colored light. This was none other than Hanli, who had reverted back to his human form. His entire body was shimmering with scintillating golden light, and that was a clear sign that he had activated his Provenance True Devil Arts to its maximal extent. At this moment, the other two devilish beings had also arrived on the scene. The spiritual light around them faded, revealing the bald devilish being and his companion, and both of them were staring at the ball of scorching silver flames burning in front of Hanli with incredulity in their eyes. "Brother Han, did you just kill that devilish lord?" A surprised female voice also rang out from behind Hanli as Fairy Silver Light arrived on the scene, then emerged from her shuttle with an astonished expression. "I was merely lucky, but it looks like we've got even more trouble on our hands now," Hanli said as he appraised the two devilish lords with a dark expression. As soon as his voice trailed off, he swept a hand through the air, and a clear cry immediately rang out from within the scorching silver flames. The silver fireball then transformed into a silver fire raven that was around 10 feet in length. The fire raven spread its wings and appeared above Han Li's head in a flash before circling around in the air like a living creature, and both of the devilish lords were appraising it with wariness in their eyes. "How dare you kill lordly right under our noses? We're going to make sure to put an end to your lives here no matter what," the devilish being with the blue patterns on his face said in a frosty voice. As for his bald companion, he wasted no time with words as he immediately made a hand seal to conjure up layers of black devilish chi around his own body. The devilish chi then formed a series of small black shields, each of which was around a foot in size, and the shields situated themselves directly in front of the two devilish lords. Immediately thereafter, he raised his other hand to release a burst of azure light into the heavens, which transformed into a massive azure gate that hung in midair. The gate was around 100 feet tall and roughly 8 feet thick. The surface of the gate was covered in patches of rust, and there were two extremely menacing giant ghostly heads engraved on each half of the gate, striking the beholder with a bone-chilling sensation. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately focused his gaze on this gate. As for the other devilish lord, he let loose a low roar and raised both hands up into the air to release a blue leather pouch that was around half a foot in size, as well as 13 streaks of black light. The leather pouch swelled drastically to around 10 feet in size, following which the opening was loosened, and over 100 balls of blue light rushed out from within it, then transformed into translucent blue flying snakes. Each snake was around 3 feet in length with a pair of transparent ice wings, and all of them were flicking their forked tongues incessantly. As for the 13 streaks of black light, they exploded almost as soon as they were released, transforming into 13 devilish flags enshrouded in dense black chi, and each flag was around 10 feet tall. These flags slowly unfurled themselves, and each flag contained an image of a half-naked woman standing on a mountain of bones. The women were all extremely lifelike and seductive in appearance. As soon as Fairy Silver Light caught sight of these treasures, her expressions changed drastically, and she exclaimed, "That's the Heavenly Azura Gate and a set of hierarchical True Devil flags." Heavenly Azura Gate hierarchical True Devil flags. Aren't those two of the 10 great devilish treasures of our spirit realm? Han Li asked in a rather surprised manner. "Be careful, Brother Han, the 10 great devilish treasures of our spirit realm are actually all replicas of renowned treasures of the Elder Devil realm, so those two treasures are most likely going to be even more powerful than the 10 great devilish treasures. It looks like we won't be able to take them down easily. How about we leave these two and continue on our journey? I'm sure they won't be willing to risk their lives to stop us," Fairy Silver Light suggested in a hesitant manner. It was quite clear that Fairy Silverlight wasn't optimistic about their chances against these powerful treasures, and was considering a retreat. It's too late. There's still a very long way to go until we reach Heavenly City. If we let these two go, the rest of our journey will be even more perilous. All you have to do is help me stall one of them for now, and I'll take them down one after another. Hanli transmitted his voice to her in response in an implacable manner. Fairy Silverlight was naturally aware that Hanli was right, and she was both surprised and elated by his confidence. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, she nodded and transmitted her voice in reply. Seeing as you're confident in your ability to take care of these two, then I'll do everything in my power to assist you. I'm going to summon a powerful treasure to trap one of them, the rest will be up to you, Brother Han. As soon as her voice trailed off, Fairy Silverlight made a rapid series of hand seals, and bright spiritual light erupted from her silver mask. Countless golden runes then emerged on the surface of the mask, and in the beginning, the runes were only around the size of grains of rice, but they quickly expanded to encompass the entire mask. She then let loose a delicate cry, and the silver mask warped slightly before sliding off her face. Immediately thereafter, it expanded to become the head of a beautiful woman that was around 10 feet in size. The head was shimmering with silver light with its eyes tightly shut, and had long golden hair that was several feet in length. Attack! A cold light flashed through the bald devilish lord's eyes upon seeing this, and he immediately bit down onto the tip of his own tongue, then opened his mouth to expel a mouthful of black blood, which transformed into a cloud of blood mist that enshrouded the ghostly azure gate. After witnessing Han Li's dismantling of Lord Li, the bald devilish being had already cast aside all complacency, and he was sacrificing some blood essence from the get-go to activate this trump card treasure of his. In the instant that the giant azure gate was enveloped by the blood mist, the eyes of the two giant ghostly heads engraved onto its surface abruptly turned red, and they suddenly seemed to have sprung to life as they opened their mouths to devour the blood mist in the air. The massive rusty gate then became as bright red as blood, and an overwhelming odor of blood and gore permeated through the air. The two ghostly heads raised up toward the heavens and let loose shrill howls in unison, then pounced forward violently, each revealing half a ghostly body that extended all the way to their waists. After that, the two menacing ghosts extended a thick powerful arm each and grabbed onto the black knocker, degree, on each gate before pulling with all their might. A buzzing sound rang out from the giant gate as it was slowly pried open, and even though only a slight opening had appeared, there were already gusts of fierce winds erupting from the gate, alongside ghostly cries and bone-chilling howls. As for the other devilish lord, he had also sprung into action as soon as his companion had yelled the word, "Attack." He quickly made a hand seal, and all of the translucent flying snakes around him instantly began to hiss in unison. Ferocious looks appeared in their eyes as they opened their mouths to expel clouds of blue glacial chi, which quickly inundated all of their bodies. He then made another hand seal, and bursts of black chi began to surge out of the 13 devilish flags at his behest. The devilish flags rotated on the spot before transforming into 13 skeletons, each of which was roughly the same height as an adult human. Sinister crimson light flashed within their eyes, and as they twisted their bodies, peals of delightful female laughter rang out. The laughter was extremely peculiar, and even Hanli was struck by a sense of dizziness upon hearing it. However, there was still more to come. The laughter ringing out from the 13 skeletons suddenly ceased, and they flew toward the devilish being with blue patterns on his face in unison. As opposed to being alarmed by this, the devilish lord remained calm and collected, and he let loose a low cry before sweeping a sleeve through the air, releasing 13 crimson pills that he had prepared in advance. These pills were each around the size of an egg, and they seemed to be extremely alluring to the skeletons as they immediately changed directions to pursue the pills instead. The 13 pills were evenly shared among the 13 skeletons, and in the instant that the pills were devoured, bursts of crimson light instantly erupted from their bodies. The skeletons then began to dance with elation within the devilish chi, and peals of joyful laughter rang out once again. Immediately thereafter, the 13 skeletons abruptly twisted around, and the crimson light around them instantly formed blood and flesh over the skeletons. In the blink of an eye, 13 half-naked and extremely seductive devilish women had appeared, and all of them were extremely gorgeous and alluring. Han Li's pupils immediately contracted slightly upon seeing this. "Go," the devilish lord commanded as he made a hand seal, then thrust a finger toward Han Li in a vicious manner. The expressions on the faces of the 13 seductive women instantly changed as they quickly grew sharp nails that were several inches in length each, then pounced toward Han Li with ferocious killing intent. The blue flying snakes in the air also flapped their wings, and the blue glacial chi in the nearby area was all drawn into their bodies. As a result, they transformed into over 100 giant ice spikes, each of which was around 10 feet in length, then shot forth through the air like speeding arrows. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he immediately swept a sleeve through the air to release 72 small golden swords. These swords then instantly swelled to around 3 feet in length each before splitting up into hundreds of sword projections. The sword projections shuddered slightly before hurtling through the air, transforming into golden threads that directly opposed the oncoming ice spikes. "As long as you can kill these two, I'll definitely provide a satisfactory blood sacrifice to you," the bald devilish lord replied in an urgent manner, then flipped a hand over to produce a long crimson saber. A vicious look then appeared in his eyes, and he brought the blade down in one powerful stroke, slicing off one of his own arms. The handsome young man's eyes immediately lit up at the sight of the dismembered arm, and he let loose a low cry, upon which his body swelled to around twice its original size, and he transformed into a giant ghostly monarch in a set of brocade robes with a golden crown on his head. His face had turned completely crimson in color, while his body was covered in green fur. There was also a row of bone spikes that were around a foot in length each protruding from his back, and there were 4 menacing tusks extending out of his mouth. The ghostly monarch opened his mouth to expel a burst of grey chi that swept up the dismembered arm, then drew the arm into his own mouth before chewing on it amid a burst of wince-inducing cracks and crunches. The bald devilish lord's face was slightly pale as he yelled, "All right, you've accepted my blood sacrifice, so hurry up and lend me your heavenly ghost badge." After swallowing the entire arm, the ghostly monarch licked his lips with a long purple tongue, then said with a greedy look in his eyes, "Hee, those two aren't ordinary beings. If you want me to summon the heavenly ghosts to assist you, then you'll need to offer a better sacrifice." "What? You're asking for far too much. I'm only asking you to take care of 2 measly human cultivators, yet you're still not satisfied even after devouring one of my arms." The bold devilish lord immediately flared up with rage. "Humph, you make it sound so simple. Can those 2 be compared with your past opponents? I'm most likely going to have to sacrifice many heavenly ghosts to take them down. It seems like you've already forgotten the pact that you made with me through this gate. Do you need me to refresh your memory?" the ghostly monarch asked in a menacing voice. The bald devilish lord's expression darkened even further, and he gritted his teeth before lashing out with the crimson blade again, slicing off one of his own legs on this occasion. "This should be enough, right? If you dare to say no, I'm going to destroy the pact between us even if it means we'll both end up with severe injuries." "Hee, that is indeed enough." The ghostly monarch nodded in an ecstatic manner, then drew the dismembered leg into his own mouth as well. Meanwhile, the bald devilish lord began to chant something, and bursts of black chi emerged from his self-inflicted wounds, following which new limbs quickly emerged. However, doing so made his complexion even paler than before. It was quite clear that even though he had regenerated his own limbs, the blood essence that he had lost would not be replenished so easily. After devouring the leg as well, the ghostly monarch let loose a long cry of elation, then swept a sleeve through the air to summon a crimson badge. He then tossed the badge behind himself while he flew into the ghostly gate as a gust of wind, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The bald devilish lord's expression eased slightly at the sight of the badge, and after taking a glance at Hanley and Fairy Silverlight, he immediately pointed a finger at the badge. The ghostly badge immediately began to spin rapidly on the spot, quickly transforming into a crimson tornado. Ferocious cries rang out from within the tornado, and 4 menacing ghosts sprang out from within, then quickly swelled to over 100 feet in size each. These 4 giant ghosts had furless crimson bodies, but their bodily structure bore a strong resemblance to that of an ape. Each of them had a pair of black horns on their heads, as well as a green hooked tail. As they whipped those tails through the air, they became too fast for the naked eye to follow, and one could only hear bursts of explosive booms erupting from behind the giant ghosts. The bald devilish lord immediately made a grabbing motion toward the 4 heavenly ghosts, and the crimson tornado in the distance immediately reverted back to a ghostly badge, then flew into his grasp in a flash. A vicious look then appeared on his face as he cast an incantation seal onto the badge while chanting something at the same time. The 4 giant ghosts were clearly bound by the badge, and they all turned to Fairy Silverlight with ferocious expressions at the bald devilish lord's behest. One of them let loose a fierce cry, and crimson light emerged from the backs of all 4 heavenly ghosts. A pair of purple bat wings then appeared on each of their backs, and they immediately flapped those wings, pouncing directly toward the light barrier up above. A cold smile appeared on the bald devilish lord's face upon seeing this. Having used the heavenly Azura gate on multiple past occasions, no one was more familiar than he was with just how fearsome these 4 heavenly ghosts were. Individually, each heavenly ghost was only at around the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage, but when they joined forces, even a mid-body integration stage being would most likely be no match for them. The light barrier that had trapped them did indeed appear to be quite profound, but it would be no match for the 4 heavenly ghosts. Even so, the devilish lord still opened his mouth to expel a small black seal. When it first emerged, it was only several inches in size, but it quickly swelled to several tens of feet, then hurtled up toward the light barrier overhead with devastating force. The 4 heavenly ghosts reached the light barrier up above in a flash, then swung their arms through the air to conjure up countless claw projections. At the same time, they also whipped their hooked tails forward to manifest countless streaks of green light. The combined attacks of the 4 ghosts were truly formidable, and the light barrier was only able to last for a few moments before it began to dim. The bald devilish lord was naturally ecstatic to see this, and he spurred on the giant black seal he had just summoned to strike the exact same spot on the light barrier. Black ripples immediately proliferated outward amid a resounding boom, and a crisp crack rang out, upon which countless thin white cracks appeared on the surface of the light barrier. It seemed to be on the verge of shattering. However, right at this moment, Fairy Silverlight suddenly flew over to the silver female head before her, then immediately thrust a palm toward it without any hesitation. The golden light in the silver head's eyes immediately shone even brighter, and it seemed to resonate with the light barrier down below. The golden formation on the light barrier emitted a loud buzzing sound, then released countless golden runes that vanished into the cracked barrier in a flash. A peculiar scene then ensued. In the instant that these golden runes surged into the light barrier, all of the cracks that riddled its surface were instantly sealed. A faint smile appeared on Fairy Silverlight's face upon seeing this. In contrast, the bald devilish lord was furious, and he immediately let loose a loud cry before injecting his magic power into the ghostly badge in his hand and the giant seal upon above again. Crimson light swirled within the eyes of the 4 heavenly ghosts, and they let loose sharp cries of fury as their bodies expanded once again. At the same time, they opened their mouths to release pillars of crimson light while summoning the same claw projections and streaks of green light from before. As for the giant black seal, a rumbling thunderclap erupted from it, following which bolts of black lightning shot forth from its surface. At the same time, hundreds of silver runes also surged out from the underside of the seal. It was quite clear that the bald devilish lord was unleashing the maximal extent of the seal's power. A torrential barrage of attacks struck the light barrier again, causing its surface to flash erratically with golden light. As the giant black seal struck the barrier for a second time, a black sun emerged amid an earth-shattering boom. The light barrier before the black sun was easily shattered, but then instantly regenerated amid another flash of bright golden light. The bald devilish lord was extremely frustrated by this, but he continued to make a series of hand seals to spur on the four heavenly ghosts and the giant seal. He knew that no matter how powerful this light barrier was, there was no way it could keep up this instantaneous regeneration indefinitely. As long as he continued to persist with the attacks, it wouldn't take long before the barrier would be overwhelmed. Most importantly, his companion was facing the other human cultivator, who had just slain Lordly, and the bald devilish being was very concerned for his safety. Thus, as he was unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks against the light barrier, he turned to appraise the other battle in a slightly uneasy manner, upon which his expression changed drastically. There, a giant net comprised of countless golden sword threads had appeared, trapping all of the blue flying snakes within it. The flying snakes all had extremely resolute bodies and could expel profound glacial chi out of their mouths, but they were still quickly being shredded by the golden threads. Not far away from the golden net, the devilish women formed by the 13 skeletons had reverted back to their original forms. They were now giant skeletons that were around 20 feet tall each, with black devilish flame burning around their bodies. Murky poisonous mist was being released from their mouths, and streaks of glazed light were being blasted out of their eyes. Even though they were clearly fighting with all their might, they were still forced to frantically flee from a dozen or so shimmering golden beetles with purple patterns all over their bodies. The vastly renowned hierarchical true devils seemed to be extremely fearful of these insects, and didn't dare to let them get close. At the same time, all of the devilish flames and poisonous mist they were releasing seemed to be completely ineffective against these beetles. As for Lord Lon himself, he was in an even sorrier state. The human cultivator he was facing had transformed into a giant golden ape that was over 1,000 feet tall, and he was wielding a pair of small mountains, forcing Lord Lon to stumble back in retreat with his devastating attacks. Lord Lon was both shocked and enraged by his opponent's overwhelming powers, and he was making a rapid series of hand seals as 7 different treasures flew frantically around him. However, no matter which treasure was struck by one of the 2 mountains, it would immediately be forced to fall back while another treasure took its place. Otherwise, if a single treasure were to take 3 or 4 consecutive blows from the mountains, it would most definitely be destroyed. Within mere moments from the commencement of the battle, Lord Lon was already being crushed. The bald devilish lord drew a sharp breath upon seeing this. Those 13 hierarchical true devils were no less powerful than the 4 heavenly ghosts he had summoned, yet they had been reduced to such a sorry state by nothing more than a few spirit insects. It seemed that they had still underestimated the power of that male human cultivator. With his level of power, perhaps only the 3 or 4 devilish lords at the pinnacle of the body integration stage would be able to take him down. With that in mind, the bald devilish lord hurriedly transmitted his voice to his companion. Not only that, but a resounding boom erupted from the mountains around the small mountain down below, and each mountain released a pillar of black light, which then transformed into massive formation flags. Each flag was as thick as a water tank, and they extended all the way into the heavens like giant celestial pillars. A devilish formation that was around several kilometers in radius then emerged from the ground with the cluster of small mountains as the core of the formation. The entire sky darkened, and the surrounding space tremored as bursts of black devilish chi surged out of the mountains in a frenzy. Countless black runes took shape around Hanli, and the surrounding air tightened, upon which he was completely immobilized and left hovering in midair. Immediately thereafter, the black runes exploded in rapid succession to form countless black threads of light. The black threads flashed erratically before transforming into a series of inky black chains, and they instantly bound the giant ape in an extremely tight manner. At the same time, the black devilish chi down below rumbled and churned, then transformed into a series of giant tentacles that swept directly toward Han Li. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he displayed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he let loose a low roar, and all of his fur immediately stood up on end, while his body also expanded drastically. The black chains around him tremored violently as they were stretched to their limits, then shattered into countless pieces. A fierce look appeared on Han Li's face, and his arms swelled significantly in size as he raised them high up into the air above his head while his fur shot forth as countless streaks of golden light. The streaks of golden light flashed through the air, sending ripples running through the surrounding space, and an invisible restriction was forcibly shattered. Han Li then made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a giant silver ruler appeared in his grasp. He swept the ruler behind him in a vicious manner without any hesitation, and a pillar of silver light erupted forth, vanquishing all of the oncoming devilish chi tentacles. All of a sudden, Lord Lan appeared on the summit of one of the small mountains, and his expression darkened slightly at the sight of the giant ape's ferocious display of power. He harumphed coldly as he swept a sleeve through the air to produce a glossy black gourd, which immediately tipped itself over to release several streaks of green light that vanished into the nearby devilish chi. After that, he flipped his other hand over to produce that black formation plate again, and he opened his mouth to expel a mouthful of blood essence that seeped into the plate as a cloud of blood mist. In the next instant, all of the destroyed tentacles regenerated back to their original condition and swept toward Han Li again. However, on this occasion, before the tentacles had even reached Han Li, several bone tridents shot forth from within them. Each bone trident was only around a foot in length, but their tips were of a sinister green color, and they were releasing a nauseating odor, clearly indicating that they were extremely poisonous. Han Li thumped his own chest with his massive ape fists upon seeing this, and an astonishing thunderclap rang out as arcs of golden lightning erupted from his body, forming a giant lightning net. Thunderclaps rang out in rapid succession, and all of the oncoming bone spikes faltered in their tracks upon striking the golden lightning. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Li raised his giant ape head and let loose a thunderous roar. In response, the golden lightning around him brightened even further, then swept through the surrounding area with devastating force. The bone tridents were struck by thick pillars of golden lightning almost at the exact same time, and even though they had clearly been refined using secret devilish techniques, there was no way they would be able to withstand a strike from so much divine devil-bane lightning. As such, they were instantly reduced to nothingness, and the giant tentacles were also reduced to clouds of mist in the wake of the golden lightning. Lord Lan faltered initially upon seeing this before a look of enlightenment and incredulity appeared on his face. "That's divine devil-bane lightning." His voice was filled with shock and fury. Those bone tridents appeared to be quite ordinary, but they were actually treasures that even devilish lords had to be quite wary of. There weren't many things in the world that could counter them, but divine devil-bane lightning just so happened to be one of those things. Han Li threw his head back and chortled to the heavens as he clenched his fists before throwing a vicious punch toward the mountain that Lord Lan was standing on. Spatial fluctuations erupted as a golden fist that was around an acre in size appeared in the air above the small mountain, then crashed down with devastating force. Lord Lan's expression changed drastically as he immediately laid a hand over his black formation plate, summoning a burst of devilish chi that inundated his entire body. An earth-shattering boom erupted as the giant golden fist struck the small mountain, which tremored violently before crumbling into a huge pile of rubble. Meanwhile, a burst of devilish chi emerged out of thin air above another nearby mountain, and Lord Lan reappeared. He quickly cast his gaze toward the small mountain that had just been destroyed, and his expression darkened even further. At the same time, Hanli made a grabbing motion with both hands, and his 2 mountains appeared in his grasp again before being hurled toward another 2 of the nearby small mountains. Those 2 mountains were also destroyed, and the devilish chi within the devilish formation immediately thinned noticeably. Lord Lan's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, following which a vicious look appeared in his eyes. "You're not breaking this formation. There's no way I'd let you escape from this place alive." As soon as his voice trailed off, he gritted his teeth and made a hand seal, upon which a dozen or so crimson pills flew out of his sleeves. The nearby devilish chi swirled, and 13 skeletons emerged before devouring the pills, then began to dance around Lord Lan in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Lord Lan himself abruptly laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and crimson light flashed from his body as his flesh and blood fell away, revealing another terrifying skeleton. Aside from a pair of eyeballs that were flashing with purple light, the skeleton was completely white and devoid of color. Its limbs were waving erratically through the air, and it was uttering an incantation in a shrill piercing voice that induced goosebumps on the listener's skin. The 13 skeletons around it also raised their heads and let loose sharp cries in unison, then vanished into the skeleton at the center as bursts of black chi. That skeleton then began to swell drastically, and light swirled over every single inch of its bones as it began to undergo a peculiar transformation. A dull thump akin to a rumbling thunderclap rang out, and the skeleton swelled to around 700 to 800 feet in size. Black devilish flames erupted over its entire body, and it resembled a fiend celestial that had just descended from the heavens. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was a series of small skulls embedded onto the giant skeleton's sternum. The skulls were only several feet in size each, and there were 13 of them, clearly having been transformed from the 13 skeletons. What was even more astonishing was that as the giant skeleton let loose a long cry, a burst of cracks and pops rang out, and 26 pairs of arms emerged from its back. Each arm was holding a different type of bone weapon, and as the weapons were swung through the air, howling devilish winds and scorching devilish flames swept through the surrounding area. This was the primary devil of the 13 hierarchical true devils, while its constituent skeletons were the secondary devils. However, this was a rather special method of cultivation where Lord Lan had refined his own body to become the primary devil. The benefits of this included drastically enhancing his own powers, allowing him to master several types of powerful devilish abilities, and erasing the risk of suffering backlash from the secondary devils. However, if he were to sustain overly severe wounds in this form, his mind could be corrupted by the devilish power he had attained, and he would be permanently reduced to a mindless primary devil. As such, if it weren't for the fact that Hanli was far more powerful than he had anticipated, he wouldn't have taken the risk to adopt this primary devil body. As soon as he adopted this form, a sense of overwhelming bloodlust flooded into Lord Lan's mind, and the fear he held toward Hanli was completely erased. After letting loose a burst of sinister cackling, he abruptly opened his mouth to expel a burst of devilish wind toward Hanli from afar. The devilish wind was extremely cold and encompassed the entirety of heaven and earth. The primary devil then stepped forward, and its body instantly vanished into the gust of devilish wind. At this point, Hanli had already pulverized most of the small mountains nearby using his own mountains as projectiles, and the mountain that the primary devil had been standing on before was the only one left. As the gust of devilish wind swept toward him, Hanli immediately hurled his pair of mountains forward once again. The 2 extreme mountains positioned themselves in front of him, and they began to swell drastically once again, reaching over 10,000 feet in height each. The devilish wind struck the 2 extreme mountains with tremendous force, and a thick layer of ice immediately took shape on the 2 mountains. Hanli stomped a foot onto the ground and launched himself onto the summit of one of the mountains, then peered carefully into the gust of devilish wind with blue light flashing in his eyes. In the next instant, he suddenly let loose a furious roar as his giant ape hands lashed out like lightning, sending countless golden fist projections hurtling toward a certain spot within the devilish wind. A burst of unsettling cackling rang out as countless giant blade projections emerged from within the devilish wind, and the surfaces of these blade projections were all riddled with crimson runes. The seemingly indestructible golden fist projections were all sliced apart one after another, following which the blade projections continued on toward Han Li. The blue light in Han Li's eyes brightened even further upon seeing this, and he suddenly waved a hand through the air. 13 giant golden flowers immediately flew toward him before transforming into his 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. They had been trapped momentarily by the restriction within the devilish formation, and they had only just managed to free themselves. Without requiring any instructions from Han Li, the 13 beetles expanded drastically to several tens of feet in size each, then instantly conjured up countless projections that appeared before Han Li like countless purple shields. The blade projections were extremely sharp, but all of them merely vanished amid dull thumps upon striking the beetles. With how resolute the bodies of the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles were, there really was barely anything in this world that could truly destroy them, and those blade projections were no exception. Right at this moment, a giant vortex appeared in the air above Han Li, following which a huge black figure descended from above. The black figure was wielding 26 bone weapons and enveloped in a sea of black flames. The primary devil that Lord Lan had transformed into was unleashing a sneak attack on Han Li. However, Han Li seemed to have anticipated this in advance and wasn't alarmed in the slightest. He abruptly took a deep breath, and a suit of black armor appeared over his body amid a burst of churning black qi, and countless black runes erupted from the suit of armor to protect him. He then rubbed his hands together before separating them and raising them up into the air, casting a giant net of lightning that erupted toward the descending sea of devilish flames. The black devilish flames and golden lightning clashed amid a resounding boom, and both were instantly significantly diminished as if they were direct counters to one another. Meanwhile, the 26 giant bone weapons came crashing down toward Han Li's head without any hesitation. A cold smile suddenly appeared on Han Li's face, and golden light erupted behind him as a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged. The projection swung its 6 arms through the air and released 6 balls of golden light. The balls of light converged above Han Li, then transformed into a golden vortex that was around an acre in size. This was none other than the revolving golden light. Under the smokescreen provided by the dazzling golden vortex, a faint green figure also shot forth from Han Li's body, then vanished into the nearby devilish qi. Meanwhile, waves of golden light were being released by the rapidly revolving golden vortex, and these golden waves instantly encompassed all of the oncoming bone weapons. At the same time, the golden projection behind Han Li let loose a low cry, and a burst of enormous suction force erupted from the golden waves. Under the influence of this power of laws, the final small mountain nearby crumbled into rubble amid a resounding boom. All of the fierce winds sweeping through the devilish formation dissipated, and all of the devilish qi in a radius of several tens of kilometers quickly thinned out. Countless specks of 5-colored light began to appear before surging toward the blade segment in a frenzy, and the incomplete blade segment suddenly became whole again. A faint buzzing sound rang out from the purple blade, and the fluctuations of power of laws intensified even further. As for the specks of 5-colored light that hadn't yet surged into the blade, they all transformed into 5-colored runes. A cold smile appeared on the golden body's face, and it aimed the purple blade up at the primary devil overhead while roughly doubling its rate of injection of 5-colored light into the purple blade. Due to the enormous amount of 5-colored light passing through it, the arm that was wielding the purple blade had turned into a rainbow color, and a terrifying aura that threatened to destroy heaven and earth erupted from the blade. As more and more of the world's origin qi was injected into the blade, this aura became even more fearsome. The primary devil that was battling Han Li in the distance shuddered upon sensing this terrifying aura, and the violent killing intent of the primary devil significantly abated as the logic of Lord Lan returned. The giant skeleton immediately hurled its 26 bone weapons through the air without any hesitation, then quickly pointed at the weapons, upon which they converged to form a sinister-looking blade that was several hundred feet in length. The giant blade came crashing down from above while the primary devil shot back in retreat, flying back to over 1,000 feet away in a flash. However, right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted near the primary devil, and a huge green hand shot forth like lightning to grip onto its shoulder in a completely unexpected turn of events. The primary devil was naturally extremely alarmed by this, but a ferocious look then appeared in its eyes as it expelled a burst of devilish flames out of its mouth. The huge black hand was set alight and was quickly charred into a blackened state, but it displayed no intention of letting go. Green light flashed several times in rapid succession, and not only did the hand completely regenerate to its original condition, it was now gripping even more tightly onto the primary devil's shoulder. Only then did the primary devil begin to panic. It swung several of its arms through the air in unison, and then transformed into a dozen or so bone blades that slashed toward the giant green hand. A string of sickening cracks rang out in rapid succession as each of the bone blades sliced around a foot deep into the huge hand, but they were unable to progress any further. This green hand was much more resolute than even the average treasure. The primary devil was truly growing very alarmed now, and it let loose a loud roar as its body disassembled into countless bones in an instant. The giant green hand was still holding tightly onto 7 or 8 of its bones, but the rest of the skeleton converged several tens of feet away in its complete form, and it seemed that those missing bones hadn't affected its body at all. However, during this split-second delay, the Provenance golden body down below had already finished what it was doing. Golden runes appeared on the surface of the purple blade before it was slashed toward the primary devil up above. A tremendous burst of power of laws instantly erupted from the blade, transforming into a giant black wave that surged through the air, reaching the primary devil in a flash. The primary devil was extremely alarmed by this, and the devilish flames around its body swelled drastically before sweeping toward the massive wave. At this point, the entire devilish formation had already crumbled, and the black devilish chi had all dissipated, so everything within where the devilish formation once stood was revealed. The giant light barrier that had trapped the bald devilish being and the 4 heavenly ghosts had already been shattered, and the devilish lord had emerged in mid-air alongside the heavenly ghosts. The 4 heavenly ghosts wore their usual vicious expressions, but the bald devilish lord's expression had become extremely strained. He could see that the devilish formation they had painstakingly set up had been completely destroyed, and Lord Lan's aura had also vanished without a trace, so he was naturally very alarmed and bewildered. As an acquaintance of Lord Lan, he was naturally aware of the hierarchical true devils that Lord Lan had cultivated. He knew that when fully unleashed, the hierarchical true devils were even more powerful than the 4 heavenly ghosts he had summoned. It had only taken him a very short time to break through the light barrier he had been trapped under, but during this time, Lord Lan had been slain even after using his hierarchical true devils, and that was astonishing to the bald devilish lord. In the instant that the light barrier was shattered, Fairy Silver Light threw up several mouthfuls of blood, and her face became deathly pale. It was quite clear that she had paid a very heavy price to keep the bald devilish lord trapped within her light barrier. Han Li turned toward the bald devilish lord, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. However, before he had a chance to do anything, the devilish lord suddenly made a hand seal and fled the scene as a streak of black light. He had made a snap decision to flee, seeing as the situation had taken a dramatic turn for the worse. The 4 heavenly ghosts were also swept up into the streak of black light, and as for the heavenly Azura gate, it merely vanished as soon as the devilish lord fled the scene, as if it were nothing more than a projection. Han Li harumphed coldly as he narrowed his eyes, then made a hand seal to release the 13 purple-striped gold devouring beetles out of his sleeve again. At the same time, a thunderclap erupted behind Han Li, and a pair of translucent wings emerged on his back. He then transformed into his giant four-winged Tianping form and quickly sped away into the distance as an arc of silver lightning. In the blink of an eye, the giant bird and the black streak of light had vanished into the distant sky, and Fairy Silverlight immediately heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that Han Li's speed outstripped that of the black streak of light. She knew that in her current state, she wouldn't be of any help to Han Li even if she were to give chase, so she simply remained where she was. She quickly pulled a jade vial out of her storage bracelet and consumed 7 or 8 pills at once. As a result, she was quite reinvigorated, but a slightly unnatural flush had appeared on her face. After that, she turned toward the piles of rubble where the devilish formation had once stood, and a contemplative look appeared in her eyes. Around an hour later, a streak of azure light returned. The azure light faded, and Han Li emerged in an expressionless manner, then dropped a round object from above, which landed right in front of Fairy Silverlight. The object gave off an overwhelming stench of blood and gore, and it was the head of one of the heavenly ghosts. Translation: Ooga booga, me strong, me kill ghost, me want SNU right now. This was a restriction he had learned from a certain foreign race, and he had cast it onto the wooden box as a safety precaution. Immediately thereafter, the wooden box was stowed away into his storage bracelet amid a flash of azure light, and he focused his entire attention on flight. At his and Fairy Silverlight's current speeds, they were quickly able to cover a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Meanwhile, within a newly constructed devilish city that was countless kilometers away, there was a hall situated within one of the massive pyramids. All of a sudden, a thunderous roar of fury erupted from within the hall. What happened? How did 3 devilish lords fail to transport a single item? Do those 3 pieces of trash want to be thrown into the devil form pond? The one who had spoken was a crimson-robed young man sitting in the main seat at the center of the hall. It was none other than the clone of sacred ancestor Shuaiguang, and his face was currently etched with fury. This clone was only at the pinnacle of the body integration stage, but in his burning fury, a giant devilish projection that was over 100 feet tall abruptly appeared behind him. The projection was completely crimson in color with a dozen or so horns on its head. At the same time, there were several thick tentacles extending from its body and whipping wildly through the air, making it appear as if it were a giant octopus. The terrifying aura released by the devilish projection was causing the entire hall to creak and tremor violently, as if it were going to collapse at any moment. In the face of this terrifying aura, the black-armored guards in the hall hurriedly half-knelt onto the ground and lowered their heads with horrified expressions, not daring to look up at sacred ancestor Shuaiguang. There were only 2 high-grade devilish beings standing near sacred ancestor Shuaiguang, and they immediately exchanged a bewildered glance upon seeing this. One of the 2 was a man in a baggy silver robe, and he asked, "What's made you so angry, Master Shuaiguang?" The fury on sacred ancestor Shuaiguang's face quickly faded, but his voice was still very heavy as he replied, "I asked 3 of my subordinates to transport something very important, but the wisp of spiritual sense I left on that item has been cut off by a secret technique. Something must have happened to those 3. Otherwise, there's no way the item would have been lost." The other high-grade devilish being was a pink-robed middle-aged beauty, and she said in a bewildered manner, "Is that so? That seems very implausible. With 3 devilish lords traveling together, they should be able to protect themselves even against a human cultivator at the pinnacle of the body integration stage. As for that grand ascension stage human cultivator, he was wounded by several sacred ancestors when he ventured into our sacred realm around 1,000 years ago, so surely he won't appear at a time like this. It is indeed quite incredible to think that the 3 of them could have perished all at once, but it's not impossible for someone to have simply taken the treasure from them. I just tried to contact them using a secret technique, but there was no response. Someone go check if any devilish lord-level soul flames have been snuffed out in the soul hall, sacred ancestor Shuaiguang instructed with a dark expression. Yes, sacred ancestor. One of the black-armored guards immediately extended a respectful bow before backing out of the hole. Sacred ancestor Shui Guang leaned back in his seat and fell silent as he narrowed his eyes slightly. The two high-grade devilish beings were naturally aware that he was in a foul mood, and didn't dare to speak either. Thus, the entire hall became deathly silent. Around 10 minutes later, the black-armored figure rushed into the hall again, then half-knelt onto the ground and reported in a slightly panicked manner, "Sacred ancestor, the soul flames of 3 devilish lords have been snuffed out in quick succession." 3. Sacred ancestor Shui Guang's eyes immediately widened, and one of the armrests of his chair was instantly crushed into dust in his white-knuckled grip amid a dull thump. "Yes, sacred ancestor. The supervisor of the Soul Hall has confirmed that these 3 soul flames belong to Lord Lan's trio," the guard replied in a careful manner. Upon receiving this news, sacred ancestor Shui Guang was looking like a volcano that was on the brink of eruption. The 2 high-grade devilish beings in the hall also exchanged an astonished glance upon hearing this. However, both of them could tell that sacred ancestor Shui Guang was more enraged by the fact that the aforementioned item had been lost, rather than the deaths of the 3 devilish lords. This made them both rather curious about just what this item was. Sacred ancestor Shui Guang sat in a brooding silence for a long while before finally making a decision. "You two, lead a group of bloodlight crystal guards and set off right away to find the place where those 3 were killed. Even if a Grand Ascension cultivator had been responsible, there must still have been signs of battle left behind. Carefully examine every single inch of soil there, and be sure to verify the identity and whereabouts of the human cultivators responsible. Drop all your other duties for now and prioritize this one above all else. Contact me as soon as you find any useful information." "Yes, Master Shui Guang." The pair of high-grade devilish beings immediately accepted their orders with a respectful bow. An hour later, a crimson cloud flew out of a certain level of the pyramid, and sinister devilish beings in suits of translucent crimson armor could be seen within the cloud. There were over 100 such beings in total, and they quickly vanished into the distance. Over a month later, 2 streaks of light shot forth in an extremely discreet manner toward a giant human city constructed beside a lake. After just a few flashes, the 2 streaks of light landed on a nameless mountain nearby. They were none other than Hanli and Fairy Silverlight, who had finally made it to the general vicinity of Heavenline City. Both of them were currently appraising Heavenline City with grim expressions. In the air in front of one of Heavenline City's city walls, there were tens of thousands of giant black arcs hovering in mid-air, and between these arcs were countless ferocious devilish cavaliers. The devilish beast steeds of these cavaliers had black clouds beneath their feet and were fitted with suits of beastly armor, clearly setting them apart from those normal devilish beasts. Those are the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers. The rumors were correct. The elder devil race only sent armies of low-grade devilish beasts to attack our Deep Heaven City, but they've sent out their truly elite forces to wipe out the other human settlements in the area. These all-encompassing devilish cavaliers are mostly only at the core formation stage or nascent soul stage, but after fusing as one with their devilish steeds through the use of a devilish secret technique, their powers will be multiplied, and human cultivators of the same cultivation base definitely wouldn't be a match for them. Even a deity transformation or spatial tempering stage being would be forced to flee if they were to be attacked by a large group of these cavaliers. Also, I heard that they're very adept in combination techniques, and a devilish formation set up by over 10,000 of these cavaliers will pose quite a threat even to cultivators of our caliber. There appears to be over 100,000 all-encompassing devilish cavaliers here, so it's no wonder that Heavenline City is desperately asking for reinforcements, Fairy Silverlight said in a grim manner. The all-encompassing devilish cavaliers aren't the most troublesome things to deal with, it's those guys. Han Li's lips twitched slightly as he pointed toward a cluster of giant black arcs. There were some armored devilish beings near the arcs with beastly lower bodies and human upper bodies. At the same time, they each had 3 different heads and 6 arms. The middle heads were all completely identical to those of normal humans, and they were all handsome male heads or gorgeous female heads. However, the other 2 heads were extremely terrifying to behold and resembled those of malicious ghosts. They were all holding different weapons in their 6 hands, and even though they numbered far fewer than the devilish cavaliers, the collective baleful aura they were releasing was extremely astonishing. Furthermore, there were a series of glowing gray projections behind them, and upon closer inspection, Hanli discovered them to be projections of giant ferocious beasts. The largest of these projections were over 1,000 feet in size, and even the smallest ones were over 100 feet in stature. These devilish beings all wore cold expressions, and seemed to be completely devoid of emotions. Those are the Jialuan war devils. There are only a few thousand of them, but Heavenly City truly is in trouble here, Fairy Silverlight said as she drew a sharp breath. I presume these Jialuan war devils have played a big role in the deaths of Heavenly City's 2 grand elders, Hanli said with a grim expression. Apparently, Jialuan war devils rank in the top 5 even among the elite forces of the elder devil race. If those 2 fallen fellow Taoists had been trapped by these devils before being attacked by other devilish lords, then it would have indeed been very difficult for them to escape. I really want to see just how powerful these war devils are in action, Fairy Silverlight mused. Hee, it seems that your wish is about to come true, Hanli suddenly chuckled. Almost at the exact same moment, a burst of buzzing suddenly rang out from the giant black arcs, following which almost every single one of them released countless black pillars of light that hurtled directly toward the giant city wall up ahead in a frenzy. A string of resounding booms rang out, and formations of all different colors emerged on the surface of the slightly damaged city wall. These formations conjured up layers of shimmering light barriers that managed to withstand the powerful pillars of black light, which exploded into violent black ripples that made the entire sky dim significantly. Right at this moment, the sound of rumbling war drums rang out from the arcs, following which over 100 mountainous giant beasts emerged from the battle arcs. Following their emergence, the human warriors could only continue to oppose the devilish army with all their might, and as a result of their desperate efforts, even the giant rhinoceros beasts were forced to a standstill. At the same time, a profound incantation rang out from within the city, and a series of huge blue formations emerged behind the city wall. Immediately thereafter, bolts of blue lightning sprang out of these formations amid a string of rumbling thunderclaps. The bolts of lightning formed a series of massive lightning nets, each of which was several thousand feet in size, and they descended toward the other side of the city wall. Countless low-grade devilish beasts, as well as many giant rhinoceros beasts, were caught under the explosions of these nets of lightning, resulting in the emergence of a series of giant blue lightning clouds. The low-grade devilish beasts were instantly destroyed, and even the dense light barriers around the giant rhinoceros beasts were torn apart. The bolts of lightning struck their enormous bodies in a frenzy, causing them to roar with agony as large sections of their bodies were charred black. However, these giant beasts truly possessed astonishing vitality. Not only were these lightning strikes unable to kill them, they seemed to have only enraged the beasts further. They swung their heads vigorously through the air, releasing several more black halos that surged toward the city wall, and an earth-shattering boom rang out as a section of the giant city wall finally collapsed. Through this gap in the city wall, one could even see the backup army of human warriors in the city. These human warriors were all deathly pale, but they were forced to maintain their formation by the intimidation of the law-enforcing nascent soul cultivators up above. Meanwhile, the general of the devilish army was becoming very impatient. A sharp piercing cry erupted straight into the heavens from one of the giant black arcs, and the cry was filled with unadulterated killing intent. A cold light flashed through the eyes of the devilish cavaliers near the arc, and they all began to converge together into massive groups. From a distance, it looked as if several black seas had suddenly appeared in the air, and they were setting up complex formations as they slowly advanced toward Heavenly City. The devilish cavaliers and their devilish beast steeds all began to release a vast amount of inky black devilish chi, and the sun up above was quickly completely concealed by a black devilish sea. Some of the giant arcs suddenly blasted forth pillars of purple light that instantly vanished into the bodies of the giant rhinoceroses, and their injuries were completely healed within the span of just a few breaths. Their eyes then turned bright red in response to the sharp cry that had just erupted behind them, and they crashed through the oncoming attacks as they charged directly toward the gap in the city wall. Under the cover of these giant rhinoceroses, the army of low-grade devilish beasts was also finally able to advance toward Heavenly City as well. As such, the situation had become extremely perilous for Heavenly City. Right at this moment, spiritual light flashed several times in rapid succession from the gap in the city wall, and groups of human cultivators suddenly appeared, then frantically waved the formation flags they were holding through the air. A string of loud rumbling rang out as giant bricks of different colors came raining down from above, completely filling the gap in the blink of an eye. Not only were these bricks remarkably huge, they were all as smooth and lustrous as jade, clearly having been specially refined. After they blocked the opening in the city wall, the cultivators up above immediately cast incantation seals toward them, and they immediately fused with the rest of the city wall in a seamless manner. In the instant that the opening in the city wall vanished, the surfaces of several giant buildings in Heavenly suddenly blurred, following which countless runes emerged from them. These runes swirled through the air before forming a series of profound formations of different sizes, and immediately thereafter, these buildings transformed into giant stone puppets amid a string of rumbling booms. Each puppet was completely devoid of facial features aside from a huge single eye, and there was a house-sized opening on each of their bellies. Within each of those openings were several human cultivators standing on a heptagram, holding strange treasures with nervous looks on their faces. These giants abruptly threw their heads back and let loose thunderous roars, then immediately rushed over to the city wall before rubbing their hands together. A gust of fierce glacial wind swept forth, and countless specks of blue light appeared within the glacial wind before converging toward their palms. In the blink of an eye, a series of translucent ice spears that resembled 1,000-feet-long pillars appeared. The giant puppets grabbed onto the spears, then hurled them violently through the air, upon which they instantly vanished amid flashes of blue light. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in the air above the giant rhinoceroses, and over 1,000 streaks of piercing blue light emerged out of thin air. These streaks of blue light then transformed into 1,000-feet-long ice spears that pierced through the rhinoceroses' mountainous bodies before exploding violently. Following their explosions, the spears transformed into clouds of blue mist that were several acres in size, sealing the severely wounded rhinoceroses into gargantuan ice statues. The yellow protective light barriers around their bodies had completely failed to protect them. Loud thunderclaps then erupted as over 100 massive bolts of crimson lightning crashed down from above, piercing through the dense devilish chi without any warning before shattering all of the gigantic ice statues. All of the giant rhinoceroses were instantly slain on the spot, and even their souls hadn't managed to escape. Within a set of secret chambers inside the bodies of these giant stone puppets, a group of deity transformation stage human cultivators all released the items in their hands as relieved expressions appeared on their faces. These items were a series of shimmering red talismans, upon which were inscribed countless golden and silver runes. As soon as these talismans were released by the human cultivators, they immediately completely dimmed and disintegrated into plumes of smoke. Almost at the exact same moment, the human warriors on the city wall had exhausted the powers of their weapons, and they quickly began to retreat back to the city. They were replaced by groups of human cultivators wearing four-colored robes, and as soon as they arrived on the city wall, they summoned a series of shimmering treasures, which transformed into swathes of five-colored light that hurtled directly toward the oncoming army of low-grade devilish beasts. All of the low-grade devilish beasts that came into contact with these swathes of light were instantly destroyed, and it was quite clear that these weapons were far more powerful than the weapons the human warriors had been using. With so many cultivators attacking at once, they were able to conjure up an astonishing spectacle, even though there weren't many high-grade beings among their ranks. Without the protection of the giant rhinoceroses, the low-grade devilish beasts were being wiped out at an alarming rate, and the devilish army was being severely dented. As a result, the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers behind the low-grade devilish beasts immediately spurred on the devilish cloud around them to more than double the speed of its advancement. Following a command issued by a high-grade cultivator, who was the leader of all of the human cultivators on the city wall, everyone immediately directed their treasures away from the low-grade devilish beasts and aimed them toward the devilish cloud instead. The treasures hurtled toward the devilish cloud like a series of shooting stars, and a few dull thumps rang out as the devilish cloud churned violently. A series of massive black runes then surged out of the cloud in a frenzy before forming a giant black formation. Treasures rained down upon the formation like a torrential storm, but the formation merely tremored slightly before keeping all of the treasures at bay. Right at this moment, the devilish cavaliers within the devilish cloud each raised a hand at the same time, conjuring up long blades that were several feet in length each before slashing them violently through the air. Countless black blade projections swept out of the devilish cloud as streaks of black light, and resounding explosions echoed throughout the entire heavens. Hundreds of thousands of human treasures clashed with these blade projections before instantly being sliced into pieces, then disintegrated into specks of light of different colors. The entire sky was instantly illuminated by these colorful lights, and at the same time, the devilish cavaliers let loose loud roars as they hurled their long blades through the air. The blades transformed into streaks of black light that vanished into the giant formation up above, and a series of giant black blades quickly re-emerged from the center of the formation amid erratic flashes of black light. Each of the blades was several hundred feet in length, and they immediately swept forward before crashing viciously down toward the city wall up ahead. Black light swirled around the giant blades, and blade projections that were over 10,000 feet in length hurtled directly toward the city wall, unleashing a devastatingly fearsome aura. All of the human cultivators encompassed beneath this burst of terrifying spiritual pressure immediately flew into a blind panic, and many of them rose up into the air to flee the scene, but it was already too late. The giant black blade projections swept through the air, reducing all of the human cultivators to shreds of mangled blood and flesh, and another massive section of the city wall was felled, creating a huge gap that was over 1,000 feet wide. Over 10,000 cultivators had just been killed by that single attack alone, and all of the human cultivators on the city wall were extremely horrified to see this. Some of them gritted their teeth and continued to attack the devilish formation in the distance, while others hurriedly summoned defensive treasures as a prophylactic measure. After unleashing that devastating barrage of attacks, the giant black blades at the center of the formation disintegrated into specks of black light, following which a bone-chilling cry rang out from that gargantuan devilish arc again. Vicious looks appeared on the faces of all of the devilish cavaliers upon hearing this sound, and they roared as they abruptly spurred on their devilish steeds to carry them forward as rapid streaks of black light. The distance of several kilometers was covered by these devilish cavaliers in just a few flashes, and all of the attacks that they were struck by were repelled by the black light barriers that appeared over their suits of armor. Only very few of the oncoming treasures managed to break through their defenses, but the number of devilish cavaliers that were felled by these treasures was simply negligible in the grand scheme of things. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 all-encompassing devilish cavaliers had reached the protective light barrier in front of the city wall, and they unleashed countless streaks of powerful black light with their weapons to attack the light barrier. Meanwhile, their devilish steeds were also unleashing all types of abilities, with some blasting pillars of flames out of their mouths, while others conjured up a series of giant wind blades, and some were even directly attacking the light barrier with their horns. In the face of such an astonishing number of attacks, the protective light barrier was only able to last for the span of a few breaths before flashing erratically, looking as if it were on the verge of collapse. Just a single wave of attacks from these all-encompassing devilish cavaliers was threatening to breach the city's defenses, and the oncoming human treasures were completely ineffective against them. As for the giant stone puppets in the city, they seemed to only be capable of unleashing that one attack, and they had reverted back to become giant buildings again thereafter. However, a clear ringing sound suddenly erupted from one of the giant towers, immediately following which spatial fluctuations surged through the air nearby, and thousands of human cultivators suddenly emerged. All of them wore grim expressions, and they quickly formed a massive formation with the giant tower at the very center. After that, they lowered their heads and raised a hand each as they began to chant incantations in unison. 5 colored incantation seals formed by spiritual power surged into the massive tower as countless streaks of spiritual light, and a loud buzzing sound rang out from the tower as dazzling 5-colored light appeared over its surface. At the same time, violent tremors suddenly ran through a plot of empty land outside the city wall, and the ground abruptly split open to reveal a series of inky black tunnels. Immediately thereafter, groups of copper humanoid figures that were each around 20 feet tall rushed out of the tunnels. These copper humanoid figures were clad in thick and heavy suits of armor, and were wielding all types of weapons, including long halberds and powerful crossbows. Some of them were riding atop copper spirit beast steeds, while others were standing on azure war carriages that were over 100 feet in length each. These humanoid figures pounced toward the devilish cavaliers in a completely expressionless manner, and the devilish general in the giant ark seemed to be rather taken aback to see this, but he then harumphed coldly before letting loose another piercing cry. Ferocious looks immediately appeared in the eyes of the devilish cavaliers as they rushed toward the puppet army, and a fierce battle immediately ensued. During this brief period of respite, a series of dazzling streaks of light appeared in the air above the city wall. These streaks of light then faded to reveal several thousand high-grade human cultivators, and they summoned countless treasures before also joining the battle. Even though the army of copper puppets was clearly no match for the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers, the addition of the high-grade cultivators allowed them to hold their own. Furthermore, with the assistance from the desperate attacks being unleashed by the low-grade cultivators on the city wall, they were slowly gaining the upper hand. Strangely enough, the devilish general in the giant ark didn't send the Jolluin war devils into battle despite this. Only after several hours had passed, when both the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers and the human army had suffered some casualties, did the dull chime of a bell suddenly ring out. As soon as the devilish cavaliers heard this sound, they immediately began to retreat, forming a series of tight defensive formations as they did. At the same time, the Jolluin war devils began to advance while appraising the human army with cold expressions. The high-grade human cultivators' hearts jolted upon seeing this, and they didn't dare to pursue the retreating devilish cavaliers. The copper puppet army also stopped not far away from Heavenline City at the behest of some mysterious cultivators in the city. After these devilish cavaliers retreated back to the giant arks, they immediately disappeared into the arks as specks of black light. Once all of the devilish cavaliers had entered the arks, the Jolluin war devils also turned back and did the same thing. A loud buzzing sound rang out, and all of the giant black arks instantly flew away into the distance, vanishing out of sight in what seemed like the blink of an eye. After launching a massive attack against the city, the devilish army had retreated in an inexplicable fashion. Hanli and Fairy Silverlight couldn't help but exchange a befuddled glance upon seeing this. Hanli was silent for a moment before analyzing in a contemplative manner, "Something's not right." If those Jolluin war devils had joined the battle, the devilish army could have immediately regained the upper hand, and if the devilish lords had been deployed as well, then it's quite possible that they could have forced their way into the city. With so many devilish elites in this army, I'm sure there would be quite a few devilish lords among their ranks as well. 2 of Heavenly City's Grand Elders have already perished, which means there are only 2 body integration cultivators left in the city, so they're at a grave disadvantage when it comes to top-grade forces. Heavenly City must have some other trump card that the devilish army has already fallen prey to, which is why they're proceeding with such caution. That does indeed sound quite plausible. It seems that our task here may not be as difficult as we imagined. Fairy Silverlight's expression eased slightly upon hearing this. I wouldn't be so quick to jump to conclusions. Even if Heavenly City does possess some kind of powerful trump card, it's most likely not enough to oppose the devilish army. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken such a risk to request reinforcements from Deep Heaven City. We'll only know what the exact situation is like when we enter the city, Hanley said. Fairy Silverlight nodded in response. I guess so. Even though the devilish army has retreated, they've definitely left behind some scouts to monitor the situation here, but there's no way they can stop us, so let's head to the city right away. Fairy Lin, one of the Heavenly Sovereign sect, is an old acquaintance of mine. I wonder how she's doing. Indeed, this is a great opportunity for us to enter the city. Let's go, Hanley agreed with a nod. At this point, the human cultivators and puppet army had also retreated back to the city, and the 2 of them began to fly toward the city as 2 streaks of light. Their approach naturally attracted the attention of the high-grade human cultivators in the distance, and some of the spatial tempering cultivators among them swept their spiritual sense toward Hanley's duo from afar. Upon verifying that the 2 were both humans, a stir immediately ran through the group of human cultivators. Just as they were about to reach Heavenly City, a bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out, seemingly out of nowhere. I've been waiting for you. As soon as the voice trailed off, the nearby world's origin chi surged violently, and a set of mountainous devilish claws emerged out of thin air before hurtling toward the 2 streaks of light. The devilish claws were several thousand feet in size and completely inky black in color, with pillars of green flames erupting from the fingertips. Its enormous size encompassed the entire heavens, and Hanley's duo was struck by the sense that there was no way to evade it. One of the devilish lords must have stayed behind. Fairy Silverlight exclaimed as she immediately swept both of her sleeves through the air. Silverlight flashed, and a pair of silver hooks shot forth before transforming into a white crescent moon and a scorching crimson sun. Each celestial body was several hundred feet in size, and they hurtled directly toward the giant claws amid the sound of rumbling thunderclaps and howling winds. As for Hanley, he also raised a hand to launch a massive shimmering golden fist projection through the air, and an earth-shattering boom rang out as spiritual light of different colors exploded violently. The entire space tremored, and the sound of wind and thunder rang out incessantly. Even with Hanley's extraordinary strength and physical constitution, he was still forced to stumble back 7 to 8 steps from the force of the impact before finally stabilizing himself. As for Fairy Silverlight, she was forced back even further, hurtling through the air for several hundred feet before finally managing to arrest her own momentum. Furthermore, this was even after Hanley had nullified around 75% of the devilish claw's power. In the face of such a fearsome attack, Fairy Silverlight's expression immediately darkened significantly. However, the owner of the devilish claws hadn't enjoyed that clash either. Not only had the giant devilish claw projection he unleashed been completely destroyed, he was also forced to stumble out of thin air. A cold look appeared in Hanley's eyes, and he was just about to focus his gaze on this devilish being when a bone-chilling sensation suddenly swept toward him from behind without any warning. If a normal mid-body integration cultivator were in his place, they would have definitely been slowed down significantly by this burst of glacial power. However, Hanley possessed the 5-colored glacial flames, and he had also absorbed another type of unknown glacial power in the primordial world, so his proficiency in controlling glacial powers wasn't inferior in the slightest compared to body integration cultivators who purely used isotribute cultivation arts. As such, the burst of glacial power didn't do anything aside from conjure up a layer of frost over his robes. All of a sudden, a green figure leaped out of Han Li's back before throwing a vicious punch. The green fist struck a snowy white flying dagger amid a resounding boom, and green and white light intertwined as a burst of thriving vitality erupted in all directions alongside white glacial chi. The flying dagger tremored before flying back, then landed in the grasp of another humanoid figure who had just emerged out of thin air. This was a thin young man who appeared to be around 15 to 16 years of age. He wore a cold expression, and was currently appraising Han Li with a frosty look in his eyes. As for the green figure, it was revealed to be a green-robed humanoid figure that was identical in appearance to Han Li. There was faint purple light emanating from its body, and it was missing one of its hands. Even though it had managed to force back that flying dagger with its fist, its hand has also been severed during the clash. However, a ball of green light then appeared around the wrist of the severed hand, and another hand immediately took its place. The green-skinned Han Li flexed the fingers on the hand, and it was no different to the hand that had just been severed. The frosty young man faltered slightly upon seeing this before a vicious light appeared in his eyes. The green-skinned Han Li was naturally none other than his body integration stage spirit body, and it had saved him from that perilous sneak attack. However, Han Li wore a slightly dark expression as he also appraised the white-robed young man with animosity in his eyes. Ever since he had mastered the first stage of the spirit refinement technique, no one had ever been able to sneak so close to him without his detection. This immediately made Han Li quite wary of this mid-body integration stage devilish lord. All of a sudden, a resounding boom rang out, and Han Li raised an eyebrow as he cast his gaze toward fairy silver light out of the corner of his eyes. There, he discovered that she had summoned a silver flag, which had transformed into a ball of silver light, and had just endured another clash against the owner of the giant devilish claws. Judging from her pale complexion and the slightly disoriented look in her eyes, she had clearly come off decidedly second best during the clash. This was partially due to the fact that she had still yet to recover from her last battle, but at the same time, the power of her opponent was certainly not to be discounted. Han Li's heart stirred slightly as he cast his gaze up into the air, upon which he caught sight of a burly devilish man in a suit of black devilish armor. The devilish man had a crimson sarcoma on his head, and he was holding a pair of inky black bone hammers while appraising Han Li and Fairy Silverlight with a sinister expression. Han Li's eyelids twitched slightly as he discovered that this black-armored devilish man was at the pinnacle of the late-body integration stage, and the indescribably sinister aura emanating from his body indicated that he seemed to be using an extremely powerful devilish cultivation art. You two are esteemed figures even in the context of the entire Elder Devil race. Don't you think it's far too underhanded to use such sneaky tactics? Fairy Silverlight accused in an enraged manner. If we can kill our enemies, what does it matter? We aren't bound by the pretentious rules that you humans have set for yourselves, the burly devilish lord guffawed as he thumped his hammers together violently. Judging from your powers, I'm sure you two are quite renowned even among devilish lords. How about telling us your names? Han Li said in a calm manner. You two were able to withstand my attack just now, so you're worthy of hearing my name. I am Tai Long of our sacred race's Steelbone branch, and this is Fei Ye of the Ice Spirit branch. You two must be the human reinforcements that have been sent to this heavenly city. Why don't you tell me your name as well so I can add you to the list of human body integration cultivators I've slain? Tai Long said with a sinister smile. Rather than being irked by this provocative remark, Han Li merely smiled, and replied, My surname is Han, and I'm just an insignificant man that I'm sure you wouldn't have heard of. Do you think you still have a chance to kill us after failing to do so with that sneak attack? As if to back up Han Li's words, as soon as his voice trailed off, 2 streaks of spiritual light suddenly flew out of Heavenly City before hurtling directly toward them. Within the 2 streaks of light, 2 astonishing bursts of body integration stage spiritual pressure surged toward the 2 devilish lords. They contained an early body integration cultivator and a mid-body integration cultivator. Tai Long's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and after taking a quick glance at the two oncoming streaks of light, he turned to his companion with a dark expression and said, "Let's go." As soon as his voice trailed off, he raised a hand to summon an inky black war carriage that was several tens of feet in length, and he immediately flew onto the carriage. Meanwhile, the frosty young man remained completely expressionless, but his body blurred on the spot before vanishing in a flash. In the next instant, the white-robed young man appeared several thousand feet away, then took another step and vanished once again. He seemed to possess a formless body, and it only took him several steps to completely disappear into the distance. As for Tai Long, the black war carriage beneath his feet flashed with black light, then carried him away into the distance as an arc of black lightning. A string of thunderclaps rang out, and after a few more flashes, the carriage also vanished into the distance. Han Li wore a contemplative expression as he looked on at the two departing devilish lords, but made no effort to give chase. As for Fairy Silverlight, she was clearly very wary of Tai Long's astonishing powers, and also remained on the spot with a strained expression. These two devilish lords were far more powerful than she had anticipated, and there could even be other devilish lords among this army. In that case, even with her and Han Li's assistance, it would be very difficult to guard this city. Han Li's expression quickly returned to normal, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he cast his gaze toward the two oncoming streaks of light. The lights faded, and two people were revealed not far away from Han Li's duo. The two people consisted of a man who appeared to be in his 40s, and a woman who appeared to be around 27 to 28 years of age. The man had a square and stern face, and wore a set of yellow scholar robes. He had a thick white jade book in his hand, and there were two giant brushes, one golden and one silver, strapped to his back. As for the woman, she had an oval face and was quite a beauty. She wore a dark green palatial dress, and she was holding a basket of flowers. A hint of elation flashed through Fairy Silverlight's eyes at the sight of the woman, and she immediately said, "I'm so glad that you're safe and well, Sister Lin. I was sent here to reinforce your sect. Sister Silverlight, it's so good to see you. Your city must have received our request for reinforcements. May I ask who your companion is? I don't recall ever seeing him before." The woman in the palatial dress appraised Fairy Silverlight with a look of surprise and elation on her face, which was then replaced by a hint of befuddlement when she turned to Han Li. Before Han Li had a chance to reply, the yellow-robed scholar smiled, and said, "Hee, this is fellow Daoist Han Li. I met him on several occasions on Nine Immortal Mountain." This scholar seemed to recognize Han Li, and Han Li also found him to be rather familiar. After a brief pause for contemplation, he recalled who this man was, and he immediately greeted with a smile, "Ah, your Master Azure Dragon of the Nine-Star Sect, it's a pleasure meeting you again." This Master Azure Dragon was a body integration cultivator whom he'd met on several occasions during the Myriad Treasure Exchange Convention, but they weren't overly familiar with one another. The scholar swept his spiritual sense toward Han Li, upon which a hint of astonishment appeared in his eyes. "I recall you were only at the early body integration stage when we last met, yet you've progressed to the mid-body integration stage after just several centuries. I really must congratulate you, Brother Han. I was very fortunate to have been able to make a breakthrough during the past few centuries. I didn't think that we would meet again after the exchange convention. This must be the fellow Daoist Lin one that Fairy Silverlight mentioned, right?" Han Li gave a modest response as usual before changing the subject and directing his attention to the woman in the palatial dress. "Indeed, I am Lin Luan, Brother Han. I've heard much about you lately, and I must thank you and Sister Silverlight for coming to our city to assist us in our time of need. If no body integration stage fellow Taoists had come to reinforce us, then our Heavenly City most likely wouldn't even be able to last 2 more months, Lin Wan said in a grateful voice that was very pleasant to the ears. Why is that, Sister Lin? Brother Han and I saw the devilish army attack the city from afar just now, and the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers do appear to be quite troublesome, but the city was able to keep them at bay, so what's the issue? Fairy Silverlight asked as a grim look appeared on her face. Unfortunately, what you just saw is only a small portion of the devilish army. The true army is situated in a mountain range thousands of kilometers away from here. Also, these devilish elites aren't attacking our city in an all-out assault because they're waiting for a certain day to arrive, Lin Wan replied with a wry smile. They're waiting for a certain day. Fairy Silverlight was rather bewildered to hear this. Indeed, but this is not the place to talk, let's return to the city first. The elder devils are extremely cunning. Perhaps those two devilish lords will return to this place with the other two devilish lords, Master Azure Dragon reminded. Fairy Silverlight's heart jolted upon hearing this, and she immediately agreed without any hesitation. There are 4 devilish lords in total. Alright, let's hurry back to the city. Thus, the 4 of them flew toward Heavenly City together, reaching the massive city wall in the blink of an eye. At this point, some of the human cultivators and copper puppets were still yet to enter the city, and Hanli couldn't help but take a few glances at them. The high-grade cultivators all appeared to be quite exhausted, and some of them had very pale complexions, indicating that they were either carrying injuries or had expended far too much energy. As for the copper puppets, most of them were riddled with pits and bumps, and some of them were even missing limbs. It seemed that Heavenly City really had been struggling. Fairy Silverlight's expression also darkened upon seeing this, while Lin Wan and Master Azure Dragon could only look on with wry smiles. Right at this moment, a group of cultivators in 5-colored robes flew onto the city wall atop flying treasures. They then began to repair the city wall while carving a series of complex and profound formations onto its surface. At the same time, groups of human warriors got onto the city wall to replace the human cultivators there. These warriors were all fully equipped and appeared to be quite well rested, and Han Li's heart eased slightly upon seeing this. Thus, he and Fairy Silverlight were led over the city wall, as well as the defenses that had been set up in the city, and finally made their way into a hall situated in a corner of Heavenly City. There were several spatial tempering cultivators already waiting for them inside the hall, and as soon as they arrived, the group of cultivators stood up to greet them in an enthusiastic manner. At the sight of the hint of befuddlement that had appeared on Hanli and Fairy Silverlight's faces, Master Azure Dragon hurriedly explained, "These are the fellow Taoists who are responsible for overseeing our city's defenses. I'm sure they'll be able to introduce our current situation to you." "I see." Hanli nodded before taking a seat in the hall, while the group of spatial tempering cultivators remained standing respectfully off to the side. "Sister Lin, fellow Taoist Azure Dragon, please tell us about Heavenly City's current situation in detail, as well as how those 2 fellow Taoists were killed, so Brother Han and I can know what to look out for," Fairy Silverlight said as she took a seat. Everyone's expressions changed slightly at the mention of the 2 deceased body integration cultivators, and Master Azure Dragon's expression became a little strained. Fairy Lin Wan's brows furrowed slightly as she replied, "There really isn't much to be said about how those fellow Taoists were killed. We mentioned everything there was to be said in that letter. The devilish lords that are leading the attack against our city are extremely cunning. They only brought a small portion of their all-encompassing devilish cavaliers initially, and these cavaliers were led by only 2 early body integration stage devilish lords. As such, our 2 fellow Taoists were lured out of the city, where they were ambushed by 4 devilish lords, and were killed on the scene." "I see, these devilish beings really are very calculating," Fairy Silverlight sighed in a forlorn manner. Hanli nodded in agreement before asking, "Indeed, the 2 of us will need to proceed with caution as well. If possible, would you be able to tell us about the abilities of those 4 devilish lords?" "Of course, we'll be counting on you and fellow Taoist Silverlight to help us defend the city," so we'll give you all of the information we've compiled on these 4 devilish lords," Master Azure Dragon quickly agreed. "That would be best. You were saying earlier that the devilish beings were waiting for a certain day. Would you be able to elaborate on that?" Hanli asked. Fairy Silverlight was clearly also very interested to hear the answer. "This is referring to the day where the 5 suns transition into moons 2 months from now. On that day, the main protective formation that our city is relying on will cease to function," Lin Wan replied in a grim manner. "If we hadn't used some trump cards to defend ourselves, we could have easily followed in the footsteps for our 2 fallen fellow Taoists," Fairy Lin Wan said as a look of intense resentment appeared on her face. "It sounds like the city's not in a very good place. Please elaborate on the current situation," Hanli said in a calm voice. "Yes, it would indeed be a good idea for us to get a better grasp of the situation," Fairy Silverlight chimed in agreement. "Fellow Taoists, sure, introduce our Heavenly City's current situation to our fellow Taoists here," Master Azure Dragon said as he turned to one of the spatial tempering cultivators. "Yes, Grand Elder," a grey-robed elderly man said as he immediately took a step forward in a respectful manner. After extending a salute to Han Li's duo, he began in a solemn voice, "The situation that our Heavenly City is currently in is truly not a very optimistic one. All of the fortresses we had constructed around the city had been razed to the ground by the devilish army several months ago, and 5 of the 13 protective restrictions we've set up around the city have also been destroyed. In order to repair these restrictions, we'll require at least a month of respite. The most powerful asset of our city, the army of copper puppets, has also been reduced from 100,000 to around only 70,000. On top of that, the remaining puppets are all severely damaged, and are in desperate need of repair and recuperation. Otherwise, their numbers will only drop at an increased rate. The most damning thing of all is that the treasure used as the core of several of our city's major protective formations was destroyed in a surprise attack from the Jolwyn War Devils, which has dropped our defensive prowess by about 30%. As for the spirit beasts being nurtured by the Heavenly Sect and Heavenly Sovereign Sect." As the elderly man spoke, the grim look in Fairy Silverlight's eyes became more and more pronounced. Han Li's brows also furrowed slightly, and after listening for a while longer, he suddenly interjected, "Why is it all bad news? Isn't there anything good you can tell us?" "Of course there's some good news as well. Thus far, our city hasn't actually suffered all that many casualties, and we've only lost around 10% of all of our low and mid-grade cultivators and mortal warriors. It's just that morale is not very high due to frequent battles we've had to endure and the death of the 2 body integration stage seniors. On top of that, our supply of spirit stones and other resources are extremely abundant, and they'll be able to last us several decades with no issues." Thus, the grey-robed elderly man began to rattle off a list of positives at Han Li's behest. "I see, so we're not lacking in manpower or resources. With Brother Han and I here to reinforce the city, there's a very good chance that we'll be able to defend it," Fairy Silverlight said in a slightly relieved manner. "That's what fellow Taoist Azure Dragon and I think as well. With your assistance, we won't have to fear the 4 devilish lords anymore. Those all-encompassing devilish cavaliers and Jolwyn War Devils are certainly very troublesome, but as long as we can put on a display to show everyone that our high-end powers aren't inferior to that of the devilish army, then I'm sure morale will be recovered in no time," Lin Wan said with a hopeful look in her eyes. "Indeed, when the devilish army attacks our city again, we just have to think of a way to trap the 4 devilish lords, then unleash the power of the 9-sun astral formation. Perhaps we'll be able to severely wound 1 or 2 devilish lords," Master Azure Dragon chimed in an optimistic manner. "It most likely won't be that easy. Those 2 devilish lords have already seen us enter Heavenly City, so they'll definitely have their guard up. They'll most likely devise countermeasures against the 9-sun astral formation, or simply wait until the day when the 5 suns transition into moons before they attack the city again, Hanlith said with a shake of his head. If they choose to do that, then our city will get some much-needed respite. If we can repair the city's restrictions and copper puppet army, and prepare some other trump cards we have up our sleeves, we may be able to defend the city even if the 9-sun astral formation fails. However, no matter what happens, we'll require your assistance, fellow Taoists, Master Azure Dragon said with a cold smile. After a brief silence, Hanli nodded and said, "It looks like that's all we can do for now. Rest assured, if those devilish lords join in on the attack against the city, fellow Daoist Silverlight and I will be sure to lend you our assistance. We came all the way here with the goal of helping your city through these tough times, so we're certainly not going to just stand by and watch when our services are required," Fairy Silverlight chimed in with a smile. "You have my thanks, fellow Taoists," Fairy Lin Luan immediately said in a grateful manner, and Master Azure Dragon also expressed his gratitude with an elated look in his eyes. After that, Hanli and Fairy Silverlight made some more inquiries about the city defenses, and after the spatial tempering cultivators answered all of their questions, they took their leave and were taken to their silent cultivation chambers to rest. They had traveled for a long time to get to Heavenleen City, and a battle against the devilish army could erupt at any moment, so they really did need to rest and recuperate. Of course, prior to their departure, Master Azure Dragon gave each of them a jade slip containing information about the devilish army that they were facing. As such, as they were resting, they would be able to familiarize themselves with their enemies. Following the departure of Han Li's duo, the group of spatial tempering cultivators also took their leave. Master Azure Dragon looked on at their departing figures, and suddenly heaved a long sigh. "Are you still concerned, fellow Daoist?" Fairy Lin Luan asked with a faint smile. "How could I not be concerned? You and I both saw how our fellow Taoists were felled on that day. Those 2 devilish lords are far more fearsome than we imagined. Even with fellow Daoist Han and fellow Daoist Silverlight's assistance, our chances of securing victory are still very slim," Master Azure Dragon said in a grim voice. Fairy Lin Luan's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this, but a cold smile then appeared on her face, and she said, "But if we use that thing, there's still a chance for us, so it's not like we've deceived them." "Are you really planning to release that thing?" Even with the combined powers of all 4 of us, we were only able to seal it into the 9-sun astral formation when it was at its most feeble point. If we were to release that monster, perhaps it would attack us first before it attacks our enemies. After all, it does possess some intelligence, Master Azure Dragon said in a concerned manner. "There's no need to be overly concerned about that. The Blood Soul Talisman is almost ready, and it's in the final stage of its preparation. I've inquired the restriction masters in our sect about this, and even though the talisman isn't completely ready, it'll currently still be around half as effective as it should be in its complete form. As long as we inject that talisman into the monster, even if we won't be able to completely control it, we'll at least be able to ensure that it won't attack us. Our top priority now is to endure this period of 2 months. Sealing that beast in the 9-sun astral formation is indeed a very secure arrangement, but if the formation doesn't deactivate on its own, there's no way for us to release that beast either. You and I both know that if the devilish lords didn't care about casualties and launched an all-out attack on our city, even with the 9-sun astral formation, there's no way we can stop them," Fairy Lin Luan said in a grim voice. "The Blood Soul Talisman is ready." "That's fantastic. With fellow Daoist Han and Fairy Silverlight's assistance, we should be able to last until that day. I'm sure those devilish beings won't have anticipated that we're also waiting for the day when the 5 suns transition into moons to arrive," Master Azure Dragon said in an elated manner. "With that monster's help, even in the worst-case scenario, we'll at least be evenly matched with those devilish beings. If worse comes to worst, then we'll just have to take our core disciples and travel to Deep Heaven City. We'll have to rely on their charity for our safety, but at the very least, it'll ensure that we'll survive this devilish tribulation. During the few days prior to the day when the 5 suns transition into moons, gather all of the city's resources and core disciples so we can leave right away if required. As long as we do our best to hold off those devilish lords, those disciples will definitely be able to make a safe departure, Fairy Lin Wan said with a confident smile, and it was quite clear that she had put a lot of thought into this plan. After contemplating the proposed plan for a moment, Master Azure Dragon decided that it was quite sound, but a forlorn look then appeared on his face. I guess that's our only option. What a pity, if our 2 fellow Taoists hadn't fallen into that trap, our Heavenly City would be in a far better situation right now. Indeed, who would have thought that the devilish lords would become so cunning? If we had anticipated their plan and unleashed the combination formation that the 4 of us prepared in advance, we definitely would have been at least evenly matched with those devilish lords, Fairy Lin Wan sighed. Alright, so we've now decided on our main course of action, but I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on things as our overall morale is still very shaky in the aftermath of the loss of our 2 grand elders. Also, make sure that no resources are spared in repairing those copper puppets. It took our 4 sects tens of thousands of years to refine them, and they're our main counter against the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers. Of course, but I think it's time we considered unleashing our elite forces against those Joluan war devils. Otherwise, the puppets alone definitely wouldn't be enough. Thus, the 2 began to discuss some other matters. Fair Lin Wan possessed a slightly inferior cultivation base compared to Master Azure Dragon, but she was clearly the leader when it came to decision-making. Just as the 2 of them were holding their discussion, the 4 devilish lords were also discussing some matters together. They were situated in a hall within a massive valley that was enshrouded in dense devilish chi tens of thousands of kilometers away from Heavenly City. Tai Long was sitting on the main seat, while Fei Ye was leaning expressionlessly against a stone pillar beside the entrance of the hall. The other 2 devilish lords were comprised of a smiling beauty in a blue dress, and a 40 feet tall giant clad in a suit of fiery red armor. Only his eyes were visible through the suit of full-body armor, and there were flames dancing within them. What? Lord Li's trio was killed at the same time. And we've been ordered to stop attacking Heavenly City to investigate this matter, the giant in the suit of red armor exclaimed in an incredulous manner. Even though he had tried to keep his voice as low as possible, the entire hall still tremored violently. Is that true, Brother Tai? You're not making a joke here, are you? The female devilish lord asked in a bewildered manner. I only just received this order following my return as well. This order was passed down by Master Shuiguang himself, so it's definitely authentic. On top of that, Master Shuiguang even deployed his personal guards, the Yin-Yang twin devils, to meet up with us in a month. It seems that not only was Lord Li's trio killed, something that was extremely important to Master Shuiguang was also lost in the process, Tai Long said in a grim voice. Even the Yin-Yang twin devils were sent out. That item really must be extremely important to Master Shuiguang, then. Brother Tai, do you know exactly what was lost to prompt such a reaction from Master Shuiguang? The woman asked. I'm not so sure about that, and Master Shuiguang didn't elaborate on it either. However, we should be able to ask the Yin-Yang twin devils when they arrive, Tai Long said with a shake of his head. If it's something that Master Shuiguang doesn't want to tell us, then I'll only be asking for trouble if I try to pry around for answers. It's a pity that we'll have to give up on our attack against Heavenly City, though, the woman sighed. Not only was this woman an early body integration stage devilish lord, she seemed to be regarding the late body integration stage Tai Long as equals. We're not giving up, it's only a temporary ceasefire. Once the day when the 5 suns transition into moons arrives, we'll launch an all-out attack. 2 body integration stage human cultivators just arrived at Heavenly City, and they're quite powerful, so there's no longer any point in launching these attacks to whittle down the city's defenses. On top of that, seeing as the yin-yang twin devils are coming here, perhaps we can invite them to assist us during our all-out attack. Even if the humans do come up with some tricks, there'll be no match for all 6 of us, Tai Long said in a calm manner. That's true. Tai Long and the woman's expressions stiffened slightly upon hearing this, and they reflexively exchanged a glance. A hint of surprise also appeared on Fei Ye's stoic face. Now that you mention it, that is indeed quite possible. Judging from the time when Lord Li's trio was killed, there's a good chance that they would have encountered the 2 human cultivators as they were traveling to Heavenly City. In that case, that human cultivator must be even more powerful than I imagine him to be. With the assistance of another devilish lord, it won't be difficult for me to defeat Lord Li's trio, but even I wouldn't be able to kill all of them if they were intent on fleeing the scene, Tai Long said in a contemplative voice. In that case, we really must regard this man as a formidable enemy. If he was able to kill Lord Li's trio, then it may be quite difficult for us to ensure his death even with the help of the yin-yang twin devils. If he's determined to escape, then only a sacred ancestor will be able to trap him with absolute reliability, the woman murmured as her brows furrowed tightly. Indeed. On top of that, now that this man has joined Heavenly City, he could prove to be a major volatile factor in our plans as well, Tai Long said with a dark expression. The entire hall fell silent, and the 4 devilish lords had become rather concerned. If worse comes to worst, then we'll just have to use that strategy again. If we can lure him into our trap, there's no way he'll be able to escape. We managed to kill those 2 body integration stage human cultivators last time, didn't we? The woman suddenly suggested. We can't use that strategy again. The last time we did so, it was at the expense of close to 1,000 devilish cavaliers and over 10 war devils. If we use it a second time, the cost will definitely be far greater than last time. These are all elite forces that were painstakingly trained by our sacred race. We can't just sacrifice them like this, the red-armored giant countered vehemently. But if we don't use that strategy and let that human cultivator escape, he might end up killing more of our brethren than what we'd have to sacrifice to trap him. On top of that, if he's the man that Master Shuiguang is searching for, and we let him escape, which one of us is going to bear the wrath of Master Shuiguang? Tai Long harumphed coldly in response. I was only speculating just now. How could there be such a coincidence that he's the one who killed Lord Li's trio? The red-armored giant backtracked with a wry smile. We'll have to launch an investigation to see if he's indeed the perpetrator. In any case, we have to treat this as a case of guilty until proven innocent. I would rather expend the necessary resources to kill him rather than wrongfully allow him to escape. However, I don't think we'll have to employ that strategy again to kill that man, Tai Long said. What do you mean by that, Brother Tai? First you say we'll only be able to kill that man through that strategy, and now you say we may not have to. Which is it? The woman asked as she raised her eyebrows in exasperation. Allow me to elaborate on my thought process, Fairy Yu. The yin-yang twin devils are indeed quite powerful, but even when combined, their powers are only roughly comparable to mine. Seeing as Master Shuiguang has sent them to hunt down the perpetrator behind the deaths of Lord Li's trio, then he must have given them a way to kill that man. Otherwise, if that man is able to kill Lord Li's trio, then it won't be very difficult for him to kill the yin-yang twin devils as well, and I'm sure Master Shuiguang is aware of this, Tai Long explained in a calm manner. That does indeed make sense. In that case, there really is no need for us to be overly concerned. We can just reserve that strategy as a last resort when all else fails. The red-armored giant was very relieved to hear this. However, the woman seemed to still be rather unconvinced. She turned to the white-robed young man, and asked, "What do you think, Brother Fei?" I don't care what measures you prepare to trap that man, but I have to be the one to take his life. He possesses a type of glacial power that will be extremely useful to me, Feya said in a bone-chilling voice. The woman faltered slightly upon hearing this before chuckling, "Rest assured, I'll be sure to leave him to you." "How about you, Brother Tai?" Tai Long hesitated momentarily before replying, "I'm naturally more than willing to let Brother Fei do the honors as well, but I'll be taking half of that man's treasures, while the half is split between Fairy Yu and Brother Yan. I presume you have no objections to that, Brother Fei." "All I want is that man's glacial power. You can do with his treasures as you please," Fei Yu replied in a nonchalant manner. "Brother Yan and I have no objections either," the woman agreed with a smile. Even though the woman was speaking on the red-armored man's behalf, the latter didn't seem to find this to be inappropriate at all. "All right, then it's decided. We'll send out some people to investigate the deaths of Lord Li's trio, and wait for the arrival of the twin yin-yang devils in the meantime. I'm sure we'll be able to track down the perpetrator prior to the arrival of the day when the 5 suns transition into moons. If it really is that human cultivator, then we'll address the situation through the methods we just discussed. If it isn't him, then we'll act according to our original plan," Tai Long concluded. Within Heavenly City, Hanli was seated in a secret chamber on the first floor of an intricate pavilion. There were restrictions set up all around him, and he was inspecting a white wooden box with a contemplative look on his face. This wooden box was none other than the one he had obtained after killing that bald devilish lord. However, the item had been sealed with some kind of profound restriction that he had been unable to crack, and he finally had some time to study it now that he had arrived in Heavenly City. There were alternating bursts of frosty and scorching energy seeping out of the box, and it was able to keep out all spiritual sense, which made it all the more intriguing. After carefully inspecting the wooden box for a long while, 2 bursts of piercing blue light suddenly appeared in Han Li's eyes, and he peered directly into the depths of the box. As he did so, his expression began to change slightly, and he continued to stare at the wooden box in a completely still manner, as if he had transformed into a statue. Time slowly passed by, and 3 days and 3 nights flew by in the blink of an eye. At this point, Han Li's face had paled slightly, and the blue light in his eyes had also dimmed somewhat. Around 10 minutes later, Han Li made a hand seal with a peculiar look on his face, and the blue light in his eyes completely faded. "Interesting. So this box is a Shumi treasure, and it's been sealed by 13 types of ancient restrictions. If I didn't possess my bright sight spirit eyes ability, it would have been very difficult for me to study it. However, all of these restrictions are extremely powerful, and it would take at least several centuries for me to break each one. There's no way that bald devilish lord could have cast such profound restrictions. I wonder just what could be in this box," Han Li murmured to himself. He then laid the wooden box down onto the ground before him and began to stare at it in a contemplative manner. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a thought seemed to have occurred to him. "I'm unable to break the restrictions cast on this box for now, but if I use that foreign secret technique, I should be able to inspect its contents. However, if there's a vicious creature or being contained within the box, then things could become a little troublesome." Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he weighed up his options. However, he quickly arrived at a decision. "So be it. Even in the worst-case scenario, I'll only be losing some of my spiritual sense, and half a month of meditation will allow me to make a full recovery, so it's definitely worth the risk." With that in mind, he immediately swept a sleeve through the air, and a dozen or so translucent 5-colored beads flew out of his sleeve amid a flash of light. These beads then transformed into balls of spiritual light that hovered in mid-air, and within them were a series of 5-colored eyes that were flashing with peculiar light. Han Li then flipped his hand over to produce another 5-colored bead, which he held in front of his chest before immediately uttering a foreign incantation. Meanwhile, he laid his other hand onto the top of his own head, and a nude golden nascent soul emerged. It made a strange hand seal with its pair of tiny hands and also began to chant an incantation. All of a sudden, bright light erupted from the 5-colored eyes within the balls of spiritual light, and they released thin beams of 5-colored light that vanished into the nascent soul in a flash. At the same time, the golden nascent soul let loose a low cry before abruptly pointing a finger toward the bead being held in front of Han Li's chest. A golden projection erupted from the nascent soul's body, then immediately vanished into the bead. A blurry nascent soul projection then took shape within the bead, and the golden nascent soul waved a hand toward the bead upon seeing this. 5-colored light swirled over the surface of the bead, and it quickly flew into the wooden box on the ground down below as a streak of light. Within a murky gray space, a streak of 5-colored light suddenly appeared before transforming into an indistinct humanoid figure. Even though its facial features were rather blurry, judging from its attire, this appeared to be Han Li. As soon as he appeared, he inspected his surroundings with blue light flashing within his eyes. This seems to be an illusionary restriction rather than a shumi space. Could it be that the wisp of spiritual sense was trapped in a certain level of restriction? Han Li murmured to himself in a perplexed manner. This projection was a temporary spiritual sense clone that Han Li had conjured up, and he had sent it into the wooden box using a certain foreign secret technique. However, this space clearly wasn't the space inside the wooden box, and that was rather surprising to Han Li. However, despite his surprise, he wasn't overly concerned. After all, the worst that could happen would be the loss of this wisp of spiritual sense, which wouldn't have too much of a negative impact on him. Thus, after inspecting his surroundings for a while, Han Li drifted toward a certain direction. Along the way, his surroundings were entirely comprised of thin gray mist, and after flying for several hours, the scenery hadn't changed at all. His brows furrowed slightly as he stopped momentarily, then suddenly changed direction and flew directly upward. After passing through one layer of mist after another, he discovered that the sky in this space also seemed to be completely boundless. Even after flying for half a day, he still found himself inside a vast expanse of ever-present gray mist. His expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, but all of a sudden, he turned toward a certain direction and yelled, "Who's there?" His voice wasn't very loud, but it echoed incessantly throughout the nearby space. However, no one emerged from the nearby space to meet him. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this before giving a cold harumph, then suddenly sat down with his legs crossed to meditate in midair. His eyes were tightly shut, and he remained completely still for over half a day, looking as if he planned to never get up again. On the second day, a ball of green light suddenly emerged nearby before transforming into a green-robed elderly man. The man had a pair of remarkably long eyebrows, and his face was very thin and gaunt. There was a yellow wooden pin in his hair, and the image of a sinister devilish monster with 3 heads and 6 arms was embroidered onto his robes. After he appeared, he displayed no intention of approaching Han Li, and merely appraised him in silence with a cold look in his eyes. However, Han Li continued to sit with his eyes closed, as if he hadn't even sensed the elderly man's arrival. Thus, the two of them maintained a rather peculiar silence, and it seemed that neither of them wanted to be the one to speak first. Time quickly passed by, and 3 days and 3 nights later, there was still no change to the situation whatsoever. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that a hint of surprise had appeared in the elderly man's eyes as he appraised Han Li. After another 8 hours, the elderly man was clearly starting to become a little restless. His body swayed, and he abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted several tens of feet in front of Han Li, following which the elderly man re-emerged. However, Han Li merely continued to ignore him, and a hint of fury appeared on the elderly man's face. "You sure are quite courageous to disregard me like this." The elderly man finally broke the silence, and his voice was as sharp as unpleasant as the sound of metal grating on metal, striking the listener with a sense of unease and anxiety. From the sounds of it, you must be quite an important figure. May I know your name? Hanli asked in a calm voice as he slowly opened his eyes. A mere human cultivator like you won't know of me. Having said that, I'm very curious, how did the spiritual clone of a human cultivator get into this place? Does this mean this item has fallen into your hands? The elderly man was able to immediately identify that this wasn't Han Li's true body. He, you must be a mighty figure of the elder devil race. This box did indeed fall into my hands, and I sent this spiritual sense of clone of mine into the box to investigate its contents. If I'm not mistaken, this is one of the restrictions in the box rather than the actual space within the box, right? Hanli asked in a calm voice. Due to the fact that he was only a spiritual sense clone, he was unable to ascertain the power level of this elderly man. However, he had already guessed that this was a devilish being, so despite the fact that his expression remained unchanged, he was naturally rather wary of this elderly man. Indeed, this is the 10th illusionary restriction in the box. As long as one can master the key elements of this restriction, they'll be able to change everything within this space at will. I must say, the sacred race really has become incapable. How could they have let this treasure fall into the hands of a human? You mentioned that this treasure is in the form of a box. That's good to hear. At the very least, it's far less unsightly than its previous form, the elderly man murmured with furrowed brows as he swept a sleeve through the air. The entire surrounding area blurred, then shattered and fell away like a mirror. All of a sudden, Hanli was greeted by the refreshing fragrance of nature, and the sound of a flowing stream. His heart stirred in response, and he hurriedly inspected his surroundings again, upon which he discovered that the world around him had been completely transformed. There were blue skies and white clouds overhead, and beautiful scenery all around him. He and the elderly man were currently standing in a clear stream. The water in the stream only reached halfway up their shins, and there were a few small azure fish swimming past them in a leisurely manner, seemingly completely unfazed by their presence. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he made a grabbing motion downward, and a lively azure fish was immediately drawn into his grasp. As the fish struggled between his fingers, he could clearly feel its slippery scales in his hand. Blue light flashed through his eyes, and he tossed the fish back into the stream, then brought his hand up to his nose, upon which he was immediately greeted by a strong fishy odor. What a profound restriction. Everything is completely realistic in here. Would you be able to tell me how I ended up here, Senior? When I injected this wisp of spiritual sense into this box, I had intended for it to directly reach the space within the box. However, I've appeared in this restriction instead, and I assume this has something to do with you, Hanli said in a slow voice. Why do I have to answer your questions? If you want answers, go look for them yourself, the elderly man said with a disdainful roll of his eyes. As opposed to being enraged by the elderly man's haughty demeanor, Hanli merely smiled, and said, I'm sure you've appeared before me because you wish to speak to me as well. I can see that your body is also formed from spiritual sense. I assume you're being kept in here against your will. Who are you? Were you sent here by that bastard, Shueguang? That sounds very fair. Go ahead then, fellow Daoist, Hanli replied after a brief moment of contemplation. The elderly man was elated to hear this, and he immediately asked the most pressing question in his mind. All right, the first thing I want to know is who you obtained this devil's sealing lock from. Hanli had anticipated this question, and he immediately replied, I obtained it from a few devilish lords. Devilish lords? Could they be subordinates to Shueguang? Why would he have handed down this treasure to his subordinates? The elderly man murmured to himself in a contemplative manner. Hanli continued, I've already answered one of your questions. Would you be able to tell me your name now? My name is Che Qigong. How did a human like you encounter devilish lords? Are you in our sacred realm right now? The elderly man replied before asking another question. Che Qigong. I've never heard of that name before. It's currently the time when your elder devil realm overlaps with our spirit realm, and that's how I encountered those devilish lords, Hanli replied. What? The sacred sacrifice is taking place right now. I can't believe I've already been trapped in here for so many years. How long has it been since the sacred sacrifice began? If it only commenced not long ago, then Shuiguang wouldn't be able to descend into the spirit realm yet. Could that be why he entrusted this devil's sealing lock to his subordinates? The elderly man's brows furrowed tightly as he spoke. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing the term sacred sacrifice, and he said, I think it's my turn to ask a question now. A hint of fury reappeared on the elderly man's face, but he quickly repressed it and said, All right, go ahead. My next question is very simple. I want to know if you're one of the sacred ancestors of the Elder Devil Realm, Hanli said in a solemn manner. Why waste a question like this if you've already guessed the answer? Not only am I a sacred ancestor, I'm one of the eldest sacred ancestors in our sacred realm. Even in the entire sacred realm, there are only a few beings as old as I am, the elderly man said in a cold voice. Hanli faltered slightly upon hearing this before chuckling, I see, apologies for my rudeness earlier, then. Judging from the elderly man's haughty demeanor and the astonishing abilities he had displayed, Hanli wasn't all that surprised to hear this. What are you laughing at? Do you find it funny that an esteemed sacred ancestor such as myself has been trapped in this place? Che Qigong asked as a hint of rage flashed through his eyes. Not at all. Your powers are far superior to mine, so I'm certainly in no place to be laughing at you, Hanli replied in a calm voice as his smile faded. However, he had made a mental note to himself to tread with caution as the elderly man's mood seemed to be extremely volatile and unpredictable. You still seem to be very calm even after learning that I'm a sacred ancestor. Are you under the impression that I won't devour this wisp of spiritual sense of yours? Che Qigong threatened. If you wanted to do that, you would have done so long ago. Hanli remained completely unfazed. Che Qigong calmed down slightly, and harumphed, you're quite a smart man. If it weren't for the fact that I'm trapped in here, I would have killed a mere human cultivator like you on sight. Alright, answer my previous question now. Are the sacred ancestors able to descend into the spirit realm yet? The devilish tribulation only commenced not long ago, so it's still impossible for the sacred ancestors to descend into the spirit realm, Hanli replied in a truthful manner. I see. A hint of excitement flashed through Che Qigong's eyes upon hearing this, but he then fell into deep thought again, seemingly contemplating an important matter. After a brief silence, Hanli asked his next question. Would you be able to disclose to me the functions of this devil's sealing lock? The elderly man faltered slightly upon hearing this before turning to Hanli with a disdainful look in his eyes. There's no way a human like you would be able to use the devil's sealing lock, so you won't benefit from this information. I'll be the one to decide whether this information will be useful to me or not, Hanli insisted. Alright, if you really want to know, then there's no harm in telling you. This devil's sealing lock is actually an incomplete profound heavenly treasure that contains chaotic yin-yang qi. Not only does it have its very own independent space, there are also 13 layers of ancient restrictions that have been cast onto the treasure by the top-grade formation masters of our sacred realm. Once someone is trapped in this treasure, they'll only be able to escape if they possess the ability to dispel chaotic yin-yang qi on their own. Otherwise, even if someone were to remove the 13 restrictions from the outside, it still wouldn't do anything. In its complete form, this profound heavenly treasure would even be able to trap a true immortal unless they just so happen to possess an ability that can counter this treasure. Even in its current form, it's still more than enough to trap a sacred ancestor like me, the elderly man said in a cold voice. An incomplete profound heavenly treasure. Han Li's calm facade immediately cracked upon hearing this. He possessed a profound heavenly treasure himself, so he was naturally well aware of just how powerful these treasures were. Even though this was only an incomplete profound heavenly treasure, it was still an extremely tempting prospect to him. Unfortunately, this devil's sealing lock was created in our sacred realm, so only the sacred ancestors of our sacred race who are able to draw upon the power of laws of heaven and earth are able to make use of it. Even if an outsider like you were to obtain the treasure, it would serve no purpose. I just so happen to have recently broken into this restriction, and I managed to stop your spiritual sense from delving deeper into the box. Otherwise, if your spiritual sense clone had reached the space within the box, it would have been instantly destroyed by the chaotic yin-yang qi in there, Che Qigong said in an indifferent manner. I see, so only those who can draw upon the powers of heaven and earth of the elder devil realm can make use of such a treasure, Han Li murmured to himself in a contemplative manner. I suggest you don't get any funny ideas. I can see that you're using a cultivation art of our sacred race and can control some true devilish qi, but unless you can hone your mastery of this cultivation art to the sacred ancestor level, there's no way you'll be able to draw upon the powers of heaven and earth of our sacred realm. If you really do manage to master that devilish art to such a degree, then you'll be renounced by the spirit realm and forced to ascend to our sacred realm, Che Qigong cautioned in a meaningful voice. Han Li's eyelids twitched slightly upon hearing this, and after a long while, he finally sighed. In that case, this item appears to be completely useless to me. That's right. That's why I told you it wouldn't benefit you to learn the functions of this treasure. On top of that, due to its incomplete nature, this treasure is bound by a severe limitation that makes it very difficult even for sacred ancestors like us to use, the elderly man said with a mysterious smile. What's the limitation? Han Li asked as his brows furrowed slightly. I'm not going to tell you, Che Qigong chortled. Han Li's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. After a brief silence, the elderly man continued, there's one more thing that I want to ask you. I hope you can answer me truthfully. Do you know if there are any places with yin-yang infernal ponds or earthly hellish flames in the nearby area? Instead of answering the question right away, a cautious look appeared on Han Li's face, and he asked, yin-yang infernal ponds or earthly hellish flames? Why do you ask? You sure have a lot of questions. You haven't even answered my questions yet, Che Qigong said in a cold voice as his expression darkened slightly. In that case, this will count as my question, Han Li replied in a calm manner. The fury in the eyes of the elderly man became even more pronounced upon hearing this, and palpable spiritual pressure began to erupt from his body. However, Han Li remained completely unfazed as he reminded, you can do whatever you like to me, I'm just an insignificant clone. You wouldn't dare to be this cocky if your true body were here. Che Qigong harumphed coldly as he forcibly repressed his own rage again. After a brief hesitation, he explained in a resigned manner, those are the two types of places where the devil's sealing lock can be refined again. After placing this treasure into one of those places, a secret technique of our sacred race can be used to refine the treasure and extract some of the chaotic yin-yang qi within it. This chaotic yin-yang qi is extremely useful to sacred ancestors like us both for tool refinement, as well as to enhance our own powers. Due to the fact that the sacred realm is filled entirely with devilish qi, those two types of places can only be found in the spirit realm. Otherwise, Shuaguang definitely wouldn't have entrusted this devil's sealing lock to his subordinates, and it certainly wouldn't have fallen into the hands of a human cultivator like you. Chaotic yin-yang qi can be extracted from the devil's sealing lock when it's put into one of those two types of places. Is that true? Han Li was very surprised to hear this. There were some records of chaotic yin-yang qi in some ancient tomes, and those records all proclaimed that chaotic yin-yang qi possessed countless types of incredible functions. Why would I lie to you about something like this? You were able to manifest a spiritual sense clone, so I presume you're a body integration cultivator. If you can absorb even a tiny wisp of chaotic yin-yang qi, there's a chance that you could progress to the grand ascension stage in the future. Even in the worst-case scenario, it should at least allow you to make an immediate breakthrough. If you use the chaotic yin-yang qi to refine a treasure instead, then even the most ordinary of treasures could be transformed into a powerful divine spirit treasure. Che Qigong said. From the sound of it, this Shui Guang must also be a sacred ancestor. If the chaotic yin-yang qi is that important, then why did he entrust the treasure to someone else? Why didn't he wait until he could descend into the spirit realm so he could extract the chaotic yin-yang qi himself? Han Li asked in a skeptical manner. I've been trapped in here for countless years, so I don't know what his exact reasons could be. Perhaps the other sacred ancestors are already suspecting him and have sent spies to monitor him, so he doesn't dare to carry out this task in person. Alternatively, perhaps he's encountered some trouble in the sacred realm and can't descend into the spirit realm at all. Sacred ancestors are able to send clones into this realm, but there are very few of them who can descend into this realm with their true body and not have to fear being rejected by this realm. Shui Guang doesn't rank very high among the sacred ancestors, so perhaps he's simply restricted by a lack of power. By the way, you came into possession of this devil's sealing lock, so you must have killed the devilish lords that you mentioned earlier. Tell them about their abilities, and I'll see if I have any recollection of them, Che Qigong prompted. Han Li thought about this for a moment before deciding that this information wasn't of any consequence, so he replied truthfully, that does indeed sound rather plausible. Among the devilish lords I encountered, one of them had extraordinary strength and a physical body seemed to be no less powerful than that of a sacred ancestor. As for his two companions, one could directly summon heavenly ghosts, while the other was adept in using hierarchical true devils. I've only heard of one of those three, and he wasn't all that renowned back when I was first sealed into this treasure. However, he was already a subordinate of Shui Guang's at the time, so it seems that he really did entrust this devil's sealing lock to his subordinates. In that case, the leader of the devilish army that descended into this area is most likely this sacred ancestor Shui Guang, Han Li mused. Indeed. Unless all of my prior speculation was incorrect, that must be the case. You still haven't answered my original question yet. Are there any places with yin-yang infernal ponds or earthly hellish flames nearby? Che Qigong asked again in a serious voice. There's a valley around 2 months' travel away from here that contains earthly hellish flames. This flame can only be used to refine some yin flame treasures, so even though it's very rare, us human cultivators don't really pay it much heed, Han Li replied in a slow voice. My theories are virtually all but confirmed, then. Shui Guang must have sent his 3 subordinates to this place to try and extract some chaotic yin-yang qi from this devil's sealing lock, only for it to be taken by you. Che Qigong guffawed, clearly taking a lot of pleasure in Shui Guang's misfortune. In contrast, a contemplative expression had reappeared on Han Li's face. You seem to be interested in the chaotic yin-yang qi as well, Che Qigong observed in a cold voice as his mirth subsided. It would be very pretentious of me to say that I'm not interested in such an incredible treasure. However, how do I know you're not lying to me? Han Li asked in a calm manner. Hee, how would I benefit from lying to you? I've been trapped in this treasure for countless years, and I've broken through to the last 3 layers of the 13 restrictions placed on the treasure. If the chaotic yin-yang qi in this devil's sealing lock can be drawn out, perhaps I'll be able to free myself someday. Of course, I won't allow a human cultivator like you to reap such an outrageous reward for nothing. If you want me to tell the refinement method for this devil's sealing lock, then you'll have to promise me a few things first, Che Qigong said in a nonchalant manner. Are you trying to make a deal with me? Han Li asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. I am. Are you not interested in the chaotic yin-yang qi? A cold smile appeared on Che Qigong's face. Of course I am, but I plan to consider this matter in greater detail before I decide whether to strike up a deal with you. A peculiar light suddenly flashed through Han Li's eyes as he spoke, following which he abruptly disintegrated into specks of golden light. Che Qigong's expression darkened significantly upon seeing this, and only after a long while did he murmur to himself. He withdrew his spiritual sense from this place. Is he really not interested in the chaotic yin-yang qi at all? If he's unwilling to make a deal with me, then who knows when I'll next encounter someone that can help me escape from this place. Che Qigong stood on the spot and looked into the distance with a dark expression. Meanwhile, specks of golden light drifted out of the white wooden box that was suspended in mid-air in the secret chamber on the top floor of the pavilion that Han Li was situated in. The specks of golden light quickly vanished into the golden nascent soul above Han Li's physical body, following which the 5 colored eyeballs in the surrounding area all imploded amid a string of dull thumps. The golden nascent soul made a hand seal, and it flew into Han Li's physical body as a streak of golden light, upon which a long sigh rang out. Han Li slowly opened his eyes before staring at the wooden box in silence with a cautious look in his eyes. Chaotic yin-yang qi in Devil's Sealing Lock, eh? Who would have thought that I would stumble upon such an incredible treasure? Having said that, nothing is free in life. This chaotic yin-yang qi will indeed be extremely useful to me, but I have to consider the situation carefully first. Han Li murmured to himself as he made a grabbing motion to draw the wooden box into his grasp. As he stroked the box, he fell into deep thought. All of a sudden, a certain thought occurred to him, and his expression changed slightly as he rose to his feet before pacing around the secret chamber. If this item is that important, then who's to say that sacred ancestor Shuiguang wouldn't have placed some kind of tracking mark on it? I'm sure he wouldn't be willing to lose such a treasure. This could be a little troublesome. Despite the concern in his voice, there wasn't any panic or fear in his eyes. Of course, this was because the sacred ancestor Shuiguang in the spirit realm was only a clone. If sacred ancestor Shuiguang had descended into the spirit realm in his full glory, then Han Li would immediately be fleeing the scene. He was quite confident in his own abilities, but he definitely wasn't deluded enough to think that he could oppose a grand ascension stage being such as a sacred ancestor. Of course, if he could make another breakthrough and reach the late body integration stage, he should at least be able to ensure self-preservation even against a sacred ancestor. After pacing around for about 10 minutes, a decisive look finally appeared in Han Li's eyes. He immediately tossed the wooden box into the air, then swept a sleeve through the air to release a dozen or so golden and silver talismans, which adhered themselves to the box in a flash. After that, he began to chant something while flicking his fingers incessantly toward the box, casting a torrent of incantation seals that transformed into streaks of light, which instantly encompassed all of the golden and silver talismans. Light flashed from the surfaces of these talismans, and they blurred before transforming into golden and silver runes of different sizes before being drawn into the wooden box. Han Li's chanting ceased upon seeing this, but he continued to make different hand seals, and a string of dull thunderclaps suddenly erupted from his body. Golden lightning flashed from his fingertips, and a series of thin arcs of lightning sprang forth, then instantly intertwined to form a golden lightning net that descended toward the wooden box. Following a string of rumbling thunderclaps, the lightning net converged at Han Li's behest, and layers of golden lightning enveloped the wooden box, transforming it into a shimmering golden rectangular brick. Only then did Han Li's expression ease slightly as he swept a sleeve forward to release a burst of azure light, which drew the golden brick into his storage bracelet in a flash. After that, Han Li sat down with his legs crossed again to contemplate his current situation. He began to wonder whether the green liquid from his mysterious small vial would work on this incomplete profound heavenly treasure. Unfortunately, with that sacred ancestor in the treasure, he didn't dare to conduct any reckless experiments. Otherwise, if he were to somehow damage the restrictions in the treasure and release the sacred ancestor, then he would be in a world of trouble. Hanli naturally wasn't going to do something so risky, so he could only repress this urge for now. As for whether that sacred ancestor Shuiguang would send people to hunt him down, Hanli was confident that self-preservation wouldn't be an issue as long as he didn't get surrounded by 4 or 5 late-body integration stage devilish lords at once. Sacred ancestor Shuiguang's clone would definitely be far more powerful than the average late-body integration stage devilish lord, but as one of the generals of the devilish army, he definitely couldn't just abandon his post to pursue Hanli himself. Furthermore, even if he did come after Hanli, there was no telling who would emerge on top in a battle, as Hanli had a profound heavenly treasure as a trump card. With that in mind, Hanli was convinced that he would be fine at least for the short term. As for several decades from now, if sacred ancestor Shuiguang really did manage to descend into the spirit realm, then the powerful human and demonic beings on the Holy Island would be able to oppose him. All he had to do was leave Deep Heaven City prior to that, and no one would be able to find him. Having devised a course of action in his mind, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Over a month later, a flying carriage drawn by a pair of giant black birds suddenly appeared near the valley where the devilish army was situated. Within the carriage were 2 high-grade devilish beings, one male and one female, and they were conversing with one another with grim expressions. Lord Tai isn't lying to us, is he? The human cultivator who killed Lord Li's trio just so happens to be in Heavenly City. Is he saying this to make us join their attack against Heavenly City? I've heard that this city is an extremely difficult nut to crack, unlike the other human settlements we've destroyed in the past, a pink-robed beauty said in a concerned manner. Her companion was a silver-robed middle-aged man, and he shook his head in response. Rest assured, Lord Li is a borrowed devilish lord, and he has quite an uncouth personality, but he definitely wouldn't lie about something like this. After all, this is a task handed down by Master Shuiguang himself. There's no way he would risk invoking the wrath of Master Shuiguang. Besides, if that human cultivator really is in Heavenly City, then there's no harm in lending them our power to attack the city. That's true. We did manage to find the place where Lord Li's trio was killed quite quickly, but the entire battlefield had been cleaned up, so we weren't able to find any useful leads. It really is quite fortunate for us that we've received some information here. At the very least, we'll be able to answer to Master Shuiguang, the woman sighed in a resigned manner. Indeed. I would be very fearful of the consequences that await us if we return without the item that Master Shuiguang is searching for. Alright, now that we have a solid lead, we have to prepare for a grueling battle now. Those human cultivators were able to kill Lord Li's trio, so even with the treasures that Master Shuiguang entrusted to us, we'll have to tread with caution. On top of that, those people are hiding in Heavenly City. It'll most likely take a lot of effort to force them out of the city, the middle-aged man said as a cold look flashed through his eyes. Lord Tai wishes to use our power to attack Heavenly City, so he'll naturally be responsible for that. If he can't even do something so simple, then he has no right to join forces with us. Our only task is to kill the perpetrators behind the deaths of Lord Li's trio, and to recover the item that Master Shuiguang is searching for, the woman said in a proud manner. Don't underestimate Lord Li and the others. Lord Li himself is at the pinnacle of the late body integration stage, and he's only one step away from becoming a sacred ancestor. Fei Ye is still quite young, but as a direct lineal descendant of sacred ancestor Xue Tian he possesses powerful glacial abilities. It's said that even Master Xue Tian himself once praised his powers. On top of that, Fairy Yu is a descendant of sacred ancestor Ming Luo as well, so she should definitely have a couple of powerful trump cards up her sleeve. The weakest one among them is most likely only Lord Yen. The middle-aged man seemed to have a very detailed understanding of the devilish lords that were attacking Heavenly City. That's true. They want to borrow our power, so why don't we do the same? Let's get down there. I'm sure they've already sensed our arrival, the woman chuckled. Almost as soon as her voice trailed off, the black devilish clouds above the valley abruptly surged, following which groups of black-armored cavaliers emerged amid a burst of loud drumming. These cavaliers were led by a black-armored elderly man, who was standing in mid-air with a hint of a smile on his face. Behind him stood Fei Yu, and Lord Yen. Fei Yu wore a faint smile on her face, while Fei was still as expressionless as ever. Thank you for your hard work, fellow Taoists. You've arrived far sooner than I anticipated, Tai Long chuckled as he cupped his fist in a salute from afar. We came as quickly as we could after receiving the news. It seems like we weren't too late, the woman said with a smile. Ah, indeed, you're here just in time. It won't be long until we launch our attack against Heavenly City. Let's go down into the valley before we discuss anything further, Tai Long said as he made an inviting hand gesture. Sure, we were also wanting to ask you how you're so certain that the person we're looking for is in Heavenly City, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. The two giant black birds then flew down into the valley with the flying carriage in tow, and the 4 devilish lords followed along behind them. After that, the 6 devilish lords and a group of high-grade devilish beings gathered in a hall within the valley and held a discussion for over half a day, and when the devilish lords emerged from the hall, they all seemed to be extremely pleased. Around half a month flew by in a flash, and Hanli was just meditating in his secret chamber when he suddenly heard a flurry of cries of surprise outside. He immediately opened his eyes before standing up and making his way over to the window. As he did so, he swept a sleeve through the air, and the window opened on its own. Hanli only took a quick glance outside before his expression abruptly changed, and he flew out of the room as a streak of azure light. After just a few flashes, he was several thousand feet in the air, and he looked up even further to find that a gray mark had appeared on the edge of one of the 7 suns in the sky, and the gray color was gradually spreading to the center of that sun. It was as if someone were slowly covering the sun with their hand. Everyone down below was looking up at the phenomenon taking place up above with panicked expressions. Even though the higher-ups of Heavenly City had done everything they could do to keep this a secret, news that the formation would be rendered defunct on the day when the 5 suns transitioned into moons still inevitably spread through the city, causing a lot of panic. The remaining 2 body integration cultivators of the 4 sects had come forward in person to reassure everyone with a series of promises, but even so, everyone in the city still couldn't help but panic at the arrival of this phenomenon. Right at this moment, the toll of a bell rang out across Heavenly City, and a series of high-grade cultivators from the 4 sects flew out of various different buildings. At the same time, groups of armored cultivators and warriors also spilled out onto the streets. They patrolled both the air and the ground, and the atmosphere in Heavenly City instantly became very tense. Instead of being further alarmed by this, the panicked individuals on the street became calmer at the sight of these patrolling cultivators and warriors, and they all returned to their homes. In a matter of minutes, all of the streets in the city were cleared of civilians, and a deathly silence ensued. Hanli paid no heed to everything that was going on around him, and merely inspected the phenomenon unfolding up above in silence. After a while, when the entire sun had turned gray, Hanli finally turned and flew toward a certain massive hall in the city as a streak of azure light. Heavenly City was an enormous city, but thankfully, the pavilion that he was staying in wasn't far from the hall where important conferences were supposed to take place. Thus, it only took just over 2 hours for Hanli to reach the hall. "You're a little late, Brother Han." A gentle chuckle rang out from the entrance of the hall, following which an elegant figure wearing a silver mask emerged. It was none other than Fairy Silverlight. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Silverlight. I was inspecting the situation in the city for a while, so I was slightly delayed." It seems that Fairy Lin and fellow Daoist Azure Dragon have done a good job to keep the situation under control, Hanli replied in a calm voice. Of course. Sister Lin and Master Azure Dragon are both veteran body integration cultivators and grand elders of the four major sects. It's naturally no difficult task for them to take care of these matters. The suns are already beginning to transition into moons, so the devilish army will most likely arrive soon. You are going to be the most powerful being in the city, so do take care of yourself, Brother Han, Fairy Silverlight cautioned in a solemn voice as her smile faded. Hanli was rather surprised to see the genuine look in Fairy Silverlight's eyes, and he smiled as he replied, "Thank you for your words of caution, fellow Daoist, but to say that I'm the most powerful being in the city is an exaggeration. Fairy Lin Wan and fellow Daoist Azure Dragon's powers are not inferior to mine. Sister Lin and Master Azure Dragon are unaware of your true power. Otherwise..." Just as Fairy Silverlight and Hanli were conversing with one another, Master Azure Dragon's voice rang out from inside the hall, and it was tinged with a hint of stress. "Fellow Daoists, please come and join us in the hall. I've just received news that the devilish army has been mobilized, and will arrive at our city soon." Hanli didn't want to continue with the previous conversation anyway, so he said, "Let's not keep Fairy Lin and fellow Daoist Azure Dragon waiting, then, fellow Daoist Silverlight." "Alright, let's go in, Brother Han," Fairy Silverlight agreed with a nod. Thus, the two of them strode into the hall together. At present, the entire hall was packed to the rafters with over 100 spatial tempering cultivators present, as well as hundreds of armored guards that were standing around the hall in a stationary manner. At one end of the hall were 4 chairs, 2 of which were slightly more elevated than the other 2. At the center of the hall was a giant light screen, and the image in the light screen depicted a rather familiar-looking city in a great level of detail. There were currently clouds of black chi that were inching toward the city from all directions. However, prior to this, the 4 of us will definitely have a grueling battle ahead. I hope our presence will suffice as a show of our heartfelt gratitude," Lin Wan said with a smile. "This is indeed a very large present, and I'll be sure to do everything in my power to help the city withstand this attack. The all-encompassing devilish cavaliers aren't a concern as the Copper Puppet Army will be able to counter them, but those Jolluin War Devils are going to be very troublesome. I'm concerned that ordinary cultivators won't be able to handle them," Hanli said in a slow voice. "Rest assured, Brother Han, we're also aware of just how powerful these Jolluin War Devils are, so we've organized a group of elite cultivators and prepared some special methods to oppose them. I'm sure we'll be able to keep those devils at bay," Master Azure Dragon replied in a slightly ambiguous manner. "Oh. It sounds like my concerns were unnecessary, then. You seem to already have everything planned out. Would you be able to disclose your plans to me and Fairy Silverlight?" Hanli asked with a calm smile. "Of course. Aside from the 9-sun astral formation, we've spared no expense to activate all of the other formations in the city to their maximal extent. On top of that, we've also brought out the 32 spatial tempering stage puppets stored in our treasure vault, which is one of our trump cards." Thus, Master Azure Dragon began to introduce the preparations they had made, and Fairy Lin Wan would interject from time to provide additional details. Both Hanli and Fairy Silverlight listened with rapt focus, and close to 2 hours later, a large number of high-grade cultivators suddenly began to frequently enter and exit the hall. All of them wore grim expressions and flew away to different parts of Heavenly City to carry out the orders they had received. Not long after that, a resounding bell chime rang out across the entire city, and groups of armored warriors and countless streaks of light appeared in the city before rushing to all of the city walls. At the same time, a series of formations of different sizes emerged on a plot of empty land in a secluded corner of the city. These formations were all radiating dazzling light, and some of the nearby buildings suddenly began to transform, taking on the form of massive giants or huge battle carriages and flying arcs. At the center of the city, the massive conference hall suddenly began to tremor violently before slowly rising up out of the ground, then hovered in mid-air after growing to over 100,000 feet tall. Not only that, but the seemingly ordinary patterns running along the surface of the hall suddenly lit up and arranged themselves into a series of profound five-colored runes. A dull thump rang out, and a dense five-colored light barrier emerged from the underside of the hall, then swelled to encompass the entire building. Immediately thereafter, a burst of buzzing rang out from the hall, and it flew toward a certain direction as a giant ball of five-colored light. A few hours later, the giant hall appeared in the air above a certain section of the city wall, where it hovered in a stationary manner. On the city wall and inside the city down below was an enormous army of human warriors and low-grade cultivators that stretched for as far as the eyes could see. This was an army of millions. There were also around 7,000 to 8,000 high-grade cultivators in the air above the army, and all of them were standing on flying treasures with grim looks in their eyes. In a certain corner of the human army down below, there was also a large horde of ferocious-looking spirit beasts. All of them had vicious looks in their eyes and seemed extremely eager for blood, but they were being controlled by a certain invisible restriction and didn't even dare to utter a single sound. Deep under the ground beneath these ferocious beasts were a series of complex underground tunnels, within which a copper puppet army was standing at the ready. Among this army were 32 particularly eye-catching golden puppets, each of which was around 1,000 feet tall. At the same time, there were a dozen or so white-robed cultivators situated on a giant plaza in Heavenly City that was surrounded by countless guards. These cultivators were busy at work standing around a purple super formation that was virtually entirely constructed from blocks of purple jade stones. All of these stones were engraved with runes of different colors, and they formed 9 secondary formations that the super formation was ultimately comprised of. This was an extremely rare hierarchical linked formation. At the center of each of the 9 formations was a miniature formation formed by blue runes, and these miniature formations were releasing bursts of astonishing glacial chi, as well as a rank odor. The entire super formation was quite dim, and the 9 secondary formations seemed to have completely ceased to operate. Only those miniature blue formations were still as dazzling as ever and resembled scintillating suns that would never be snuffed out. The dozen or so white-robed cultivators seemed to be extremely wary of those blue formations, and even as they were placing pieces of some kind of golden crystal around the entire formation, they made sure to keep far away from those blue formations. Time slowly passed by, and around 8 hours flew past in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, the sound of war drums rang out in the distance, striking the listener with the feeling that their blood had been set alight. Immediately thereafter, one black thread appeared after another, and they gradually thickened before forming an inky black devilish sea that surged toward the city from a distance. There were countless indistinct devilish shadows within the sea, and the outlines of a series of mountainous giant arcs were particularly eye-catching. Light flashed from the roof of the giant hall in the air above Heavenly City, and a dozen or so humanoid figures emerged before casting their eyes toward the devilish sea in unison. These were none other than the city's 4 body integration cultivators, as well as a group of late spatial tempering cultivators. All of them were completely silent as they inspected the black devilish sea in the distance, and blue light suddenly flashed through Han Li's eyes. All of a sudden, a burst of unsettling cackling rang out from within the sea, following which the devilish chi parted, and several figures emerged from within. One of them was a burly man in a black suit of armor, and standing beside him was a thin white-robed young man. These were none other than Tai Long and Feiya, whom Han Li had already encountered once before. Their 2 companions consisted of a 100 feet tall giant in a suit of fiery red armor, and a smiling beauty in bare feet standing on a pair of giant pythons, one of which was crimson while the other was azure. Han Li had never encountered those 2, but detailed information about the 4 devilish lords had been provided to him, so he was naturally able to quickly identify them. Both of these devilish lords were only at the early body integration stage, so unless they possessed some kind of extraordinary treasures or were using cultivation arts that defied the natural order, they most likely posed no threat to him. During the discussion that had taken place in the hall, it was decided that Fairy Silverlight and Fairy Lin Luan would be taking on these 2 devilish lords. As for Tai Long and Fei Ye, they were far more powerful, so they were naturally assigned to Han Li and Master Azure Dragon. According to the plan, they didn't actually need to defeat their opponents, all they had to do was keep the devilish army at bay until the suns returned to normal, and that would be the equivalent of a victory for them. Even though the 4 devilish lords had already flown out of the devilish chi, the dozen or so human cultivators standing above the giant hall remained still on the spot. After flying for a certain distance out of the devilish chi, the 4 devilish lords stopped, and they began to discuss something as they hovered in mid-air, displaying no intention to attack right away. Those devilish lords sure are able to bide their time. It seems that they're not going to attack until all 5 suns transition into moons, Master Azure Dragon said in a grim voice. Han Li didn't respond to this, but he looked up into the sky to discover that 4 of the 7 suns up above had already completely dimmed. As for the 5th sun, it had mostly been covered in a gray blanket, which was rapidly spreading at a rate that was virtually discernible to the naked eye. Of course that's the case. If the 5 suns haven't completely transitioned into moons, then these devilish lords will have to worry that the 9-sun astral formation hasn't completely lost its ability to function, Lin Luan said with a smile. These devilish lords most likely wouldn't be so hesitant if they were to learn that we've already deactivated the formation ourselves. In any case, it's a good thing for us that they're stalling like this, Master Azure Dragon said as a faint smile also appeared on his face. It looks like we won't be able to stall for long, though, Fairy Silverlight said with a wry smile as she looked up into the sky. Even a slight delay is better than having the devilish army attack the city right away. The more we delay here, the greater our chances of being able to defend the city, Master Azure Dragon chuckled. Fairy Silverlight merely smiled and offered no response. Time slowly passed by, and the radiance of the 5th sun also gradually faded. In the instant that it turned completely gray, a burst of violent killing intent erupted from both the devilish sea and heavenly city in unison. Master Azure Dragon took a deep breath, yet just as he was about to say something, Tai Long broke the silence first. Fellow Daoist Azure Dragon, the formation you're relying on is no longer a factor in this battle, so why continue to insist on offering futile resistance? As soon as you agree to surrender, I'll take you back to our sacred ancestor and implore him to inject devilish chi into your body so you can become a member of our sacred race. This is your final chance. If you still insist on opposing us, we'll just have to raise your insignificant heavenly city to the ground. Tai Long's voice was extremely loud, and it was clearly audible to everyone in Heavenly City. Master Azure Dragon's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he harumphed coldly in response, I have no intention of becoming a devilish being, so save your breath. I would rather die than surrender to a foreign race. Master Azure Dragon's words were extremely decisive and resolute, and the entire human army was instilled with a sense of heightened conviction and determination. Tai Long was furious to hear this, but he suddenly burst into laughter. I originally intended to spare you, seeing as your abilities could be useful to our sacred race, but your foolishness has left me with no choice but to kill you along with everyone else here. He then swept a sleeve through the air, and 3 green balls of light erupted forth, then exploded high up in the air amid 3 dull thumps. 3 giant fireballs, each of which was around an acre in size, appeared up above, and they were all radiating scintillating light. Shrill screeches immediately rang out from within the devilish sea behind Tai Long, and a series of giant battle arcs that were each over 10,000 feet in length slowly emerged. At the same time, several hordes of low-grade devilish beasts rushed out of the sides of the massive arcs, and groups of armored devilish cavaliers also surged out in a menacing wave directly behind the arcs. Within the span of just a few breaths, the low-grade beasts and all-encompassing devilish cavaliers had taken up virtually the entire sky, and their numbers far exceeded what Hanli had witnessed on the previous occasion. On top of that, over 300 giant devilish beasts had been released from the massive arcs, and aside from the rhinoceros-like beasts that had made an appearance during the last attack, there were several other types of even more ferocious-looking giant beasts. Among them were gargantuan praying mantis-like beasts, as well as devilish birds with vibrant colorful feathers. The final type of devilish beast was a monster with a human face and a WYRM body, creating an extremely harrowing sight to behold. They had disheveled heads that resembled those of unkempt cavemen, but from the neck down, they possessed giant purple WYRM bodies that were covered in scales, and they were releasing an overwhelming odor of blood and gore. Among these three new types of giant beasts, the giant praying mantises comprised the majority of their numbers with over 200 of them present, and there were also around 80 giant rhinoceros beasts. Spiritual light flashed incessantly up above, and the earth tremored and quaked violently. The area within a range of 5 kilometers from the city wall had been transformed into a deadly realm of slaughter. Countless balls of light exploded both on the ground and in the sky, and the pungent odor of blood and gore quickly filled the entire space. Care for a battle, fellow Daoist Azure Dragon. Just as Master Azure Dragon was appraising the battlefield with a grim expression, a burst of hearty laughter rang out from the distance. Immediately thereafter, 2 gusts of fierce winds came crashing down toward the city wall, and after just a few devastating blows, the silver light barrier was displaying signs of collapsing. The man who had issued the challenge was none other than Tai Long, and he was attacking the city's restriction with his pair of giant hammers. Three dull thumps rang out in quick succession as the lids on the 3 gourds were removed of their own accord, and swarms of thumb-sized fiery hornets emerged from within, then flew toward Feia as 3 giant fiery clouds that were releasing a loud buzzing sound. Meanwhile, Fairy Lin Luan made a hand seal, and 2 bursts of crimson flames suddenly erupted behind her, then formed a pair of fiery red wings. With a flap of her wings, she was propelled through the air as a streak of red light directly behind the fiery clouds. Moments later, the fiery clouds and the white-robed young man clashed, and explosions of white glacial chi and scorching flames erupted as a fierce battle ensued. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he was immediately able to identify that the cultivation arts and treasures that Fairy Lin Luan was using seemed to truly be a great counter to glacial power. In the face of the astonishing glacial chi being released by Feia, the fiery hornets were able to hold their own, and they were even beginning to gain a slight upper hand. However, he could also see that Fairy Lin Luan was constantly making a series of hand seals while rapidly injecting her magic power into the 3 gourds, so it was quite clear that controlling these fiery hornets was a very taxing task. Even though Feiya's abilities were being suppressed, his expression remained as calm as ever, and he seemed to have more to give. This observation made Han Li's brows furrowed slightly. Brother Han, Sister Lin, and Master Azure Dragon have taken on the 2 most troublesome opponents, let's engage the other 2 in battle as well. If we can take down one of them quickly, perhaps there's a chance we'll be able to win this battle, Fairy Silver Light said as she raised both hands up into the air, releasing her 2 silver hooks, as well as several other treasures. She then rose up into the air as a streak of silver light before flying through the silver light barrier and hurtling directly toward the petite woman, leaving the armored giant to Han Li. The devilish lord by the name of Fairy Yu naturally wasn't going to fear Fairy Silver Light, and a hint of disdain appeared on her face as a burst of strange fragrance suddenly erupted from her body. Immediately thereafter, clouds of pink mist emerged out of thin air around her, then formed a giant pink cloud that was around an acre in size before rapidly descending from above. The pink cloud swept up the streak of silver light before countless beasts of different descriptions were manifested by the pink mist. The ferocious beasts pounced toward the silver streak of light, and in response, fairy silver light released a crescent moon and a red sun that released scintillating light in all directions. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, but that was soon replaced by a cold expression as he cast his gaze toward the armored giant. He then immediately made a hand seal, and a loud thunderclap erupted behind him, following which a pair of translucent wings surfaced on his back. After flapping those wings a few times, arcs of silver lightning shot forth around him, then intertwined to form a lightning formation that was several tens of feet in size. In the distance, the armored giant was also appraising Han Li, and he was rather taken aback to see this. However, before he even had a chance to react, a rumbling boom suddenly rang out around 70 to 80 feet above him, and a thick bolt of silver lightning instantly sprang forth as the lightning formation appeared out of thin air. Within the formation was a golden human figure, and he swept a sleeve downward, sending two giant mountains, one black and one azure, crashing down from above. A vast expanse of gray light and thousands of streaks of invisible sword chi surged forth in a frenzy from the undersides of the two mountains, and at the same time, a bone-chilling harumph rang out within the armored giant's ears. The giant was immediately struck by a burst of excruciating spiritual pain, as if several sharp spikes were being driven straight into his brain. He let loose a cry of agony and alarm as he threw his hands over his head, and the protective spiritual light around his body faded as he plummeted out of the sky. Right at this moment, the two giant mountains came crashing down toward the armored giant's head with devastating might. Gray light and invisible sword chi surged violently, forming a massive net that encompassed the armored giant from all sides. "Help me!" As a body integration staged devilish lord, the armored giant was quickly able to recover from the agony inflicted by Han Li's spirit-stunned thorn, and as soon as he returned to his senses, his face immediately paled as he let loose a desperate cry of help. A burst of buzzing rang out from his suit of red armor, and it swelled drastically in size amid a flash of bright crimson light. At the same time, 3 crimson fiery pythons, each of which was several hundred feet in length, emerged from the suit of armor to protect him. This suit of armor was a life-saving treasure that the giant constantly wore, and in this dire situation, it had activated of its own accord to protect its wearer. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon hearing the giant's cry for help, but he didn't falter even for a single instant as he swept both sleeves through the air, releasing 72 small azure swords that surged forth in a frenzy. The 72 swords then split up into hundreds of streaks of azure sword chi, then converged to form a giant azure sword that was over 100 feet in length. In the face of the wave of gray light, the 3 fiery pythons were instantly vanquished as if they had encountered the bane of their existences, immediately following which countless swords threads unleashed a ferocious assault on the giant suit of red armor. Countless explosions rang out in rapid succession, and the suit of armor was immediately pushed to the verge of falling apart. Han Li pointed a finger toward the giant sword before him and uttered a single word. Slash! At the same time, he swept a hand down from above, and a silver shadow shot forth from within his sleeve. The giant sword crashed downward with devastating might and incredible speed, and before it had even reached the armored giant, he was already struck by a bone-chilling sensation of impending doom. He felt as if his entire body had been plunged into a glacial pit, and in his desperation, he attempted to flee the scene as a ball of crimson flames. However, right at this moment, a silver ruler suddenly emerged out of thin air without any warning, then immediately transformed into a long silver snake that wound itself tightly around the giant's waist, preventing him from being able to escape. The crimson flames around the armored giant's body instantly swelled up with greater intensity, but the silver snake was completely unfazed and only wound its body tighter around the giant. A look of shock and horror appeared on the giant's face, and he tried to unleash some other abilities, but it was already too late. The giant's silver sword descended with unstoppable might, instantly tearing through the protective spiritual light around the giant's body. Immediately thereafter, it transformed into a massive azure vortex that encompassed an area of around an acre in size. The armored giant was situated right at the center of the vortex, and he only had a chance to let loose a blood-curdling cry before his body and nascent soul were both shredded into nothingness. Almost at the exact same moment, two bursts of formidable fluctuations erupted from within the devilish chi, and two streaks of light, one golden and one silver, shot forth directly toward Hanli. As such, Hanli didn't even get a chance to savor his victory against that body integration stage devilish lord before he was forced to turn his attention to these two oncoming streaks of light. The two streaks of light were traveling at an incredible speed, and after just a few flashes, they stopped around 1,000 feet away from Hanli. The golden and silver light then faded to reveal a silver-robed middle-aged man, and a middle-aged beauty in a pink palatial dress. Both of them were appraising Hanli with fury and incredulity in their eyes. They were none other than the yin-yang twin devils, who had joined the devilish army just a few days ago. Tai Long had somehow managed to convince them that Hanli was the one who had killed Lord Li's trio, so they agreed to participate in this attack against Heavenly City. The two devilish lords had intentionally concealed themselves within the devilish sea, and their plan was naturally to get the other devilish lords to distract Hanli and the others before they lashed out with a series of surprise attacks. However, never did they think that Hanli would be able to kill one of the devilish lords before they even had a chance to intervene. This alarming turn of events naturally filled them with shock and fury. After sweeping his spiritual sense toward this pair of devilish lords, Hanli's brows also furrowed slightly. These two were both mid-body integration stage beings, so this could prove to be a rather troublesome battle. He had already guessed that there were other devilish lords hiding within the devilish seat upon hearing the armored giant's plea for help, but it was naturally still a surprise to see that there were two devilish lords lurking in the shadows. To think that you were able to kill Lord Yen in just a single exchange, it seems that there really is a very good chance that Lord Li and the others fell by your hands as well. With your abilities, I'm sure you're quite a renowned figure in the human race. Do you dare to tell us your name? The middle-aged man said as his eyes narrowed slightly. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, but his expression remained unchanged. Lord Li. Who's that? Are you two mistaking me for someone else? As for my name, I'll disclose that to you when I send you two on your way. Hee, it's been many, many years since anyone has dared to speak to the two of us like this. There's no use denying your involvement in the deaths of Lord Li and the others. We're going to capture you, and use that infernal soul refinement technique to make you spit out the truth. Senior Marshal Brother, bring out the treasure that the sacred ancestor bestowed upon us, the middle-aged beauty said with a cold look in her eyes. She then opened her mouth to expel a miniature purple cauldron that was enveloped by black chi. Initially, it was only several inches in size, but it quickly swelled to around 10 feet, and there were countless shimmering black runes on its surface. The middle-aged man flipped a hand over upon seeing this to produce a glittering and translucent miniature pagoda that was radiating rainbow spiritual light. As soon as these ancient runes appeared, the black lotus flowers in the air instantly transformed into a black light barrier. Upon striking the black light barrier, the extreme essence fuse mountain was immediately struck by a burst of equivalent force acting in the opposite direction, and it was instantly repelled. As for the arcs of golden lightning and azure swords, they were met by the exact same number of black bolts of lightning and flying swords that erupted from the light barrier in retaliation. The two clashed amid a string of resounding booms, and all of the attacks completely nullified one another. The light barrier possessed a mirror-like ability to replicate and repel attacks. This was truly a treasure that defied the natural order. Hanli was quite stunned to see this, but he was still unconvinced that a treasure could truly be this powerful. As such, he immediately made a hand seal before stomping his foot viciously down onto the black mountain again. A burst of azure light erupted out of his foot and was injected into the extreme essence-fused mountain. The mountain immediately descended amid the sound of howling winds and rumbling thunder, and several giant silver runes lit up on the surface of the mountain as it released a vast expanse of gray light. The gray light then manifested into countless gray threads of light that rained down from above in a torrential downpour. As for the other azure mountain, that also came crashing down from above with even greater ferocity than last time at Hanli's behest. However, the devilish beauty was completely unfazed and merely expelled another mouthful of pure devilish chi toward the giant purple cauldron. A resounding rumbling boom rang out, and the same scene unfolded again. Not only were the two mountains completely repelled, the gray threads were also vanquished by the black threads of light that shot forth from the black light barrier. It seemed that this protective barrier formed by the giant cauldron down below really was able to replicate and reflect all attacks. A grim look appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this. Right at this moment, the silver-robed man also sprang into action. He pointed a finger at the rainbow pagoda hovering before him, and the giant pagoda rose up into the heavens as a thick pillar of light, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. However, Hanli suddenly seemed to have sensed something, and he immediately looked up into the sky. A ball of rainbow light had appeared high above him, and it didn't appear to be very large, but as it slowly descended, it instantly encompassed the entire heavens. Hanli's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately drew the two giant mountains back into his body. Immediately thereafter, he flew away as a streak of azure light. He didn't know exactly what this rainbow light was, but he certainly wanted nothing to do with it. A cold smile appeared on the devilish beauty's face. "It's too late for you to try and get away now." As soon as her voice trailed off, she changed to another hand seal, and the black rune hovering above the massive cauldron was also switched as a burst of enormous suction force erupted out of the cauldron. As a result, Hanli was stopped cold in his tracks, and found himself unable to get away. His expression changed slightly as he let loose a low cry, and golden light flashed as a projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged behind him. The projection waved its 6 arms through the air violently, releasing an astonishing aura that allowed Hanli to struggle free from the suction force erupting from down below. Spiritual light flashed from Hanli's body again as he tried to flee the scene again, but right at this moment, an earth-shattering boom erupted from the ball of rainbow light up above. Master Azure Dragon was holding his own against Tai Long, but he was struggling internally. Just as Tai Long had said, with his current magic power, he was still unable to fully unleash this dragon transformation ability. He had only been able to forcibly use this ability through employing a secret technique, and he couldn't last long in this form. He and Lin Wan had chosen to take on the 2 most powerful devilish lords, and they were hoping that Hanli and Fairy Silver Light would be able to take care of their opponents before lending them their assistance. After all, he had heard that Hanli had once matched a late body integration cultivator in battle before, so he had very high hopes for him. However, now that Hanli had been trapped in that pagoda treasure, his hopes were naturally dashed, and as he cast his gaze toward the other 2 battles, his heart sank even further. Lin Wan had held a slight upper hand not long ago, but Faya had suddenly released 13 snowy white flying daggers, which instantly inflicted casualties on the fiery hornets that she was controlling, and she was now being forced onto the back foot. Meanwhile, Fairy Silver Light was in an even worse situation. She had been surrounded by 8 4-armed devilish apes that had been manifested from pink mist, and she was only just barely able to withstand the torrential barrage of attacks they were unleashing. Master Azure Dragon became very concerned upon seeing this, and after quickly contemplating the situation, he suddenly unleashed an extremely ferocious wave of attacks, sacrificing a huge amount of magic power to force Tai Long into retreat. Tai Long was rather taken aback by this, yet before he had a chance to react, Master Azure Dragon suddenly turned back to Heavenly City, and roared, "Release that thing, now!" As soon as the order was issued, a human cultivator on the city wall immediately sprang into action. He flipped a hand over to produce a golden and silver badge, then injected his spiritual power into the badge before waving it through the air a few times. A pillar of golden and silver light erupted out of the badge, and it surged directly into the heavens, stretching for as far as the eyes could see. Within the span of just a few breaths, 9 more pillars of light that were identical to the first one emerged from a certain formation amid a resounding boom. Each pillar of light was as thick as a water tank, and there seemed to be countless runes swirling within them. All of a sudden, a white-robed cultivator emerged atop each pillar of light. These 9 cultivators were all holding small flags that were of the same color as the pillars of light while chanting something with solemn expressions. A loud buzzing sound rang out from the 9 pillars of light, and they began to rotate rapidly on the spot, expanding at a dramatic rate as they did so. Within the span of just a few breaths, the pillars of light had become extremely massive, and they quickly converged to form a single gargantuan pillar of light, within which all types of runes were flashing violently with spiritual light. Right at this moment, the white-robed cultivators let loose low cries in unison, then tossed their small flags toward the center of the pillar of light before fleeing the scene in a panicked manner. As soon as the small flags vanished into the pillar of light, a rumbling boom akin to a thunderclap rang out, following which all of the runes condensed to form 81 formations on the surface of the pillar of light. All of the formations were radiating scintillating light, and the pillar of light suddenly shattered amid an earth-shattering boom. A thunderous roar rang out as a giant beast that was over 10,000 feet in length emerged from the pillar of light. It had the head of a goat, the body of a bear, a pair of bat wings, and its entire body was covered in long green fur. That's an aura integration beast. Not only were the human cultivators who were unaware of the existence of this beast extremely alarmed by this sight, Tai Long was also stunned to see this giant beast, which was releasing a formidable aura. As soon as the giant beast emerged, it caught sight of the fleeing white-robed cultivators, and a ferocious light flashed through its eyes as it opened its mouth to expel a burst of yellow light. The yellow light swept up all of the white-robed cultivators, and they exploded into clumps of blood and flesh before being devoured by the beast. The nearby human cultivators were petrified to see this, and they all fled in different directions in a blind panic. The giant let loose a low roar, and a giant yellow paw suddenly swept viciously toward the fleeing cultivators in a certain direction. Gusts of howling yellow winds were instantly swept up, and over 100 cultivators were instantly torn into shreds. The giant beast then swept another one of its paws toward another direction, and several tens of cultivators were instantly slain in that direction as well. An urgent look appeared on Master Azure Dragon's face upon seeing this, and he yelled, "What are you waiting for, Fairy Lin?" He had clearly coupled a certain powerful ability with his voice, and not only was it audible across the entire battlefield, many low-grade devilish beasts instantly passed out, unable to even remain standing in the face of his resounding roar. Fairy Lin Wan's expression instantly darkened upon hearing this, and she let loose a delicate cry as the 3 gourds she was controlling exploded in quick succession, releasing 3 giant hornets, each of which was several tens of feet in size. These were hornet monarchs, and they were blasting forth 3 different types of flames toward Feiya. The flames released by the hornet monarchs were clearly extremely powerful, and even Feiya had no choice but to retreat and evade. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fairy Lin Wan flapped her wings, and she abruptly vanished as a ball of flames. In the next instant, she re-emerged in the air over 1,000 feet away from Feiya, then quickly made a hand seal before extending a finger toward her own glabella. Several runes flashed, and a small and slightly blurry crimson talisman appeared. She let loose a delicate cry as white light flashed from her finger, and a pillar of white light formed by a burst of pure spiritual power instantly shot forth into the talisman. In the next instant, just as the giant beast in Heavenly City was about to go on a violent killing spree, it suddenly let loose an agonized roar, and another crimson talisman appeared on its massive goat head. Aside from the size disparity, this talisman was completely identical in appearance to the one on Fairy Lin Luan's glabella. "Hurry up and come out of the city." Just as the giant beast was rolling writhing in agony, Fairy Lin Luan's frosty voice sounded within its mind, and as soon as her voice trailed off, the intense agony in its spiritual sense abruptly disappeared. The giant beast slowly rose to its feet with a bewildered expression, and it seemed to possess some level of intelligence. Fairy Lin Luan's cold harumph sounded once again in its mind, and it shuddered before immediately spreading its wings, then flew out of the city toward the battlefield beyond the city wall. At this point, Tai Long had unleashed a ferocious barrage of attacks to gain a slight upper hand over Master Azure Dragon, but a hint of fear welled up in his heart as he sensed the enormous aura rapidly approaching him from the distance. Even though the Aura Integration Beast only ranked last among the 4 great beasts and couldn't compare with a true spirit being, these beasts were born at the root of all baleful chi in their respective realms, and all of them possessed several incredibly powerful abilities that would allow them to take on several body integration stage beings at once. Even though Tai Long was a devilish lord at the pinnacle of the late body integration stage, he certainly wasn't confident in his ability to take on both Master Azure Dragon and the Aura Integration Beast together. How did these human cultivators manage to tame one of the 4 great beasts? Are we going to have to retreat? Wait, if the humans had such a powerful trump card up their sleeve, why didn't they release it before this? After quickly assessing the situation, Tai Long quickly realized that there was something suspicious going on. His body swayed as he swelled to 300 feet in size, then swept both of his giant hands through the air, unleashing countless massive claw projections that combined with his giant hammers to completely suppress the Azure Dragon. At the same time, he swept his spiritual sense toward the oncoming giant beast. Tai Long only dared to multitask like this as his powers were far beyond those of Master Azure Dragon. If he had been battling someone more evenly matched with him, then there was no way he would have dared to do this. With his fearsome late body integration stage spiritual sense, he was naturally able to assess the Aura Integration Beast right away, and just as he had suspected, its aura was fluctuating quite drastically, indicating that it was carrying some severe injuries. As such, there was still a good chance that they would be able to secure victory. With that in mind, Tai Long immediately made a decision, and he suddenly let loose a long cry. The cry sounded like a cross between the roar of a tiger and a dragon, and it was clearly audible to everyone within a radius of 50 kilometers. Deep within the devilish sea, an armored high-grade devilish being's eyes lit up upon hearing this cry. "Hee, looks like it's our turn to join the battle." There was a devilish army that numbered in the thousands standing behind him, and most of them were all-encompassing devilish cavaliers, while a small proportion of them were Jialuan war devils. In contrast with the devilish beings that were currently attacking the city, these devilish beings all gave off a bone-chilling aura and had great chi revolving around their bodies, indicating that they were using some kind of special cultivation art. These devilish beings were seated in mid-air in a cross-legged manner, and they all rose to their feet upon hearing the words of the armored devilish general. They then either got onto their steeds or drew their weapons, but they did so in a completely silent wraith-like manner. "Begin devilification," the devilish general instructed in a solemn voice. Peculiar expressions appeared on the faces of the devilish beings upon hearing this, but none of them opposed the order as they pulled out a purple pill each before swallowing them. In the next instant, pained expressions began to appear on their faces, as did crimson patterns that quickly spread to the rest of their bodies. As these crimson patterns emerged, the devilish beings' auras swelled drastically, even though they all still seemed to be in great pain. The great chi revolving around their bodies expanded and began to writhe like a series of giant pythons. Meanwhile, outside the devilish sea, Tai Long had unleashed several types of secret techniques at once and released 7 or 8 treasures to unleash a barrage of ferocious attacks on Master Azure Dragon. Master Azure Dragon was able to just barely keep the attacks at bay, but his Azure Dragon body was riddled with wounds, and it seemed that he wouldn't be able to last much longer. Right at this moment, Tai Long's expression suddenly changed, and he abruptly ceased in his attacks before retreating to several hundred feet away, then cast his gaze toward a certain direction with a peculiar look in his eyes. Master Azure Dragon was naturally very relieved to be afforded this opportunity for respite, but a thought then suddenly occurred to him, and he immediately reverted back to his human form amid a flash of azure light. His face was very pale, and there were 7 holes on his chest that were bleeding profusely. However, he completely disregarded his own injuries as he turned back toward Heavenly City. There in the distance, howling yellow winds were sweeping over the city wall, and both the human and devilish armies were struggling to maintain their formations in the face of these gale-force winds. Those who were at the forefront of the 2 armies plummeted straight out of the sky, and it was unclear whether they were still alive. The yellow wind receded, and the gargantuan aura integration beast emerged. It was around 20,000 to 30,000 feet in size, and encompassed virtually the entire heavens. Both the human and devilish beings drew sharp breaths as they appraised the colossal beast in a fearful manner. Fairy Lin Luan immediately injected more magic power into the crimson talisman on her glabella, and yelled, "Aura integration beast, kill these devilish beings and I'll set you free after this battle." The Aura Integration Beast was appraising the body integration stage beings on the battlefield with a hesitant look in its eyes. Among all of the beings on the battlefield, these body integration stage beings were the only ones that could pose a threat to it. It was familiar with the auras of 2 of the body integration stage human cultivators, and it identified them as the ones who had sealed it all those years ago. As for the auras being released by those devilish lords, those were extremely abhorrent to it as well. If it were at the height of its powers, then it would have immediately decided to devour all of these body integration stage beings. However, it was still carrying old injuries, and it had been trapped for many years, so it was nowhere near the height of its powers and didn't dare to just recklessly charge into the battle. Just as it was hesitating about how to proceed, the crimson talisman on its head lit up again, and having just experienced the agony that Fairy Lin Luan was able to inflict upon it at will, the Aura Integration Beast didn't dare to hesitate any longer. It immediately opened its cavernous mouth and released a gust of yellow winds that swept toward the devilish army down below. All of the devilish beings that were swept up by the yellow wind were torn into shreds without being able to offer up any resistance, and in the blink of an eye, over 1,000 devilish beasts and over 100 devilish cavaliers had been slain. "Humph, you'll pay with your life for choosing to oppose us, Aura Integration Beast." Tai Long harumphed coldly in an enraged manner as he flipped a hand over to produce a black leather pouch, then tipped the pouch over to reveal a golden flying trident that was several inches in length. The item then rapidly swelled to around 1,000 feet in size, and Tai Long gripped onto the trident's shaft with both hands before swinging it viciously toward the gust of fierce yellow wind. An azure trident projection crashed down from above like a waterfall, slicing the gust of yellow wind apart before crashing down onto the ground, creating a giant fissure that was over 10,000 feet in length amid an earth-shattering boom. Meanwhile, a loud thunderclap rang out from the black leather pouch, and 2 thick bolts of silver lightning sprang forth from within the pouch before transforming into a pair of giant wolves that were enveloped by silver lightning. The wolves each had a pair of silver lightning wings that were 30 to 40 feet in length, and they let loose menacing howls before pouncing directly toward the Aura Integration Beast. A hint of disdain flashed through the aura integration beast's eyes upon seeing this, and it swept a giant paw through the air from afar. A gargantuan yellow paw that was around 1,000 feet in size abruptly appeared above the two giant wolves before descending with devastating might, completely destroying the pair of wolves in an instant. Tai Long's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately slashed his giant golden trident through the air again to unleash another massive trident projection. At the same time, his pair of giant black hammers also unleashed countless projections that hurtled directly toward the giant beast. The aura integration beast naturally saw Tai Long's attacks as provocation, and a ferocious light flashed through its eyes as it flapped its wings vigorously, conjuring up a pair of murky yellow clouds that completely concealed its massive body. The giant trident projection and hammer projections struck the yellow cloud in rapid succession amid a string of dull thumps, but were unable to break the defense. Tai Long was quite stunned to see this, and he immediately made a hand seal, conjuring up balls of silver lightning around his body that he prepared to unleash on the yellow cloud. However, right at this moment, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted overhead, and a giant furry paw emerged out of thin air before crashing down toward Tai Long from above. Before the paw had even fully descended upon him, a burst of enormous force closed in on Tai Long from all sides, and his body became extremely sluggish, as if he were carrying a mountain on his shoulders. At the same time, the surrounding air became as hard as iron and steel, and it became extremely difficult to even lift a single finger. Tai Long was struck by a sense of shock and fury by this sudden development, and he let loose an almighty roar, upon which all of the balls of lightning around him exploded to forcibly blast open the sealed space around him. At the same time, a giant black projection appeared behind Tai Long, and it let loose a low roar as an astonishing aura erupted from its body. Black light swirled around Tai Long, and his physical constitution suddenly multiplied in power, allowing him to disregard the immense force weighing down upon him and conjure up over 100 projections. All of the projections were completely identical, and they flew through the air in all directions. However, the giant paw up above merely faltered for an instant before crashing down like lightning, sending a burst of yellow shockwaves sweeping through the surrounding area. Most of the projections were instantly destroyed by the shockwaves, and only a dozen or so managed to escape to several thousand feet away before disintegrating on their own, leaving on a single projection, which reverted back into Tai Long's true body. As soon as he emerged, he cast his gaze toward the massive paw in the distance, and his expression darkened significantly. At this moment, the yellow cloud up ahead reverted back into a pair of giant bat wings, and the aura integration beast re-emerged before crouching down in preparation to pounce toward Tai Long again. With its colossal frame, even when it wasn't unleashing any abilities, it still resembled a giant mountain. Tai Long's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he could only conjure up the same projections and ball of lightning again to evade the massive beast's attacks. Even though he seemed to have been forced firmly onto the back foot, the aura integration beast wasn't able to land a decisive blow on him either. Master Azure Dragon's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. He flipped his hands over to produce an azure flying sword in each hand, one of which had 2 azure WIRMS engraved upon it, while the other carried the image of a shimmering golden peacock. He flicked his wrists, and the 2 flying swords immediately rose up into the air in unison. One of them transformed into a pair of azure WIRM projections, while the other took on the form of a golden phoenix projection amid a flash of golden light. The 3 projections then hurtled directly toward Tai Long as dazzling streaks of light at Master Azure Dragon's behest. It was quite clear that he was planning to kill Tai Long with the help of the aura integration beast. If he could kill this late body integration stage devilish lord, then there was a good chance that they'd be able to secure victory, even with the 2 mysterious devilish lords that had emerged. Tai Long was naturally extremely enraged to see this, but in the face of the threat posed by the Aura Integration Beast, he didn't have the spare capacity to attack Master Azure Dragon, and the situation was quickly becoming quite perilous for him. Just as Tai Long was being forced back and Master Azure Dragon was looking on with elation in his eyes, thousands of bursts of astonishing baleful chi suddenly erupted out of the devilish sea. The inky black devilish sea also instantly turned as red as blood. Ferocious howls rang out as a devilish army that was enveloped by crimson light flew out of the devilish sea in an unhurried manner. Each and every one of the devilish beings had crimson patterns running all over their bodies, and were giving off terrifying deathly auras. They were all completely expressionless, and they possessed indistinct ghostly bodies, as if they were malicious spirits that had just emerged from the depths of hell. Tai Long was ecstatic at the sight of this ghostly devilish army, and he immediately commanded, let's see if this beast of yours can continue to keep this up. Infernal blood form guards, trap the Aura Integration Beast and this man in the infernal blood formation and put an end to their lives. Jialuan War Devils, attack the city. The devilish army known as the Infernal Bloodform Guards immediately swept forth as a massive crimson cloud upon receiving this order. After just a few flashes, they swept up the Aura Integration Beast, Master Azure Dragon, and even Tai Long himself, and the sound of violent clashes instantly began to ring out within the cloud. Meanwhile, a string of sharp cries also erupted from the devilish army that was attacking the city wall with all their might, and over 1,000 ordinary-looking low-grade devilish beasts suddenly emerged from the army. After just a few flashes, they reached the silver light barrier outside the city wall, then transformed into Jialuan War Devils. Ever since the commencement of the battle, they had been posing as low-grade devilish beasts through the use of a disguise technique. Now that they had finally gotten close to the city wall, they were being unleashed on the city by Tai Long. These war devils each had 3 heads and 6 arms, and 2 of their monstrous heads were blasting forth all types of attacks such as fireballs and wind blades. All types of heavy weapons also appeared in their hands before being swung toward the light barrier in a torrential downpour of ferocious attacks. The silver light barrier was indeed very powerful, but it was already becoming rather unsteady from being attacked by the devilish army for so long, and now that the Jialuan War Devils had also joined in on the attack, the barrier was beginning to shatter in several places. The Jialuan War Devils charged onto the city wall and began to massacre their human foes. The human warriors and low-grade cultivators were no match for these powerful devilish beings, and blood-curdling cries rang out as they all retreated in a panicked manner. Some of the high-grade cultivators up above tried to step in, but they were instantly surrounded by several Jialuan War Devils per person and quickly killed on the spot. As a result, the city wall was plunged into a state of complete chaos, and morale plummeted as the human army looked on with horrified expressions. Even the weakest of these Jialuan War Devils possessed deity transformation stage powers, and they had cultivated powerful devilish arts, so ordinary cultivators were naturally no match for them. However, the unrest on the city wall only lasted for a short time before the chime of a bell rang out, and thousands of streaks of dazzling light suddenly shot forth out of the surrounding buildings. These were all high-grade human cultivators, and they immediately rushed forward to take on the Jialuan War Devils. The normal Jialuan War Devils didn't pose much of a threat to the high-grade cultivators, but the several tens of Jialuan War Devils that were leading from the front were far more powerful than their peers, and even when several high-grade cultivators joined forces to take on each of them, they still managed to brush these obstacles aside and carve out a path of blood as they rushed directly toward Heavenly City. Right at this moment, the ground near the city wall began to tremor violently, and 32 giant golden puppets wielding all types of weapons flew out from underground to oppose these leaders of the Jialuan War Devils. All types of treasures hurtled through the air amid a string of resounding explosions, and the puppets and Jialuan War Devils seemed to be evenly matched. The golden puppets all had bodies that were as resolute as treasures, and their weapons seemed to be imbued with traces of the power of heaven and earth. Furthermore, they were completely fearless in battle, thereby making them even more formidable. Overall, the devilish army had naturally gained a slight upper hand on the entire battlefield, but with all of the restrictions in Heavenly City, the humans were able to just barely keep the devilish army at bay. Meanwhile, the crimson cloud that the infernal blood-form guards had transformed into was churning and surging incessantly, and the sound of an intense battle could be heard coming from within it. However, not one could see exactly what was happening inside the cloud. As for Fairy Silverlight and Fairy Lin Wan, both of them were being forced into retreat by their opponents, and it seemed that they wouldn't be able to last for very long. The situation was looking very bad for the body integration stage human cultivators. Hanli waved a hand through the air, and 72 azure flying swords swept forth before transforming into azure lotus flowers that rose up into the air, tearing a giant two-headed lion beast into countless pieces in an instant. However, as opposed to being elated by this, Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. Ever since he had been drawn into this strange space inside the Rainbow Pagoda, countless beasts had been manifested by the light around him and were attacking him in relentless waves. Initially, these beasts posed no threat to him at all, and he was able to kill them with ease. However, there seemed to be no end to these beasts, and as soon as one wave was slain, another one would immediately emerge to take its place. Han Li wasn't overly fazed by this. After all, this wasn't the first time that he had found himself in a Shumi treasure, and he was relatively confident that he would be able to escape from it. Thus, he released his 72 flying swords to protect himself from the oncoming beast while searching for a node within this space to force his way out of. However, he quickly discovered that something wasn't right. Just like the restriction within the Devil's Sealing Lock, this space seemed to be completely boundless, and even after flying for a long while, he still hadn't found the end of the space. As such, he was forced to stop and think of a way to escape. Looks like I'll only be able to break out of this place through brute force after I find the node in this space, Han Li murmured to himself. Right at this moment, rainbow light flashed around him, and another wave of rainbow beasts emerged. Han Li harumphed coldly, and countless azure lotus flower projections swept forth in all directions, tearing through all of the surrounding beasts in an instant. However, a slightly troubled look appeared in Han Li's eyes. He didn't know whether this was merely a figment of his imagination, but this new wave of beasts seemed to be more powerful than the previous waves. He was still able to kill them with ease, but he had expended slightly more magic power to do so. It was only a very minor difference, but if things continued to progress according to this trend, then the situation really could become rather troublesome. It seemed that he would have to get out of this place as soon as possible before things got out of hand. With that in mind, he immediately pointed a finger toward his own glabella, and black light flashed as an inky black demonic eye appeared. It was none other than the Law Destruction Eye. Having been nurtured by him for so many years, the demonic eye had developed many powerful abilities, and it would be perfect to help him find the most fragile node in this space. Han Li began to make a series of hand seals while chanting something, and black runes began to swirl within the black demonic eye. All of a sudden, the black runes flashed with spiritual light, and a black thread shot forth before vanishing into thin air in a flash. Han Li closed his two eyes, but the third demonic eye was opened as wide as ever as he shot forth through the air as a streak of azure light, flying toward the direction that the black thread had disappeared in. The light up ahead formed a new wave of beasts to stop him, and even though Han Li's eyes were closed, he still had a clear grasp on the situation unfolding before him. All of the azure flying swords around him converged to form a single giant sword at his behest, then slashed through the air with vicious might. A streak of azure light that was over around 1,000 feet in length swept forth, destroying all of the beasts in its path and clearing out a path for Han Li. The magic power within Han Li's body surged forth in a frenzy, and he rushed through the throng of beasts as a streak of azure light, then vanished into the distance after just a few flashes. 4 hours later, Hanli reopened his eyes as he arrived in front of a giant 7-story rainbow pagoda. His expression was filled with incredulity and bewilderment as he examined the structure. This was a giant pagoda that seemed to have been constructed from normal gray stone, and there was a massive eyeball-like crystal ball at the top of the tower. There was a tightly shut stone gate that was around 100 feet tall on the first level of the pagoda, and around 500 meters away from Hanli, there were countless silver ruler projections destroying an endless wave of rainbow beasts. So the spatial node in this place was intentionally hidden. That's quite a smart strategy. It looks like I have no choice but to venture into this pagoda, Hanli murmured to himself before waving a hand through the air, and all of the ruler projections in the distance instantly vanished. In the next instant, silver light flashed in his hand, and a short silver ruler appeared in his grasp. He cast his gaze toward the giant crystal ball up above, then abruptly slashed his silver ruler toward the giant pagoda. Spatial fluctuations surged forth, and a ruler projection that was over 100 feet in length emerged above the pagoda before crashing down with devastating might. Just as the ruler projection was about to strike the crystal ball, a layer of rainbow runes suddenly appeared on the surface of the pagoda, and the ruler projection instantly vanished upon making contact with this layer of runes. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. He hadn't intentionally made the ruler projection disappear. It had been taken by the restriction on the pagoda. I see, this pagoda is a manifestation of the pagoda treasure on the outside, so there won't be any way for me to destroy it, Hanli murmured to himself in a resigned manner. Azure light then flashed from his body again as he slowly drifted toward the foot of the stone pagoda. Before even reaching the pagoda, Hanli thrust a hand toward the stone gate from afar, and a huge azure hand surfaced before crashing directly into the gate. A dull thump rang out, and the stone gate was pushed open with ease, revealing a passageway that was radiating faint white light. Hanli faltered slightly upon seeing this, but he continued onward and drifted straight into the entrance. Beyond the stone gate was a path paved with bluestone, leading to another stone gate not far up ahead. Blue light flashed through Hanli's eyes as he tried to see directly through the stone gate with his spirit eye ability, but after his spirit eyes penetrated only around a foot into the gate, a layer of golden light suddenly erupted forth. Hanli's eyes were immediately struck by a burst of sharp pain, and there was a peculiar suction force that was making it impossible for him to withdraw his gaze. Hanli was quite alarmed by this, and he reflexively activated his great development technique with all his might. A cool and refreshing sensation surged toward his eyes, and only then was he just barely able to withdraw his gaze. At the same time, an azure figure appeared before him to shield him from the golden light. Even so, Hanli's back had become drenched in cold sweat. He had seen very few restrictions that were as powerful as this one, and that harrowing experience completely rid him of any hint of complacency that he had harbored in his heart. As for the azure figure that had suddenly appeared, that was none other than the spirit body formed by the immortal Zoisha. After contemplating the situation for a moment, he swept a sleeve through the air to release his 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles, which revolved in the air above his head along with his 72 azure flying swords. He then flipped his hands over, and the short silver ruler instantly vanished, only to be replaced by 2 small mountains, one black and one azure. In the next instant, golden light flashed from Hanli's body, and he let loose a low cry as his body expanded drastically in size. Strands of golden fur also began to emerge out of his skin, and in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a giant golden ape. The giant ape abruptly swung both of its arms through the air, and the 2 extreme mountains in its grasp shot forth before crashing heavily into the stone gate amid 2 earth-shattering booms. A layer of golden light surfaced from the golden gate, then exploded like a scintillating golden sun. The restriction formed by the golden light was virtually instantly shattered, and the stone gate was also reduced to dust. Even this incredible profound restriction was no match for his two extreme mountains and the extraordinary strength of the giant mountain ape. Hanli abruptly stomped his feet in the ground upon seeing this and propelled himself through the entrance up ahead. All of a sudden, a massive silver fist emerged up ahead before hurtling toward him with ferocious might. Even before it had reached Hanli, he was struck by a burst of enormous invisible force. Hanli was slightly alarmed to see this, but he wasn't fearful in the slightest as he let loose a loud roar, and he lashed out with a massive furry fist of his own in retaliation. Golden light flashed from his fingertips, and his entire hand instantly became as hard as iron and steel. The two fists clashed with a crisp crack, and the silver fist was instantly shattered by the giant ape. Right at this moment, a gust of fierce winds were swept up above Hanli, and a silver set of claws came grabbing toward him from above. Hanli immediately thrust his other golden palm upward in retaliation, and the silver claws were instantly destroyed as well. After doing all that, Hanli still had no intention of stopping. Blue light flashed through his eyes, and he suddenly opened his mouth to expel a pillar of azure light, which instantly struck a patch of empty air over 100 feet away. A loud boom rang out, and a silver figure stumbled out of thin air, revealing itself to be a silver puppet that was missing both of its hands. The puppet was around 20 feet tall with mysterious black runes engraved all over its body, and Hanli made a grabbing motion toward it, upon which 10 streaks of azure sword chi hurtled through the air in a flash. The silver puppet was instantly dismembered on the spot, yet all of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted throughout the nearby area, and 8 identical silver puppets abruptly emerged. Hanli was slightly alarmed to see this, and the puppets immediately pounced toward him as balls of silver light. An hour later, Hanli let loose a long cry and hurled both of his extreme mountains through the air at once, reducing 2 of the silver puppets to dust. The 2 extreme mountains then vanished on the spot before reappearing in the giant ape's hands, where they disappeared once again. Meanwhile, the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles were pursuing a few other silver puppets, and they were quickly felled as well. The giant ape made a hand seal upon seeing this, and it quickly shrank back down to its human form amid a flash of golden light. At this point, the entire space was littered with the remains of silver puppets, of which there were more than 20. Hanli inspected his surroundings with furrowed brows, then turned his gaze toward the air not far away with a grim look in his eyes. These silver puppets were only at around the early deity transformation stage, but a huge number of them had appeared on this level. From the outside, the first level of the pagoda didn't seem all that big, but it had taken him a long while to fly to this point, and he had slain over 100 of these silver puppets along the way. If it weren't for the fact that the silver puppets couldn't even withstand a single attack from him in his giant mountain ape form, and he had released his 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles as well, it would have taken him quite a while to take care of all of these puppets. This struck Hanli with a sense of foreboding for what was to come. After all, this was only the first level. With that in mind, Hanli cast his gaze upward again, and around 600 to 700 feet up above, everything had been concealed by a layer of gray mist. He had considered taking a shortcut by breaking through this layer of mist to the second level, but he was concerned that forcing his way through this place would damage the hidden spatial node, so he could only give up on that plan. If the spatial node had already fused as one with the pagoda, then it would not be a good idea to act so recklessly. Even as he was thinking, Hanli continued to fly toward the staircase up ahead, followed closely by the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. After just a few flashes, the azure streak of light vanished from view, and a short while after that, an elegant figure emerged amid a flash of golden light. This was none other than the middle-aged beauty, who was one half of the yin-yang twin devils. She was looking at the staircase that Hanli had just scaled with a hint of wariness in her eyes. "It's a good thing I followed him in here." Otherwise, with his true spirit transformation and those powerful spirit insects of his, this place really may not be enough to trap him, the devilish beauty murmured to herself before raising a hand to summon a silver formation plate. A burst of silver light was released by the formation plate, then swept up the devilish beauty, upon which she vanished on the spot. On the second level, 2 silver puppets that were slightly larger than those on the first level were reduced to piles of scrap metal by streaks of azure sword chi. These puppets were very similar in appearance to those that had appeared on the first level, but these ones possessed roughly mid-deity transformation stage power. Han Li continued to fly onward expressionlessly with his 13 spirit insects, leaving piles of silver remains in his wake. On the third level, around 10 late deity transformation stage puppets surrounded Han Li before pouncing toward him in unison. On the fourth level. On the seventh level, Han Li drifted forward, and a slightly peculiar look appeared on his face. The puppets on the fourth level were at the early spatial tempering stage, but they numbered far fewer than the puppets on the previous levels. The puppets on the fifth and sixth levels were at the mid-spatial tempering stage and late spatial tempering stage, respectively. The puppets on the sixth level were far more difficult to deal with than those on the previous levels, and Han Li had been forced to unleash several types of powerful abilities to destroy them. According to the trend, there was a very good chance that the puppets on the seventh level would be at the body integration stage, so Han Li had mentally prepared himself for a grueling battle. However, he had yet to encounter any opposition on this level, and that made him even more cautious. Thankfully, his law destruction act told him that the node within this space was definitely on this seventh level, and it was most likely not far away, so this was a very encouraging sign for Han Li. All of a sudden, the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles let loose sharp screeches at once and became noticeably more agitated. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately stopped on the spot. At the same time, blue light flashed within his eyes as he cast his gaze toward a certain direction. The rainbow light there surged, and 2 tall and broad figures that were flashing with dazzling rainbow spiritual light emerged. This was a pair of semi-transparent puppets. These 2 puppets were around the same stature as an adult human, but their facial features were completely blurred. Their skin was extremely smooth and translucent, and in the instant that they appeared, Han Li was struck by a formidable sense of pressure. Han Li instantly conducted a careful inspection of the 2 puppets, upon which a cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. These puppets are indeed quite interesting, but if they think that a pair of early body integration stage puppets without any spiritual nature can stop me, then they must be delusional. He then swept a sleeve through the air, and his 2 extreme mountains instantly shot forth. At the same time, the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles around him also flew toward the 2 puppets. Immediately thereafter, he flipped a hand over to produce his silver ruler, which he swept through the air to unleash a silver ruler projection that was over 100 feet in length. Han Li was displaying derision and disdain toward these puppets, but his attacks were extremely ferocious, and he didn't want to waste any time with them at all. In the face of these devastating attacks, rainbow spiritual light swirled within the eyes of these puppets, and they suddenly approached one another before joining their 4 hands together. 2 balls of rainbow light instantly erupted between their 4 palms before combining as one, and the unified ball of rainbow light began to swell drastically. Initially, it was only around the size of a human head, but after just a few flashes, it had transformed into a rainbow light barrier. The dazzling rainbow light shielded both of the puppets, and the barrier began to tremor at a frequency that was untraceable to the naked eye. At the same time, countless runes of different sizes surged out of the surface of the barrier in a frenzy, releasing a burst of extremely dazzling light. The silver ruler projection reached the light barrier first before dealing it a vicious strike. A peculiar scene then ensued. The silver ruler projection was stopped cold in its tracks around half a foot away from the barrier, then released an anguished wail before being repelled high up into the air. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.